and welcome to All About All Japan, a true penny show podcast about current day All Japan Pro Wrestling. Today we are talking about some of the events of March and are discussing one of the wrestlers on these shows through our Wrestler Wheel of Fortune. We are also, and that's because the Champion Carnival is coming up, running my Champion Carnival Wrestler Wheel again. And we're doing one of the newer segments to the show, question hour, well, not hour, question minute, couple of minutes. We'll see how long it goes.
I can make it an hour.
We can make it very long. We already discussed this before the show. We are good at taking things too far and going on tangents. As you can hear, I have a new guest with me today, and her name is Michelle. Michelle, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for inviting me on. Very happy to be here.
Oh, I'm so happy to have you here because you're one of the people I not got to know, but followed when I got into New Japan and then Noah and then DDT and then All Japan.
Yeah.
So it's nice to finally be able to talk to you person to person instead of just sending tweets at you on
Yeah.
Twitter. And Michelle, for some of the people who are listening, she joins our True Penny shows for various promotions, Noah, DDT, sometimes.
hmm
So she was one of the people I really wanted to get on my podcast, All About All Japan,
Thank
because
you.
because you watch a bit of All Japan, right?
A little bit,
So a
yeah.
little bit. So I guess we should introduce you first and figure out how you got into watching All Japan. So Michelle, can you just tell us who you are, how you got into wrestling, how you got into All Japan?
Okay, so yeah, I'm a Michelle. I've been I've been living in Japan for about, well, this year will be my 18th anniversary of arriving in Japan. Which means I've been watching wrestling in Japan for almost 15 years. Um, and I started blogging about it just over a decade ago. But like, I mean, I'm still writing my blog and stuff, but like, the actual blog part is kind of on hiatus. I'm just trying to find like a good point to kind of restart my show reports and stuff again. But yeah, I've got like I have my own blog where I like, when I remember to, like, I write show reports and like show off some of my pictures I took at shows. I do translations of weekly pro wrestling articles and interviews and stuff like that. Oh, it depends like how much free time I got though. Like sometimes it can be a bit late, but it's a bit fun. I also went and wrote a book about DDT, which was kind of an interesting experience. It's something I'd like to repeat, like I'd like to write another book at some point in the future if like time allows, but writing that first one was, yeah, I learned a lot. Mostly, but it's really bloody difficult to write a book. But hey, it's all good. Yeah. And yeah, I've been like, hanging around on Twitter for a long time, mostly trying to get people to read my blog or look at my photos or my translations or something like that. And that's how I met you as well. Yeah. And I got into watching wrestling in probably one of the most bloody roundabout ways possible. So, one of my favorite Japanese bands is Kishidan. You may know them from Yuko Miyamoto's entrance music, One Night Carnival. That's one of their most famous songs. And as a big fan of theirs, I was really interested to hear one day that they were going to be making an appearance at an all night triple six show at Shinkiba First Ring, just to kind of, officially authorize the use of One Night Carnival to Miyamoto Yuko so he could use it officially, like forever, for his entrance music. So I decided to go along there mainly to see Kishidan, basically. And then I actually really got into the actual wrestling when I got there as well. I was just like, oh my God, this is so much fun. Why am I here again? Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah. But like, and that was like a pretty interesting show to start off with, honestly, because although like I mean it was like a 666 show, but it also had a lot of guys from other promotions, like mostly like Freedoms and Big Japan Pro Wrestling, and also a few guys from DDT were there too. I didn't know who any of these people were because I was mainly there to see my band, but after seeing it, I had to find out more, you know. So, like starting from 666 and like just kind of going off like what shows the guys at that show were gonna do, and also Unreal from 666 actually got in touch with me on Mixi, which used to be a really popular social media site in Japan. It is not so popular now; it's kind of dead, but that was how we did things back in the day. But he asked me to come and see his matches at like other promotion shows as well. So I kind of followed Unreal around for a little bit, and in the meantime discovered a lot of like smaller wrestling promotions, and like that was kind of an experience because when I remember one time I met other wrestler like some other wrestling fans in the wild, and you know, yeah, I was in okay, this is another tangent, I'm sorry, but it's a fun story, trust. So I went to
Tangents
Akihabara
away.
this
That's
one
what we
time.
do.
I ended up talking to some guy, like, you know, kind of cute Japanese guys, because like because I saw them like where I don't know how we got onto the topic of talking about wrestling, but I happened to mention to these guys that I really enjoyed wrestling, and they were like, "Yeah, me too. Yeah, we love wrestling." And they tried to too sweet me, and I didn't know what the bloody hell they were doing because I didn't watch any New Japan at the time, and I did not know what. Like, I just saw these like hands coming towards me. I was just like, "The hell!" And that was how I learned about, you know, the difference between major promotions and not so major promotions. You know. um, but yeah, basically everything happened starting from that one 666 show and just sort of branching out into other promotions from there, and like, you know, it happened very organically for me at first because I didn't know any other wrestling fans, you know. So like my only point of reference was, where are these guys going to be next, and just sort of like more or less following them around. And I remember at the beginning just thinking, you know, I'll go to a few more of these things. You know, it's kind of fun, yeah, but maybe I don't want to do this too much. And guess what? Like 15 years later, I'm doing it too much. Yay!
I mean, as someone who spends most of her free hours watching wrestling
Yeah,
or recording wrestling
yeah,
or talking about wrestling
uh-huh.
or complaining about wrestling,
Yeah,
I get you. And
yeah,
I'm not even going to actual shows. So
yeah. Because it was just like, I mean, the entire process of getting into wrestling for me was kind of like an unorthodox one. Because I barely even realized wrestling was even that much of a thing in Japan until I started going to all these smaller shows. Like, I think I'd seen one or two posters for New Japan or something like that, like on the trains and stuff. But like at the time, at least, you know, people weren't talking so much like sort of publicly about being wrestling fans, you know, because I mean, it's kind of an old-fashioned attitude, but there are still quite a lot of people who like are not wrestling fans who kind of look down on wrestling as being kind of like a low-class thing to be into. So it's like it's still one of those things that people are sometimes reluctant to reveal about themselves when they meet someone for the first time. Like they'll talk about their other hobbies, but they might not mention the wrestling thing until a bit later on when you know the guy's a bit better and you know they're not going to judge, you know, because some people get very judgy about it, you know. But I guess it's
yeah,
like that in other countries too. I mean, I guess in America, like, you know, saying you're into wrestling, most people will assume you're into like WWE or something, right? Yeah,
I
so
guess so.
yeah.
Here in the Netherlands, it's not popular. It's never been popular. So I think
Really?
if I
Oh
were to
no.
say I'm into wrestling, 90% wouldn't know what I was talking about.
Yeah.
And if I specified Japanese wrestling, they'd probably think I was talking about sumo wrestling.
Yikes. I mean, to be fair, I
Yeah.
mean, I've had that experience in Japan as well, like talking to some of my students. I mean, like, sometimes when students, like, find out that I'm into wrestling, and that's happened before because I was on a TV show something like 10 or 11 years ago, like called Why Did You Come to Japan? And this TV crew followed me to a couple of the New Year shows. So, like, a few people at that time kind of recognized me from that. And like, some of my students maybe didn't see the show, but they kind of heard about it from like staff members or something like that. And they were like, "Oh wow, so I heard you went to see WWE." And I was just like, "No, no, I did not." But thanks for asking. And even when I told this my students at that time, like, no, I watched Japanese wrestling mostly, and they were just kind of like, "There's Japanese pro wrestling," and I was like, yeah, like, do you know about like the big shows at the Tokyo Dome? And they hadn't heard of them even, like it was just so far out of their sphere of experience. Like, yeah, I mean, like people do tend to compartmentalize their experiences a lot, like especially nowadays. So if people haven't heard of wrestling and like, even while living in Japan, if they haven't heard of like Japanese wrestling, it's like it's a little strange, but I kind of understand why it is. I mean, that's just kind of the way a lot of people live generally in it. It's just like people kind of focus on their own stuff, and it's like that
Yeah, and
stuff is important to them, but anything else just kind of flies over the radar because it's just not something they have experience with.
yeah, and I'd say wrestling is not something you accidentally come across.
Yeah.
Like
Ex-
a football match, for example, you might actually accidentally, see because it's
of
so
course. Yeah.
widespread or whatever, but wrestling is pretty specific.
Yeah, but like that's one of the things I like, especially in recent years, because you're seeing more and more wrestlers like kind of doing sort of events in public places. Like you sometimes you can just sort of randomly come across wrestling in like shopping centers or like during festivals or something like that. And like sometimes, like they can get a lot of new fans in that way, like, because could you imagine just randomly doing shopping and then suddenly there's these guys like just sort of like really handsome guys jumping on each other? You're gonna want to know more about that, right? So yeah, you
Why are
know,
they naked?
yeah, it's just like,
Why are they
oh, that
wearing
looks like fun. Oh,
chains and
oh, oh, that's
masks?
pretty. Yeah, yeah,
That's
because like,
that's an interesting question, by the way, because I remember one day being on the bus and I
uh-huh.
was scrolling through my Instagram. I don't use Instagram, but I have an Instagram just to see what
Oh,
the wrestlers and stuff are doing
okay,
because they
cool.
are very active
Yeah.
on Instagram. And this was during the time when Dragon Lee was in New Japan. Um,
Ah, yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
And I was scrolling through my Instagram and I paused and I did something else in my bag and I turned back to my phone and there's this woman next to me looking at my phone. I'm like, What?" So I look at my phone and it stopped on Dragon Lee in a mask, buck
Mhm.
naked for the rest of it.
Nice, excellent.
And I was like, well, not buck naked, but you couldn't see that he was wearing pants.
Sure.
So
Oh my
it
gosh.
looked like this was some weird kink. And
Mhm.
I was like, no, no, it's wrestling.
Yeah.
And I just took my phone, I turned it off, and I was like, I'm mortified. I
Oh
I
gosh.
am I am going to pretend that didn't happen.
But you can weaponize it as well, though. It's a wonderful thing. I mean, like, it's one time I mean, a couple of years ago, like, I was on a train and there was this one, like, kind of slightly creepy guy who would not stop looking at my damn phone, and I was just dicking around on social media and stuff like that. And he was, like, very obviously staring at my phone and trying to read what I was, like, writing and stuff like that. And, like, after a little bit, I just went, you know what? That's it. And I found a video of the pheromones that I took at one of the DDT shows I went to, and well, the pheromones being a pheromones, this guy got up and left.
So
And that
insecure.
was like the greatest victory I've had on a train. It was amazing.
Yeah. It's an experience being a wrestling fan
Yeah.
sometimes.
Yeah,
Anyway, we should probably get to the actual shows
we probably
because,
should. Yeah.
yeah, between us, we could talk about the experience of being a
Oh
female
God,
wrestling
yeah.
fan all day, probably.
Mhm.
Um, okay. So we're talking about 4 shows today,
Yep.
which means it's going to be a long one.
Mhm.
Um, be ready because this
Oh
already
yeah,
took
go for it. Yeah,
almost
bring it.
30 minutes and we haven't even gone to any of the matches.
Yeah, it's fine
Uh,
by me. Yeah, let's go.
so we're talking about 3 shows from the All Japan Dream Power series and then one New Age Chronicles Z
Hmm.
show. Z? How would they pronounce it? I don't know. Um,
Yeah. Oh gosh.
Z or Z, depending on what you want to
Probably
call
Z.
it.
Oh no, actually no, probably Z. Like we tend to use. Actually, I'm trying to remember how usually Shindo pronounced it because he's got the official pronunciation. But me being British and all, like I want to say Z, but Z might be preferable for some people. I don't know.
Yeah, and I'm Dutch, so I have
Yeah,
no. We would call it Z,
yeah.
which
Let's just go with Z. Yeah, it's probably fine.
so those are the 4 shows. The first one was quite a while ago, beginning of
Hmm.
the month,
Yeah.
9th of March 2025.
Hmm.
I have to say the first 2 shows I had to rewatch some of it because
Yeah.
I have notes for everything, but some
Oh
of the
gosh.
notes don't make sense unless you've got in the back of your mind what the match was actually about.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't have a
so
lot in the way of notes, but I did take a ton of photos at that show. So like I'm just gonna refresh my memory by doing that.
yeah,
Yeah.
I may have gone to my GIF account and just scrolled through the GIFs
Yeah,
as
that's a
like
good way to do it.
the
Yeah.
highlight moments.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first event was on the 9th of March, like I said. It featured how many matches? Let me see. Six matches.
Yeah.
And it started with a singles match between
Mhm.
Naruki Doi versus Yuko Miyamoto.
Yep.
Um, by the way, you are much better at Japanese than I am. So if
Yeah.
I pronounce anything incorrectly, just tell
Yeah,
me.
sure. Yeah, no problems.
So this singles match, would you like to start about what you thought about it?
Um, I mean, I always get hyped whenever I see Miyamoto in a match because, well, he's inadvertently one of the big reasons I got into wrestling in the first place. So I'm always happy to see him anywhere outside, like inside or outside of Triple Six. You know, like I think he's one of those guys that he tends to fly under the radar a lot because he's from a smaller promotion, but like like he seems to get better as he gets older, which is kind of an interesting one. But like I always enjoy his matches, and like I think it's one of Doi. Like he just sort of like they sort of played off each other really well, and I really enjoyed this one. There was a lot to enjoy. There was a lot to enjoy about it, really. Just yeah, it was a good time.
Yeah, it's funny that you talk about all these promotions that yeah, that you've gone to because
Mm,
we are so different in that way.
yeah.
I I am very limited in what I know and the wrestlers I know. So 9 times out of 10, if a wrestler from outside of All Japan
Mm.
shows up in All Japan, I'm like, I have no idea who this person is.
Huh.
So before All Japan, I had no idea who Yuko Miyamoto was. Like a
Yeah.
lot of these guys, I will have seen them because I
Yeah.
follow certain people like you
Yeah.
who talk about various promotions. And I like
Mm.
DDT, I don't watch a lot, but I
Yeah.
know everything that is
Yeah.
happening there because of I follow so many big fans.
Yeah.
So I roughly knew who Yuko Miyamoto was, but I'd never seen any of his matches before I started watching All Japan.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, I mean, I totally understand that. I mean, like when I first started going to All Japan shows, it wasn't necessarily because it was All Japan. It was because some guy from one of the smaller promotions that I was watching was going to be there, and I was like, "Oh, this will be fun." And like, I like back in the day, you could reserve your tickets with those wrestlers. Like, I don't think you can do that these days so much, but like, and now at that time, like I was just like, hey, I heard you have this match, so like, can you keep a ticket for me? And he'd be, yeah, sure, yeah, sort of thing. So like, so it all came from just sort of, like getting into it via other wrestlers who I already knew, So like, I mean, like the first time I saw Kento Miyahara, he was not even in All Japan yet. Like he was actually he was a member of Voodoo Murders the first time I saw him. And I remember being really confused because I thought his entrance music was Voodoo Murders' theme. And the first time I saw him at an Old Japan show, I was just like, oh my God, did he rejoin Voodoo Murders? What happened? So, like, I was so surprised, like, especially like when he started getting so popular. Like, I was just thought, wow, he's so different from like the first time when I saw him, And like yeah, so yeah, when I first like went to Old Japan, yeah, I had no idea who anybody was essentially, but like you just sort of pick things up over time, and I started going to All Japan sort of more regularly, like mainly because like after Wrestle One ended, a lot of Wrestle One's guys basically ended up wrestling in All Japan on the regular, like especially guys like Kuma Arashi. Like I'm a huge fan of Kuma Arashi, so I'll follow that guy anywhere.
Same.
Yeah. So like that was one of the reasons I started going to All Japan more regularly, because so I could basically so I could get my Wrestle One fix. But like I mean, I was starting to ramp up my attendance at All Japan anyway, because it was getting to the point where like I would not be at any All Japan shows for like months and months and months, and then I would go to one and just be come out of there thinking, I actually really like this company. Why don't I go see them more often? And then, like for whatever reason, ended up not seeing them again for months and months and months, and being like, oh well, Japan's got a show I can go to. I wonder where that's going to be. It was just, it was a lot of back and forth like that until I started being able to go more regularly. Yeah. I've took us off on another tangent, I'm afraid. I'm sorry,
It's
but yeah.
okay.
But yeah, so that's basically how, like, I actually really like it when guys from other promotions take part, like, in different places, because it's an easy way to kind of ease you into the worlds of these other promotions. Like it only really takes like one guy you really like taking part in another company, and then that's how you discover a bunch of other guys who you'd never even heard of before. It's like it's kind of a fun way to discover new wrestlers, I think.
It is. It's not for me.
Yeah.
I am oh God, how do I explain this? I need investment for my wrestling. So I need to
Gotcha.
know the person involved, because
Yeah.
I am a story and character person, and if I have no idea who this person is, I'm like, well, the wrestling is good,
Yeah.
but I am not invested.
Yeah.
And I intentionally limit myself to how many promotions I watch, because I get pretty obsessive about the
Sure.
stuff I watch, and I want to know everything. I want to follow everyone.
Okay. Yeah.
And just having two promotions, New Japan and Old Japan, is already it fills my days pretty
Yeah.
much.
I mean, they both
So
produce so much content anyway. I mean, it's like,
yeah,
yeah, I mean, one of the downsides of being into a lot of different promotions is the fact that there literally aren't enough hours in a day to keep up with everything, because I mean, I was considering, for example, like with the Dragon Gate wrestlers taking part in All Japan this year, I was considering maybe trying to watch more Dragon Gate, because it's one of those promotions where I've always heard so many good things about it. And like, they have a lot of really great wrestlers that I've seen in other places, but it literally is just sort of a limit on my time. Like, and like sometimes it's really sad. Like there are some promotions that I do actually genuinely like, but I don't necessarily watch all of their shows just because I literally don't have the time to do it. So it's like I like a lot of different promotions, but in terms of watching, I mean, even like All Japan, like I really like All Japan, but like occasionally I'll have to be like, yeah, I'm not gonna be able to I'm not gonna have time to watch this, So like I'm just gonna catch up through like the digest on YouTube or something like that, So like just so I know the main beats of what happened in the show or something like that. It's rough having a job and watching wrestling.
It is.
Yeah.
Sometimes I wish I could have a job that allowed me to watch wrestling.
Oh God,
Um,
absolutely. Yeah.
but never going to happen, especially
Yeah.
here.
Yeah. It's just so hard. And it's
Any
yeah, anyways, yeah. I'm gonna rein myself in a bit here. Yeah.
first match on the card, I should probably talk about it.
Yeah.
Um, Naruto is I enjoy his whole flabbergasted, annoyed response to the
Yeah.
crowd. I've said this before. I enjoy that he seems to be the only person in when he's wrestling in All Japan
Mm.
who goes out there to be the heel.
Yeah.
He wants everyone to hate him and boo him, and
Yeah.
he gets all annoyed when they are cheering for someone other than him. It's the best thing ever because he is so dismissive of everyone,
Yeah.
even the people on his own team, and it's the best thing. I enjoy that so much. As someone who
Yeah.
loves character work, it's just a great
Yeah.
fun. And it gets the crowd involved as well. And this first show had a lot of crowd interest. They were really into it, and I
Mm.
think it started with this first match being Naruki Doi basically egging the crowd on to
Yeah.
be against him, which is a lot of fun. I wouldn't say there are too many pure heels that
Mm.
wrestle for All Japan. Some of
Yeah.
them are, depending on who they're wrestling, you can
Yeah.
consider them heels, but he's the only one who goes out there, I'm gonna make them boo me today.
Yeah.
And it's gonna happen.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of the things that I really appreciate about All Japan shows is just like how they get the crowd invested right from the very first match. It's like some promotions, like you'll notice where like they'll start off with like obviously like the lower card is maybe there's some good matches, but not necessarily particularly important or noteworthy ones, but just sort of there to fill the card kind of thing. And that's when you get the stereotypical polite clapping, oh, that was a good move, well done to you, kind of response from the audience. And then like as the audience kind of gets warmed up during the show, and then by the time it gets to the main event, everyone's like cheering and like going crazy and stuff like that. But in All Japan, there seems to be much more of an effort to get everybody like that from the start, So like you get like more of a loud cheering, you get more like of the enthusiasm from the fans, like right from the get-go. And it just like it feels like a very positive atmosphere in there because it's like people obviously have their favorite wrestlers or like and obviously some wrestlers are going to be more popular than others, but you would not know it necessarily from the crowd because like the crowd is just really really happy to be there for every single match, and it's such a nice feeling. It's a really good atmosphere, just and you don't need to wait for it to sort of warm up so much because it's just like the right in there just going like, okay, we're going to entertain you, get ready. And then like it's just the crowd work is just so good. I really, really appreciate that.
Yeah, yeah, it's like they know that they have to ramp it up, and
Yeah.
they enjoy ramping it up, to be like,
Yeah.
oh, well, it's start here. You're all
Yeah.
gonna hate me, and
Yeah.
then the next match, you're gonna be happy that I'm not there.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I mean, like the next match on the show, like I mean, because like that one had Taishin Nagao in it, yeah, and like
Hmm.
everybody loves Taishin. Okay, like everybody loves this kid. Like every single match he does, he gets so much support from the audience, and it's just so encouraging. It's just like, oh bless it. Everyone's just being super supportive, and it's really nice.
It's like everyone's adopted him.
Yeah.
It's the one baby in the community, and everyone's like, well, we'll have to take care of him as a group, like
Yeah.
fans and wrestlers alike. It's
Yeah.
cute.
Yeah. It's
Um,
it's so
yeah.
heartwarming.
Talking about the second match, let's just get into it.
Hmm.
Saiki Yoshioka and Shuji Kondo versus Taishi Nagao and Atsuki Ayagi.
Hmm.
Uh, Commentary calling them Seichan and Konchan made me laugh. I feel they need to make that a thing now. Like
Yeah.
regardless who either Musashi or Yoshioka team with, they need to
Yeah.
do the chan bit, um, and tell them like some of them would be annoyed, and I think that's the funniest thing. Just call them Chad wherever,
Yeah.
doesn't matter.
I mean,
Uh,
Kondo would just be such a good fit anyway. Like, I really wish he would take part in All Japan more often than he does because, like, like he can play like the big bad monster heel, or he can just be a goofy old bastard. Like it all works for him. It's so nice.
uh, talking about not respecting people.
Hmm.
Atsuki absolutely not respecting authority in this match
Does
was
he ever?
funny. No, he doesn't. He doesn't even respect his own brother, which is the
It's great.
funniest thing.
Like he's gonna
Uh,
turn out to be an even bigger dickhead than his brother, and I just love seeing it.
Probably, yeah. He's, and then he's with Taishin in this match, being the worst role model ever. Just running in, hitting Shuji Kondo, and then not listening to the referee several times,
Yep.
getting removed from the situation by Shuji Kondo, and then outsmarting him anyway.
Yeah.
It's the funniest thing of these. I wouldn't say Yoshioka is old, but like compared
Mm.
to the other team, the more senior team,
Oh, sure. Yeah.
um, versus the younger team, and the younger team being like, this is one young boy and a junior, and we do not give a fuck.
Yeah.
We will not listen to you. We will outdo you,
Yeah.
which was very funny. Even though Atsuki seemed more scared of Taishin than his opponents,
Oh,
because
yeah.
during this match he got spooked by him repeatedly, and it was the funniest thing. Uh, like Taishin ran out next to him while he was doing his entrance, and Atsuki is like, "Oh, what the hell
Yeah.
was that? Oh, it's, it's just a young boy. It's
Oh.
okay." Um, and then the story of Shuji Kondo getting hit with one drop kick in the very beginning of the match, and then spending the rest of the match trying to avoid more of them,
Yeah.
which really funny to me. Is like, this disrespect, I will not suffer it anymore. No more
Oh,
drop kicks.
absolutely. Yeah. Because I mean, Kondo's always got that sort of aura about him. Like he doesn't get himself into more bother than is absolutely necessary. If he can sort of avoid the drama, then he does. But like, if he somehow finds himself embroiled in the sort of drama of the match, then he'll just go like, what, fuck you guys, and he'll just run around kicking ass and taking names. Like he's just he puts in exactly as much exertion as he needs to get the job done. Like it's never too much, but it's never too little. Like I just appreciate him.
Yeah, same. I he's not someone I get to watch a lot,
Mm.
so him being in Old Japan more would be nice.
Yeah.
But you never know. That's the one thing about Ultraban, is that there are so many freelancers that come in and out
Oh
and show
God,
up
yeah.
for a show here or there, which for someone who likes investment and consistency and character stuff
Yeah.
is a bit of a struggle sometimes. But it's been fun
Mm.
to get to get to know all these guys.
Yeah, but that's
Um,
that's one of the things that's nice about All Japan though. Like sometimes when you get guys who do take part quite a lot, they often eventually end up signing with All Japan. Like we had that with Hideki Suzuki and everything. Like we had it with Shotaro Ashino a few years ago. Sometimes the guys will just enjoy working with All Japan so much, and they just work so well in All Japan that they're just gonna like, sod it, I'm getting adopted. You know.
I am forcing you to adopt me.
Yes.
Do you have anything else you want to say about this match?
Not so much. I think you covered everything real well. Yeah, like I mean, I think we liked a lot of the same things about it. Yeah, it was just a very fun match to watch. Like without, I mean, there was some comedic elements of it, but it wasn't like the be all and end all of the match kind of thing. It was a lot of good stuff to enjoy about that, and yeah, it was definitely worth watching. Yeah, I loved it.
Well, talking about comedic stuff,
Yes.
the
Yeah.
third match, Hokutogun's Kuma Arashi, Jack Kennedy, and Hokuto Mori versus Takeda Mazawa and Yoshida
Yeah.
Takashi Yoshida.
Yep.
I said the other way around.
Yeah.
Um, so the story behind this match was potential new Hokutogun members,
Hmm.
and Octogon, I don't know if Michelle knows this. I have a soft spot for Octogon. I
That's good. Yay.
find them hilariously entertaining. I
They're
enjoy
great.
the story of this loser of a leader. I say that affectionately,
Yeah.
having this army of big guys who do his bidding, even though they
Yeah.
probably shouldn't. It's so fun. And
Yeah. But it's just like
it,
it's such a good progression of his character though, because like he spent a good couple of years seemingly trying to be taken very seriously as a heel. You know, like back when he was in like Total Eclipse, for example, like a heel unit with Jake, like back when Jake Lee was still around, yeah. Like I mean, you know, he was basically like he just he's always been very very sure of himself as like the coolest guy and like the toughest guy and stuff like that, and like demanding respect from everyone. And then it just sort of segued really nicely into this sort of softer, sort of more cartoonish version of himself, where he still maintains a lot of the same kind of character traits that he did when he was trying to be taken a bit more seriously, but he sort of turned it on its head, and it's like it's made it kind of more entertaining and more endearing to watch, really, you know, because
yeah,
it's just like, I mean, that's the thing about Hokuto. It's like he is very cool, you know. Like a lot of girls actually do quite like him, but it's just like, you know, it's just basically all Japan lore at this point. That he's, in the delightful words of Yuma Aoyagi, this one time he was having this argument with him on Twitter, and Aoyagi basically turned around and I guess the rough English translation of what he said to him was, "Shut the fuck up, you fat sissy." And I remember reading it and just I laughed like nonstop for like 10 minutes. And it was just like, no, you just don't do him dirty like that. Yuma, he's not that bad. Leave him alone. You know? But it was just he's the kind of guy like you can't bring yourself to dislike him, you know, like he acts like a massive dick like a good 99% of the time, but in the best possible way, you know. And it's just like, you know, whenever Hokuto come out now, it's just like it's one of the funniest things that you'll see in the entire show, you know, like they're just great guys.
yeah. I feel Octogon is one of those factions that serious quote unquote wrestling fans will hate. You
Yeah, oh
know,
yeah,
the ones, right, who are like,
yeah,
well, wrestling has to be serious and badass and cool, and they have to beat each other up. And then
yeah,
here comes Octogon with
yeah,
their fail son of a leader
yeah,
doing weird shit, and
yeah,
like Aizawa number one and Kuma Arashi, and they're all being weirdos in the
yeah,
best way possible. I think those people don't quite understand the fun of a group like this and a character
yeah,
like Hokuto Omori, because
exactly, yeah,
his whole deal is that he's a narcissist, right? He
yeah,
loves himself, and he just
absolutely, yeah,
can't convince anyone other than Hokuto-gun that he is
yeah.
actually that cool. And even Hokuto-gun are like, "You're pathetic, but we love you. It's fine."
Yeah, because I
Um,
mean that's pretty much like how this match started, wasn't it? Because he came out there like looking all cool in his little suit and everything, and just sort of talking shit to everyone, and then everyone just sort of took against him and started bullying him and ripping off his suit and everything, and that was like a beautiful thing to see.
sexual harassment in the workplace.
Yeah, it's just like, okay, guys, oh, hello. Oh, it's going to be this kind of match. Okay, great. You know, I got so many pictures of the guys just ripping his clothes off. It was great.
Yeah, I had to laugh at that because here's Hokuto Omori looking very handsome. I thought he
Yeah.
looked very nice in his suit,
He
and
did,
and
yeah. Like the
and
one
the
time he actually looks cool, and people, like his mates, still hate it. Yeah,
yes, because that's the funniest thing about it. It's not the opponents. It's also the opponents,
yeah,
but it's also his own teammates undressing him against his will.
yeah,
Uh, and it was funny because after the show, I tweeted at Jack Kennedy. Jack Kennedy follows me
yeah,
on both my GIF account and my personal account. So I
yeah.
tweeted at him, "You're just mad that he didn't tell you that you were wearing a suit. That's why you did that." And his response was like, "Well, no, no, that wasn't the reason." We've been having this back and forth between him and me about him being a bad minion
Yeah,
and it being a insubordination, and that I'm going to tell his leader about it. which is the
They're all
funniest
bad
bit.
minions.
They're the worst. Like Kuma Arashi is the best,
Yeah,
and considering he's not that good of a minion,
he's
that's
really
saying a
not.
lot.
And it's like Aizawa number one will typically do most of what Hokuto wants, but like if he disagrees with it, he's not gonna follow orders if it doesn't align with what he wants either. He's just like, nah, screw that. Like I'm doing this now. Yay, champagne.
I love Octogun. I
Yeah.
it's funnier to me because I know that those kind of fans won't like it.
Yeah.
Like this was the worst match on the card, and like you
Oh
don't like the
God.
fun.
But it was just so much fun. Like the entire first part of the match was just literally everybody bullying Hokuto Omori in various ways. Like first they ripped off his clothes, and then they kept hitting him in the balls like repeatedly,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah,
And
that's the
and
thing.
then like another guy joined in, and he also repeatedly hit him in the balls. And it's just, a
Yeah,
lot of it was just showing, yeah, this guy's a pathetic loser, but we're
yeah.
gonna cheer for him anyway because look at his little face, you know.
But also the logic of these guys showing up to be in Hokuto Omori's group. Like
Yeah.
this is the biggest loser in
Hmm.
all Japan,
Yeah.
and he's like, "Want to be part of my group?" And people are like, "Yes."
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Logic.
Yeah.
And then he brings these three out, right? And
Yeah.
I think Masawa might be busy doing other things in all Japan, possibly.
Yeah.
Um, and I think Takeda was never going to be a good decision because
Mm.
Hokusomori is accident prone, and I
Oh
feel
God,
like
yeah.
that would not work well. Too many weapons, too
Yeah.
much blood. So I
Yeah.
think the decision was a smart one. I think this was the best
Hmm.
thing they could have gone with. Um,
Yeah. Yeah. And
this is
it
one of
also just ties in so nicely with like the increased like Dragon Gate presence in all Japan this year, because like with what's his face, Madoka Kikuta taking part in the Champion Carnival as well. Like, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if we saw more Dragon Gate involvement, like maybe from some of the other guys like throughout the year. Like it would be interesting to see how all that works out.
yeah, yeah, I agree. I'm looking through my notes. Do you have anything more to say on this match? It was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
Don't go into it expecting a 5-star match, but if you
no,
want to have a good time,
it was just a really good time, like there was a lot to keep you engaged, to keep you entertained, and like at the end of the day, like like that's basically what wrestling boils down to. It's just like, did you enjoy watching this thing? Yes, I did. Well then, like it did its job, basically. Like I don't like it. I mean, it's like it's fine to take things seriously, but when you take things seriously to the point where you find yourself not being able to enjoy other parts of it, it's just like, you got to kind of let loose sometimes and just be like, just sort of sit back and just enjoy what you're watching, like if you overanalyze every single little thing, you're never going to enjoy it. So yeah, like I really like seeing this kind of match in All Japan because it brings something to the table that only really Hokuto and possibly back on Ojidai maybe can bring that sort of thing too. But this kind of match rules, just in terms of just pure fun and enjoyment.
yeah, I
Yeah.
think the difference between Hokutogun and Bakanoji Dai is that Bakanoji Dai have some actual serious dangerous wrestlers
Yeah.
in there that
Yeah.
if you piss them off, you would be in trouble.
Yeah.
Whereas if you can outrun Cyrus, you're pretty much okay.
Yeah.
I think when it comes to Octogon. So
No, like in my case, like I would consider running away, but then see Kuma Arashi and just be like, "Oh, hello! I have a ridiculously embarrassing crush on you. How are you doing?" And I would just get distracted, and then I'd get knocked out by Cyrus or something. I don't know. But
might
either
might be
way, I'd be
worth
having
it.
a good time. I don't care.
Oh god. Okay, talking about Bakanoji Dai, there are a couple of
Yeah.
Bakanoji Dai members in the next match.
Yay.
Um, match 4, Elpida's Ren Ayabe, Yuma Anzai, Rising Haito, and Ruki Honda versus
Mhm.
Shotora Ashino, Hideki Suzuki, Dan Tamura, and Ryo Inoue.
Yeah.
Um, do you want to start talking about this match first?
Okay, so I loved this match very, very much. I was generally very sad to see Rising Hayato taking as much punishment as he did because he just got chucked around rather a lot, and it was just like, I know he's very easy to chuck around, but come on, guys, give him a break, like, but it's mainly because whenever he sells a move, like it looks like it's literally killing him sometimes, it's just like, no, you kicked me too hard. My back is broken. Ah, yeah. And it's just like, I appreciate it. I do like it, but it's just like, I do sort of worry sometimes if he is actually hurt. And then, yeah, I mean, but obviously he gave as good as he got, and like it all looked great, but there were some points where it was just like, stop, stop, he's already dead.
He's
And
too pretty to die.
yeah, but like, there's at least, I would say there's at least three-quarters of LP that applies to. But like they're all good guys, really. Though I mean, like, it was good to see them like in this kind of match because like they all got a chance to showcase like a lot of the things they're all real good at. Like, I mean, the one thing that I always say about like certain types of multi-man tag matches, like I kind of have a love-hate relationship with multi-man tags. I mean, six-man tags I can generally deal with. Anything above that, so it really depends a lot on how the wrestlers deal with it because I've been to so many like multi-man tags where it's all chaotic but not necessarily in a good way. Like it kind of comes off that people aren't really sure what they're supposed to be doing, or you don't know where, as an audience member, you don't know like what you're supposed to be paying attention to in the moment, like, and like, for like in some companies, like, yeah, and especially if you're attending shows live, like occasionally in those kinds of matches, you'll end up missing the finish because you're looking at entirely the wrong thing. It's just like, okay, what's going on over here? Oh, well, that looks interesting. Ding, ding, ding. What? It's finished? Yeah. But like, All Japan seems to do these kinds of matches very, very well. Like, there's always a lot of stuff going on, but they are always very clearly showing you, like, the thing that you should be looking at. Like, obviously, there's always a lot of stuff going on outside of a ring, and it's kind of a fun distraction sometimes, but it doesn't distract you from what they are trying to show you, if that makes sense. So it's like these kinds of matches like tend to work very, very well in All Japan. Like everyone seems to know their role and like their place in the story of the match. And like really enjoyed this one, especially because it was kind of like setting up for like the future like tag championship match and everything, and like it told a very interesting story, and I just really loved it.
Yeah, I I think that's the one advantage of watching online is that
Yeah,
they have a camera and the camera tells me what to look at.
yeah,
So I will never miss
yeah,
the final pin of the match. And this match it's a lot of it's the kind of match I really appreciate because it sets the sides very clearly. It's the shooter sides,
hmm,
the ones that can kill you if they wanted to versus
oh yeah,
the guys that suffer really well.
yeah,
Especially Rising High to Yuma Anzai. I knew before the match that Anzai's knee was going to get targeted
oh yeah,
because if Hideki Suzuki loves anything, it's destroying Yuma Anzai's knee.
yeah,
So he did that for most of the match, and Hayato and Anzai both suffered a lot. But
hmm,
what I love about Elpida is that Anzai is usually the one who has to be saved.
yeah,
And I've talked about this before. It's the contradiction of Yuma Anza being the top guy in their faction, right? The former
yeah,
champion, the face pretty much of the faction, and yet he's the one who needs the saving the most.
yeah,
He needs saving from Hayato when they're in tag matches. He needs saving from the rest of his faction when they're in multi-man matches. And I
yeah,
I like that because you could very easily make Yuma Anzai stand above them
mm,
by making him too good,
yeah,
and they circumvent that by making him the pathetic one who needs saving. Um,
Yeah.
and
I
I
mean,
think that's a great decision.
yeah. I mean, like that just got me thinking, like, oh, Peter are actually just such a fantastic parallel to Hokutogun. Because you got like, Hokuto and Anzai, like they both have really high opinions of themselves. And in a way, like their matches are very different, but like, the way they are treated by their teammates, it's like Hokuto's pathetic, so we're not going to listen to him. But Anzai's pathetic, so we need to help him. And it's just like, I mean, Hokuto would love to have that kind of treatment from his minions, right?
He
But he
should.
just doesn't get it, because yeah, but Anzai's over here just getting like he's constantly getting rescued or getting protected by his teammates, and it's just like
Yeah.
a really nice kind of contrast.
Yeah, I feel like Yuma Anzai is the picture that narcissist Hokuto Mori sees when he looks in the mirror. Like the handsome, cool guy everyone accepts and who has reached the top of the company and who's done the thing and who has picture books
Yeah,
and stuff like that. And who
I.
gets told daily how handsome and cool he is.
I
Which made the tag match later on uh
mean, that
very
just
fun.
tells me that Anzai's well overdue for a maid outfit photo shoot.
Yes.
Yeah.
I want he could probably convince Honda to do it, right? I don't
Oh,
think Ayabe is
Honda would
doing
be
it.
well up for that. Yeah.
Honda would do it. He could
Yeah.
do the Kuma Arashi, I am not into this. Oh wait, maybe I am thing
Yeah.
that Kuma did.
Bless him. But I mean, I was into it. Wow. But yeah.
That was one of the best experiences of my life watching that because you can tell that Hokuto Amori is so into it. He is
Yeah.
so enthused. He is so excited. He's smiling. He did his makeup really nicely. And then Kuma Arashi in the first 10 minutes is like, I am so uncomfortable. And then he starts, he looks at, I think he looks at Hokuto and he sees how enthused he is and he slowly gets into it. And
Yeah.
then at the end, he's into it too and he's way more comfortable and he's laughing and smiling and happy.
Yeah.
And that's just, it was so nice. Anyway, I've
Yeah.
talked about that way
Yeah.
too often on my shows. I need to stop doing it every podcast.
Yeah.
And then the last comment after me, you talked about Hayato suffering and getting hit a lot.
Yeah.
At the very end, after the match is over, Hideki Suzuki just kicks him in the head,
Oh, good.
and I'm
Yeah.
like, dude, the match is over. He doesn't need to die. He's already
Yeah.
dead. What the hell are you doing? Uh, it startled me
Like
a
he
little.
hasn't suffered enough. Kick.
Yeah, like I pinned Yuma. I need to kill the other one. Uh, he's okay. He was fine, but it was clearly a kick to the head, and I was like, oh god,
Yeah.
please be careful.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, I'm the only one allowed to wear purple in this company. Fuck off.
I did appreciate that during the tag match that they kind of color coordinated. It was
Yeah.
nice. Well done. Um, okay, so the next match was Seiko Tachibana versus Musashi.
Mhm.
Um, I'll start talking about that first. I like matches like this where
Yeah.
both guys are liked by the
Mhm.
crowd. Like, of course, I like the heel face dynamic when it's happening, but sometimes you have these matches where one guy is really popular and the other guy isn't, and you're like,
Mm.
"Ooh, this is a little uncomfortable."
Yeah.
But that wasn't the case here. Both these guys are loved, and I
Mm.
was really excited about this match. And
Oh,
Yoshioka being at ringside added to it a lot. Just
mhm.
him watching everything from the neutral corner, being all, I am neutral. I am not on Masashi's side, even though we all know I am on Masashi's side.
Yeah.
Uh, except whenever Musashi remains motionless on the outside of the ring for too long, and then he just runs over to go and check. And I thought that was so sweet. Like
Oh,
I am not here. I am neutral, except when it looks like my guy might be dead, and then I have to go and check if he's okay.
yeah.
Um, and then the last 5 minutes of this match, which is so exciting, like
Oh,
near
yeah.
fall, and moves everywhere, and it was a great match. I figured it would be because I trust
Mhm.
both Tachibana and Musashi to have a good match. But it
Yeah.
was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Because I mean,
What
like
did you think?
Tachibana is one of those guys where it's like he's not like majorly popular, but it's like at the same time everybody likes and appreciates him, you know. So it's like I'm not sure anybody necessarily expected him to win here. You know, like I think a lot of people went into this just kind of expecting Musashi to retain, and I mean, obviously that's what ended up happening. But like you say, like those last few minutes, it was just like, oh my god, like you know, like, you literally could not tell they were so evenly matched at one point, when it was like, you know, like when I was so sort of like, you know, tweeting photos from a show and stuff, and like saying like, you know, who won or whatever, and it's like so many times, like in the last few minutes of that match, I was just getting ready to go like Musashi retains, or oh wow, Tachibana did it, or something like that, and then it was just like, okay, getting ready, gearing up. No, no, they haven't yet. Okay. All right. Oh, we're still going. Oh, damn. Oh, oh, okay. Okay, right now. But now it's gonna end. No, it's not. Oh God. Yeah. Yeah. And it was just like,
They saved it up for the end of the match. Like they
yeah.
really wanted to fuck with you.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah.
it's interesting what you said about Tachibana and him not
Mm,
being popular. I think he is very popular, but
mm.
the you never know what Tachibana you're gonna get, because if he's
Yeah.
with Jiro, then he's the haha funny Tachibana.
I think.
And
Yeah.
I don't think he's as popular as the serious wrestler away from Jiro,
Yeah.
Tachibana.
Yeah. I mean, it's like the thing with Tachibana is like he is genuinely a really good wrestler, and like he can pull it out of the bag if and when he needs to. I think he's also that kind of guy where it's like people tend to expect less from him than they're gonna get. You know, so like he often ends up surprising you when really at this point, like it's not like he should be surprising people, but sometimes he does, just because of a way that he does his matches, basically, you know, like because like you say, like sometimes he is just a big funny goofball, and other times it's like fuck you, you die now kind of mode, you know. So it's like, yeah, like you know, once you realize which one you're getting, and you don't always just get one or the other. Sometimes you'll get like "fuck you, die now," and then get Goofy Guy later on. Sometimes you start Goofy and get Die Now later on. You know, it's just, you know, like he's very kind of unpredictable in a way, but you know, like he's always a good watch. You know, like he's developed a lot over the last few years, like particularly since Ikemen came back. You know, like I mean, I've got this friend. Let's see. So, one of my friends told me about. I think one of his friends said that Ikemen coming back to Japan was the greatest thing that could happen for Seigo Tachibana's career. Like, what do you think about that?
Personally, I am one of the few people alive who doesn't mind Jiro.
Yeah,
And in the All Japan fandom, that's quite rare because quite a
yeah.
few people find him very annoying.
Oh,
And
do. Because like people always seem to enjoy him like at the shows I'm attending, you know, like you know everybody
yeah,
loves like his antics, and like everyone kind of like, oh, you see all the women kind of going like maybe I'll get a hug this time kind of thing, because it's always nice getting a hug. Like he is excellent at hugging, by the way. Like you know, I highly recommend getting hugged by Jiro. You know, he's just, you
yeah,
know, he is really rather excellent at the whole at hugging. You know, it's just nice.
I think that's the thing. It's
Yeah.
the fact that people I talk to or I see online aren't
Mm.
there in person.
Yeah.
So it's the difference between someone who sees Jiro live and who gets to do the whole shtick with him,
Yeah.
and the person who has to sit there for 10 minutes watching other people have fun with him,
Yeah.
right? And for
Yeah.
people who watch it online, especially during like Champion Carnival, and last year he was in Champion
Yeah.
Carnival, you
Uh,
have so many matches spread out over a month, and every time you have to sit there for 10 minutes until he is done
yeah.
with his thing. I
Yeah.
think that's the thing, is it
Maybe it was just
doesn't
a bit
compare.
overkill. Yeah.
It's overkill if you're not there experiencing it yourself,
Yeah.
because then you feel kind of left out, and it's,
Yeah.
oh, they're all having fun and I'm just sitting here waiting for it to be done because I can't join in anyway. So
Yeah.
we're just watching a guy running around doing fun shit while we are here to watch the wrestling,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's understandable. Yeah, I mean, it's like there's always going to be some part of the experience which is missing, like, when you're watching it live versus when you're watching it like online or something like that. I mean, I consider myself very lucky to be able to make it to as many of our shows like as I do. Like, I mean, obviously I don't make it to every single one, but like I'm always very happy when I'm there, and like the atmosphere can't be beat. It's like, sometimes I wonder like how much of that is getting across like at home, because I tend not to rewatch shows that I've actually attended, like at least not right away. Like it normally comes like a few years down the line or something, going like, oh yeah, I remember this show being real good. Let's give it a rewatch. But like, normally like when I'm there, like, you get so much like out of like even just being there. Like you can be in the worst seat in the place, but there are certain experiences that just will, like, yeah, for obvious reasons, they won't translate very well like onto our recording or something like that. And like Ickerman's one of those guys, I think. Like I think he needs to be experienced live before you appreciate what it is he's actually doing. Because when he makes his entrance, like the entire atmosphere changes like in the venue. Like everyone just sort of gears up, and like it's just such a positive and happy feeling. Like like the second his music kicks in, like when you hear those first two like guitar notes, it's just like, yeah, okay, we're gonna have some fun now, woo. And like everyone just starts getting into it from like literally from a second his entrance music starts up, and it's really a very, very special thing to see. But I can imagine it being kind of grating, like if you have to sit through that every single time for something like the Champion Carnival. But like generally speaking, it is like it's so much fun to sit through. It's just it is. It's something I really like about him. Like he's a nice guy.
I enjoy it personally, and I enjoy
Yeah,
the crowd interaction aspect of it, and
yeah,
we'll talk about that more in a later
yeah.
match.
Oh yeah, I
Um,
think I know the one you're
uh,
talking about. Yeah.
but I understand why people, especially people who are in a time crunch,
Yeah.
are like, I want to get All Japan done, and this guy is having a 10-minute entrance when we could have had 10 minutes of wrestling.
Yeah.
So I get it from both sides. I don't mind
Absolutely.
Giro. I enjoy it for
Yeah.
the most part, but I've also become really good at zoning out wrestlers I don't like.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And I it's not that I don't like him. I'm just giving an example.
Sure. Yeah.
I've gotten very good at accepting that not every wrestler is for me.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're just not my thing, and that's
Yeah.
okay because I know that they are other people's thing.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
But yeah, it I can understand why if you are in a time crunch, you're like, well, would he just hurry up, please?
Yeah.
Anyway, we've been talking
Yeah.
about Jiro, even though he wasn't in the match. He
Yeah.
wasn't even on the show, I think.
Nah, he
Uh,
wasn't even there, but yeah, but that's the kind of effect your guy has, though. Yeah.
anyway, we should probably get to the main event, um, which
Oh
was
God, the main event. Oh.
was a title match for the tag belts, and a very, very important title match for the tag belts because the title belts changed. What was it?
Yes.
The 100,
Yeah,
100th
so yeah, business tag
team?
became the 100th tag champions, and oh my God, it was like it was one of those matches where it was like I love everybody in this match, but I am like quite a big Saito Brothers fangirl as well. So like but I wasn't. It was kind of hard. Like going into this match, I was kind of sort of 50-50. Like, it would be nice if they retained again, but I don't really expect them to because they're up against fucking Miyahara and Aoyagi. And it's just like those guys, when you put them together, you're gonna get like something pretty amazing, like, and it's it doesn't seem particularly likely that they'll make it out of this match with the belts, and I was right on the money with that apparently. And it was just like but it was one of those really great kinds of main events where, like, I mean, obviously, I was a little sad that Saito Brothers lost the championships because, like, I'm a big old fan of theirs. But, like, the way that they lost it, like, it was such a brilliant match, and it was just like I was really, really happy to have seen it. and it's just like I kind of felt like, yeah, Aoyagi absolutely, Aoyagi and Miyahara absolutely earned that stuff. I mean, damn, that was it was just such an incredible match, and like when when the 3 count happened, like it like you've never heard so much noise in there. Like it was just like everybody just screamed, and it was just like, it was a really beautiful moment. I mean, like, yeah, one of my favorite tag teams just bloody lost, but the guys they lost to are actually really awesome in their own rights as well. So like I wasn't disappointed. I didn't go home sad because my favorite guys lost, but I was happy to have seen such a good match. Like even with how it ended, like I was really, really happy to have experienced that live. It was just so good.
You sound very excited. It's cute.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, this match was great. To be honest, I was convinced Kento and Yuma were winning
Yeah. Yeah.
from the get-go,
Uh,
purely because of the logistics.
yeah.
I was like, which other team is big enough to
Hmm.
be the 100th
Yeah, I mean, this is going to come up
team?
later as well, and I think you know why, but it's just like, it does come up to a point where it's like, if they had lost, like, who would have been the guys to beat the Saito brothers eventually? Like, it's like, like, it would be hard to think of, like, a better tag team to challenge them at that point. And it was like, like, they'd already had racked up so many consecutive defenses and everything, and it was just like, the time had to come soon, and they had to lose the belts to somebody who was like worthy of having them in a way. Like it had to go to a really strong team because they had proven themselves time and time again that they were like such strong champions. And like if they hadn't lost the belts to Aoyagi and Miyahara, like I honestly don't know who they could have lost them to in a way. I think it
No,
was a
no.
good time for that to happen. And I think
I and I
it was a good decision, really.
Yeah, and I feel like if it's this big of a milestone, like
Yeah.
100, you
Mm.
need the perfect guys for it because it's one of
Yeah.
those things that's going to keep coming back. And it's
Yeah.
going to be, oh, look, the 100th tag team
Mhm.
champions.
Yeah,
It,
like you
it,
can't just have them going to some random guys who happen to be in the
no,
right place at the right time. It had to be someone like Miyahara and Aoyagi. Like I honestly don't. In this context, I really can't think of a better team for that to happen to.
no, no, unless you're like 2 years down the line and a
Yeah.
team like Ayabe and Honda are really big, but
Yeah.
we're not there yet. You
We're not
need
quite there
you
yet
need
now.
an acely tag team to have that kind of milestone and to take it off of this absurdly popular and successful tag team. That's
Yeah.
another thing. You don't want to choose two guys who are going to get booed and
Mhm.
hated for taking the belts off of these really popular guys.
Yeah, because I
So,
mean, all Japan's
yeah.
had that problem before, so yeah, like but they did it well this time, So good for them.
Yeah, and I don't think I think people were sad, but I don't think they were mad. And I think
Mm,
that's the difference between
mm,
what it could have been. I think had you had two random guys
yeah.
um take the tag belts, people would have been mad. Like, why
Oh,
would you do that?
absolutely, yeah.
So, but they aren't mad at Kento and Yuma. It's fine.
Yeah, yeah. Everyone's
Yeah,
actually really happy about it. I mean, like even the Saito brothers fangirls who I met after the show, like they were just so happy that their guys tried so hard. Like they weren't mad about them losing the belts. Like they were a little sad about it, but like the thing with all Japan is like you cannot go wrong with putting a belt on Kento Miyahara for any reason. So like, like with business tag having the tag belts like that, like I mean, basically, even though like Saito Brothers fangirls might have been a bit sad about it, they still enjoyed the match, like, and everyone, I think everybody in there felt like it was a good match. So, like, everyone
yeah,
basically
and it
went home
really
happy
was.
about it.
It
Yeah.
really was. It had this perfect mix of comedy and serious stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it
Yumo
was good
Yagi
stuff.
fighting a fan in the stands was
Yeah.
the funniest thing. I love Yuma. He's my
Yeah.
favorite old Japan guy. I just love the mix of
Mhm.
seriousness and comedy.
Oh,
I
he's
love that
excellent.
in a wrestler. I love that he can be serious and be a dork at the
Yeah,
same time. And Kento is
absolutely.
very similar. He can be very serious, but if you let him be silly, he will also do it. And
Yeah.
that's against June and Ray, who are much more the straight guys in the situation,
Yeah.
the big guys who do comedy stuff,
Mm.
but it's much more subtle, right?
Yeah.
And they're usually the foil for the comedy stuff. They're
Yeah.
the wall that wrestlers will run into, right?
Yeah. Although, like,
Literally and figuratively.
yeah, it's like when they need to do the comedy stuff, they can do it very well. But like when they don't need to do it, they can just sort of, just do their own thing and beat the shit out of people, and everyone has a good
Yeah.
time watching them do that.
And the
It's
comedy
just,
revolves around them instead
yeah,
of
yeah. It
yeah.
just sort of like it just like comes, it's just naturally attracted to them. It's like, like even just some of like, like some of the standard things that you do in our matches now, like Jun like letting down his hair and Ray doing his crazy slaps in the corner and everything, like, those are, like it's like it's kind of taken seriously in the context, but like, well, apart from letting your hair down bit, that's more like a, it's kind of a joke, but like a lot of the girls like that as well, but they know how to work the crowd is the main thing, like I think they have learned so much like in the last few years, like because I mean when they made their debuts, like I mean I think obviously people wanted them to do well, but a lot of people didn't think they didn't have such high expectations of them in the beginning, because they started quite late, like they only joined All Japan like basically like in their mid 30s, so like nobody really knew what was going to happen with these guys, and weren't nobody was really sure what they were going to turn out to be like. And then when they came back from their excursion in America, and then like they entered Voodoo Murders and everything, and then suddenly it was just like, okay, now we've got these two giant guys who actually know what they're doing. Oh shit! And then it just sort of like snowballed from there. It's actually been a really amazing thing just following their career right from their debut up until like what they've become now and what they are likely to become in the future, like it's just been really fascinating watching them develop like that.
Yeah, and then you see them here. You talked about the slapping that Ray does, right?
Yeah.
And it be a comedy. Well, Yuma's chest did not
Yeah,
find it funny because
absolutely not. No.
his chest was
Because
fully red.
yeah, it just like it looks hilarious, and like the way he sets it up, where he's like he's licking his hand and like pretending like he's gonna hit, and then oh, I'm not hitting you yet. No, 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 it's okay. Oh, let me just line this up a little bit nicely, and then he actually goes in for it, and it still looks kind of funny because he's shaking his head around and screaming the entire time, and it's all fun and games, ha ha ha. And then when his opponent comes out of a corner and it's like his chest looks like steak, it's just like, well, dang, actually
Like
that does
barbecue.
hurt.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I just this match was a lot of fun. I'm excited. I was excited for this match, but I'm more excited to see what the business act is going to do with the tag belts now,
Yeah.
because I love June and Ray as a tag team, but
Mm.
I've seen most of the combinations that were possible
Yeah.
against them, if that makes sense. So
Yeah.
to see all the new iterations of people challenging, and I just know that Kento and Yuma are going to give me the kind of matches I really enjoy, the serious bits with the comedy and the character stuff. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just a really amazing show from right from start to finish. Yeah, like that was such a good time.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the first show. I We're going to move on to the second show.
Yeah.
I wasn't huge on the second show compared to the first one.
Yeah.
I think it was also a case of there were a lot of wrestlers that I didn't know.
Yeah.
in the second match especially.
Gotcha.
But
Yeah. So like over
let
you
let
two dragon guys, yeah?
yeah, let's just get to the first match first
Yeah.
with guys I do know.
Yep.
First match was Atsuki Aoyagi versus Taishin Nagao.
Hmm.
I've seen a few matches of Atsuki interacting with Taishin now, and it's just always fun because he feels like he's being the big annoying brother
Yeah.
to Taishin.
Hmm.
But I also think it's because Atsuki has the same willingness to look silly that his
Yeah.
brother has.
Yeah.
So that doesn't really overpower Taishin the way other wrestlers might. So
Yeah.
he lets Taishin be not I wouldn't say equals, but for most of the match he lets Taishin be equals, and
Yeah. Like
then
he gives him a chance to show
yeah
what he can do. Yeah.
yeah, and he plays along with him,
Mm.
and then at the end he crushes him.
Yeah.
But like if Taishin were, for example, to wrestle Hideki Suzuki,
Oh God, no, he would get crushed. Yeah.
he would get crushed from minute one.
Yeah.
And Atsuki is not that way. Atsuki is
No.
playful, you know, as a wrestler and as a person, he's playful. So
Yeah.
he plays along with Taishin. And I
Yeah.
think
He.
that's really good for Taishin's development because it
Yeah.
gets him the confidence he needs and it
Yeah.
allows him to try things. And Atsuki is physically capable of doing a lot. Like he's strong enough to throw Taishin around, but he's also agile and flexible and athletic enough to do all sorts of other things. So
Yeah.
I think Atsuki might be a good role model for someone like Taishin.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, like, even like, it was even if just like his age, because like he's still quite young, and also because he had to take such a long time off of his injury as well. I think he's a lot more kind of compassionate towards the younger guys because like he knows what it's like to kind of be sidelined and maybe to not have the chance to do what he loves doing. And I think when he is up against, like, especially when he's against younger guys now, like, he tends to sort of let them show off a bit more than maybe some of our wrestlers would like let them. So it's just like, he's like, okay, I want the other guy to get something out of this match as well, because wrestling is a dangerous business and we don't know, from one day to the next, like, if we're going to be able to continue doing this, because horrible stuff happens in wrestling, like, all the time. And like, I feel like it's kind of changed like, it hasn't changed his character as much as like his approach to matches, like in terms of like, just letting the other person do something, and then he's like, okay, that's nice, okay, good job, oh, you almost had me there, ho ho ho, okay, now it's my turn, bam. you know Like, I think it's kind of important to, for Atsuki to allow younger guys to like get their stuff in, basically. Just to show, so they have a chance to show off their skills and like how they are improving as well. It's not just a case of show me what you can do. It's more like show me how you have improved, and then that way he gets to see what they can do like as an opponent, but it also gives the audience an opportunity to see like what aspects of Nagao's performance has improved. And I always appreciate that, like, that kind of treatment of younger wrestlers and like rookies and stuff as well. Like, I feel like you know it's easy to be the kind of wrestler who just knocks a guy on his ass, but I think it's something very special when a wrestler can let the other guy showcase what you can do. And it does. It's like, I'm trying to think of a right phrase for this. It's kind of like, he makes his opponents look capable. He makes his opponents look good. But not at his own expense, in a way. Like, he's like, they basically both came out of that match looking good. You know. Kind of like that.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I also think it's not fair to say that Suzuki isn't like that. It's just a character thing. Like his
Yeah.
character
Oh,
is that
absolutely.
way
Yeah.
towards everyone.
Yeah.
But I think the advantage of a guy like Atsuki who is playful both in and out of character
Yeah.
is that he can give Taishin these kinds of matches.
Yeah.
Like Taishin versus Kento, I really enjoyed, but
Yeah.
even then, Kento is so clearly the ace,
Yeah.
right? That it there's more distance between them than there would be between Atsuki and
Yeah.
Taishin. So Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the second match.
Yeah.
This is a bit of a struggle for me, and
Yeah.
this match was kind of lost on me. So
Yeah.
it
So,
was Musashi and Shotaro Ashino
uh-huh.
with, and you're gonna have to correct me on these
Okay.
pronunciations because I have
Yeah.
no idea. Churaumi, how do you
Churarumi Saber. Yeah.
flavor, and then Tilan Shisa
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah.
versus
You did well.
um
Yeah, good job.
yeah, no, these are the next ones are
Oh, yeah,
ACM, I
Shisa.
should
Yeah, so
say.
yeah, Shisa Mask is later on. Yeah.
And then Shuri Joe, Kuroshu Tokyo Japan, I know him.
Yeah.
Uh, and then Dog Dingo, how do you say the first bit of his name?
Ryukyu Dog Dingo. Yeah. So Ryukyu is like the traditional name for Okinawa. So he's like,
Hmm.
so a lot of Ryukyu dragon wrestlers have names which are related to Okinawan culture. So, for example, okay, Churarumi Seiba, he is named after the Churarumi Aquarium in Okinawa, which is like it's considered one of the biggest and best aquariums in the world, apparently. Yeah, so Churarumi Seiba is named after that aquarium. Tilan, like his name is also some kind of Okinawan cultural reference as well, but for a life of me, I can't remember what that is right now. Ryukyu dog dingo. So like, well, so he's a dingo, so he's a kind of dog anyway. So like Ryukyu dog dingo. Yeah, Sherry Joe as well. It's also an ATM guy. Like I'm sure you don't have any issue with his name, but ATM's an interesting character. But I've only seen him once or twice before. Yeah, but
Yeah,
I've seen Dingo a few
this
times
whole
because
match,
yeah,
this whole match was an
'cause-
experience.
yeah,
It was fun,
yeah,
but like I said before, I kind of need investment, and for half of this match, I knew nothing.
yeah.
I had to look them up because the
Mm,
thing with Old Japan is that sometimes they play music that is
mm.
copyrighted, and then
Yeah,
they'll turn the sound off, and
yeah,
while they're announcing who is who, I hear nothing.
yeah,
So I had to do homework to figure out who was whom. Shota Ashino pinned. I'm just gonna call him Dog Dingo.
yeah,
Um,
yeah. I think
uh,
we show him on the website as just Dingo. So yeah, just call him Dingo. Yeah,
Dingo.
yeah,
And it was fun. It
mhm.
was
Yeah,
cute. That's the most I can say about this match. That's mostly
yeah,
my ignorance of all the most of the people involved. I really
mm,
enjoyed the Musashi Ashino interactions. They were on
yeah,
the same theme, but they
mm,
were messing around constantly.
yeah,
Ashino likes to bully Musashi, which is seems to be a recurring thing in all Japan that people like to bully
mm,
Musashi.
yeah.
Which I get. He's cute. So
Yeah. But I kind of felt like Musashi's entire role in this match was basically as like the one sane guy in the match while everyone was fucking around. It was just like
to
he
be
spent a
like,
lot of the time just sort
guys,
of going, "What the hell is this? What are you doing? Oh my God, you guys!" kind of
why
thing.
is there money? Why is there a child suddenly in this ring? What
Oh
happened?
gosh.
This show, by the way, was very heavy on the child interactions, and I
Yeah,
appreciate that a lot because I think that's cute. Like they
yeah,
made a child champion here,
yeah,
and the highlight of this match for me was Jiro going into the crowd, abducting a child,
yeah,
leaving her in the ring, and then
yeah,
fucking off. And the
yeah,
others are like, "Why did you leave us with the child?
yeah,
Why?" Then they made her champion,
yeah.
and then
That
Jiro
was
goes
adorable. The belt was so huge on that kid. It was amazing.
and then Jiro goes back to the crowd and he gets rejected by another child, complete with her slapping his hand away because she was terrified of him. It
Oh
was
my God.
it was you might not have seen this because you were in the were you in the building for this or did you
Yeah, but
watch this?
this show was in Okinawa, so like it was too far for me, unfortunately.
Oh,
And
okay.
I think I was working that day as well, so like I wouldn't have stood a chance of getting there. But I do want to go to Okinawa to see wrestling, or even just to see Okinawa at some point, because I've heard so many good things about like visiting there. But yeah, I didn't make it this time. Yeah, so I just saw like what was on like All Japan TV. So yeah,
Yeah, no, just the highlight of Jiro excitedly walking up to a child and her slapping his hand away is the
It's
funniest thing I
amazing.
have
Yeah.
seen in ages. Like, if you hate Jiro's entrance, I get you, but just watch the crowd interaction
Yeah.
sometimes, because kids, he loves kids apparently, and you
Oh
can
yeah, yeah,
tell.
he's great with kids usually.
But he
Yeah.
is, there is a
Kids are not
lot of
always great with him
energy.
though.
Sorry?
So Jiro's great with kids, but kids are not always great with him. In fact,
Yeah,
some kids are just terrified of him, honestly, and
I
some of
think
them
it's
just
the
straight up don't like him.
energy. I think it's the energy, because
Yeah,
he is a lot.
he is.
He is
Yeah,
a
if
lot
you're
to
not
handle.
expecting it, or if you're just like a little bit introverted and you're not on the same wavelength, he can be a bit much. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think in a later match, there's kid interactions too, and you can see
In,
there the kind of energy there as well.
yeah, so
Um,
that's actually in the next
just
match. Yeah.
yeah, some of the more mellow guys do really well with the kids, and
Yeah.
then some of the more high-strung guys don't do quite as well. And I think that's the case with Jiro as well.
Mm.
Um, I think, was it Ashina who interacts with the kid here? I
Um,
think,
I'm trying to remember. I
but
think,
like the
yeah.
rest of them, like if you
Mm.
look at Musashi and Ashino, and they're not Kurosho Tokyo Japan levels of
Mm.
energy, right?
Yeah.
So I think the kids would be more relaxed with them than with Jiro, and it's not
Yeah.
in their characters to go out to the kids, which is ironic.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, from everything I've heard about like Ryukyu Pro Wrestling, like they do a lot of like audience work, like, and they do get the kids involved quite a lot. So like, I guess it would have been like natural for the guys to have the kids involved in a match like that. So like, it definitely seems like a more like, I mean, I wouldn't say it's a more family oriented thing, but you get more little kids at the Ryukyu shows, I think.
yeah, there seems to be a lot of kids in this show,
Yeah,
or at this show,
yeah,
in the show as well. Like
yeah.
the next show. Do you want to say anything more about this match, or shall we get to the next
Let's get to the
match?
next one because I bloody love the next one. Yeah,
Yeah,
like the
yeah.
next one was so much fun.
Yeah. Okay. So the third match on the card was Fuminori Abe, Yumi Aoyagi, Hikaru Sato versus Hokuto Omori, Ozawa number one, and Mitsuhisa Tsunabe. Is that how you
Yes, that's
pronounce
right. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah,
it? I adored this match
it
because
was so cute.
it was ridiculous and crazy. But you go first. You talk about what
Okay,
you
so
loved
it's
about this
just,
match.
I mean, this match just has everything you could need, like really, because I mean, like the first, I mean, if you are not, like, if you're the kind of fan who's maybe not so familiar with all Japan and like you don't know who any of these guys are, watching like the first like 30 seconds to a minute of like the match was just like Hikaru Sato and Mitsuhisa Tsunabe just sort of like trying to pull each other's legs off basically, and it looks like it's going to be a bunch more serious than it's going to be, and then basically all hell breaks loose, and then like the entire rest of the match is just beautiful chaos. I'm not really sure how else to describe it because I mean we do have more child abduction and even the one guy who looked like he wouldn't be the type of guy to participate in the nonsense then participates in the nonsense because somehow not only does Huminori Abe kidnap a child, he also yeets the child into the ring, like, when everyone's running back before the referee counts him out. Like, yeah, Abby just flings this child into the ring, and he's just, like, the kid is just tiny, like in an adorable way, and like he's just sort of like standing like near the referee, just kind of trying to avoid the nonsense, and then like and Tsunabe, who you'd kind of expect, like, you would not expect him to do what he then did, i.e., picking up the child and using the child to attack Yuma Aoyagi, which was just, oh my god, it was just the most unhinged thing, and a match full of very unhinged things, and it was just. And it's like, I mean, it kind of like comes full circle, like right in the closing moments of the match, they finally get back to some semblance of being at least I mean, you'd almost think they were going to be a bit serious again with all the submission holds going on, But then you take one look at Aoyagi's face, and like Ren's not really being that serious, because Aoyagi's pulling one of his faces. Okay, Yuma Aoyagi has like one of the best faces in wrestling, like in terms of just some of the expressions he pulls. And like sometimes it's very, very subtle, and like, well, in this match it really wasn't subtle at all. It was just like, I'm gonna pull this guy's leg off now. Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna pull this guy's head off. Yeah, yeah, kind of thing. And it was just like, it ended in a very chaotic way as well. Just, I mean, damn, like, what's not to love about this match? It was lovely.
Yeah, this match was so dumb,
Yeah,
and I had the best time watching it.
yeah,
Yuma pinned Aizawa #1, by the way.
yeah,
I'm not sure if I said that.
yeah.
But this match, just first of all, the running, them
Yeah,
just
it was so
Aizawa
running. What was up with that?
Aizawa #1 threatened to do something over the top rope, and
Yeah,
everyone ran away.
just went,
And
nah, peace,
he was
bye,
like,
and then
where are
like
they going?
everybody ran. Like it
Where
was
are they
just,
going? So then they started chasing each other. And at some point, you see Yuma Oyagi catching up with Hokuto Omori was chasing Fuminori Abi. And then Yuma Oyagi
Abe,
just
yeah,
runs
Abe
past
started
them.
chasing a child and then
Yeah,
getting the
Abe
child
turned
into the
around.
ring.
You
Yeah,
can
like
see him
Hokuto
turning
had a
around.
child at one point, but I think he abandoned the child, so like he didn't want to drag his child into the ring. But Abe just went, nah, fuck that, my kid's getting involved. We.
Yes, you can see Abe just running and then seeing the child turning around, weaving through the seats to chase the child, and the child just books it. He starts sprinting away, and normally I'd be like, Abe, you're scaring it. You're
Mhm.
scaring the thing, but no. The child wasn't crying, was clearly into it,
Yeah,
just and then trips, and Abe is like, oh, whoops. So he
yeah,
picks up the child. This is during a count, like the
yeah.
referee's counting, and the referee was very generous in this because they were most of them were out of the count. But so Abe rushes back to the ring while the ref is counting with this child in his hands. He throws the child into the ring, then throws himself into the ring.
Yeah,
Then the thing you talked about happens where
yeah,
um,
yeah.
Tsunabe
Tsunabe just uses the
uses the
child as a weapon.
child, yeah, to beat up Yuma Oyagi, who first seems a bit confused because he's mid-turn, he's on his front, and then he turns to his back while the child
Yeah,
is stomping on him. And
yeah,
then you can see the recognition in his eyes. Oh, it's a child. And then he really gets into it. He's
yeah,
like, oh, this hurts so bad. Oh, you're killing me. And then the cutest thing ever, Tsunami puts the child on Yuma's chest, and the referee very sternly tells the kid, "Get up,"
yeah.
and the kid very politely does so. He's like,
It's so
"Yes, sir."
cute.
It's adorable. He's like, "I was okay with being used as a weapon, but this older gentleman is telling me to get up, so I must." So he gets up. And then Hokuto Omori, surprisingly, being the responsible adult by taking the child and trying to return him to his parents,
Yeah.
but not being able to find them because he wasn't there when he got abducted in the first place. So he's like,
Aw.
it was the cutest. I loved this match. It was
Yeah.
so dumb.
Mm.
It's not going to be one of those matches that you're gonna be raving about 3 years from now, but it
Yeah.
was just cute. And I this is what I love about wrestling, the crowd interactions, the
Mm.
fun, the wrestlers not taking themselves too seriously.
Yeah.
Because I know that there is going to be people out there. Why is Yuma Oyagi selling for a child? Like because it's fun.
Yeah.
Like relax. It's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Um, the next match was a bit
Mm.
more serious.
Yeah.
It was match 4 was Kento Miyahara versus Shisa Mask.
Yeah.
Um,
And
well,
like,
the
yeah.
the match was I love this match predominantly because the crowd was so firmly behind Shisa Mask.
Yeah.
Uh, this was absolutely not Inoue.
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely not. It was a
Absolutely not.
completely
No.
different person who looked nothing like Ryo Inoue.
Yeah. But I kind of like that they picked that kind of theme for him for this match, though, because like Shisa in Okinawa, I don't know if you're familiar with Shisa and like Okinawan culture, but they're basically like kind of like guardian dogs essentially. So, like you can almost see of his matches like Kento Miyahara, like almost like the guardian of all Japan versus Shisa Mask, who's like the guardian of Okinawa kind of thing, like the guardian of Ryukyu sort of stuff. And it's just like, you know, it's very obviously not real in no way, but like I mean, this was just such a fun time, like it was just, it was just a lovely little match. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, in a way, just blatantly sharing stuff from Shisa Mask on his Instagram and his Twitter.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, dude, you're being a bit too obvious. If you're
Yeah,
looking to
like
pretend
I
that
don't
it's
know
not
who this
you.
random guy is, but here's a picture of him. Oh, I don't know this guy, but do you want to see this video? Because it's pretty cool.
He is so cool. He's the coolest. Look
Yeah,
how
please
good he
support
looks.
this guy. It's definitely
Yeah.
not me.
Yeah, I love this little match because it's one of those cases where Kento is the heel
Mm,
by default because
yeah,
the crowd just loves Shisa
heel
Mask so
Kento is
much.
great. I love heel Kento.
I love him because he gets so perturbed about it. He
Yeah,
gets so angry. Him just walking away, like, well, if you're not gonna cheer me, then you're not gonna get a wrestling match. Was
yeah,
the highlight for me. Just him refusing to wrestle unless they cheer. So
yeah.
he's like a petulant little child.
It
And
was
this is the
brilliant.
ace of the company. It's the
Yeah.
best thing ever. And then out after the match, the row of kids lighting up to get a high five from Kento had me melting. I
Oh,
love that shit. I am so weak to
hmm.
wrestlers with kids.
Yeah.
I it's my
That's so
kryptonite. I
sweet.
love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just and Kento getting to it's I compared it to, and sorry, this is a New Japan reference to
Sure, sure.
Tanahashi. It's like these aces who get a chance to just be different than they normally are,
Yeah.
right? To
Aye.
play the heel and not be the big top star of the company, just to
Mm,
be a bitch,
yeah.
basically, to be rude,
Yeah.
and to have the fans treat them unlike they normally do, and
Yeah. Because I
it
mean,
just
heel Kento swears a lot more than regular Kento as well. There's this one really great part in the match where he's just like, "Take this, motherfucker!" Yeah, and he just like knees him in the chest. It was just like, like I had to play it back. I was just like, did he just call him a motherfucker? Like, oh my goodness, yes, he did. I just love like Kento Miyahara swearing is one of the greatest things. I love hearing him swear.
Yeah, it's just I love watching wrestlers have a good time.
Yeah.
And you could tell Kento was having a great time being a
Oh yeah.
dick.
Yeah.
Oh God. Anyway, talking about a good time, the next match
Ah,
was
the
a
next
tag team match
match.
with
Ray Ray.
Ren Ayabe and Ryoki Honda versus Jun Saito and Rei Saito, where Ayabe pins Rei Saito.
Yes. And it was just like,
I
oh
will
my
let you
god.
go first.
Yeah, that was okay. Again, fantastic match, wonderful match. Really enjoyed watching it. Felt terrible for Ray, like having like because it was just like they had just come off losing the tag belts, so Jun still has a belt, but Ray is currently beltless, and he's the one who lost, you know.
And recently
And
got
it's
pinned
just
by
like I
Atsuki
just
Oyagi.
felt bad for him. I mean, especially I mean, because the Iron Maiden looks like it really bloody hurts as well. I mean, like, and when it's being done, like, I mean, like Ren Ayabe's got like, he's got obviously he's got the height advantage, but like, it's like, Jun and Ray are both really tall guys as well, but even they are actually shorter than Ren, and like Ren uses. I know it sounds like it's one of those things where it sounds really, really obvious, but it's like it's such a big part of his performance, basically, that he can use his height to such a good advantage, like, and especially when he's locking in, like, basically any kind of submission hold, it looks like it's going to hurt 10 times more than some other guys doing it just because he's got like, he's got the long legs or the long arms, and like he's just got the leverage to make it hurt more. And like you could tell, like, right at the end there as well, like Ray was suffering, and like he's a big guy. It takes a lot to make a guy like that suffer, so like I was actually like, I mean, it would be weird to say pleasantly surprised, because I mean, obviously I'm a Saito Brothers fan and everything, and but I mean, obviously I like Elpida too, but I kind of have a bit of a crush on the Saito Brothers. So yeah, but seeing Ray in that position at all, like where he was forced to tap out because like it was just too much for him. But even though he's such a big, tough guy, like even just like such a big imposing figure, and he had to tap. It was just, it was like a really amazing end to that, and like obviously the journey to get to the end as well was also like really good. Like it was just, I think. That was just like, that was a excellent match. Like I mean, my guys lost again, but I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I enjoyed this match as well. I think we enjoyed it for different reasons.
Yeah,
I am more an Elpida fan
yeah,
than a Cyclos fan. I have to be honest, and this is nothing against them. That
yeah.
kind of big guy wrestling is just not my style.
Oh, of course, yeah, yeah, that's fine, yeah.
And I enjoy the Cytos a lot for the things other than the wrestling, like the character stuff and the
Yeah.
interactions and the chemistry with other guys and the
Hmm.
humor, and I love that. But
That's going to come up in the next show, isn't it? Yeah, because
yeah,
that was amazing. Yeah.
I need opponents that have something else.
Yeah.
If it were Cytos versus Cytos, like
Mm.
June and Ray versus June and Ray, be, I would not watch probably just because I need
Okay.
that kind of contrast.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, like, contrast is important though. I mean, it's just like, that's part of why that I enjoyed watching this match, was what like I enjoy watching teams that are so different, like fighting
Hmm.
each other, because it's just like a lot of it kind of plays against like a lot of the old like kind of bad stereotypes of wrestling, because like people who don't know a lot about wrestling, if they saw like pictures of these guys and said, okay, these guys are fighting these guys, a lot of people who are not wrestling fans will just be like, well, duh, the Saitos are going to win because like they're bigger. They've got the physical advantage, so they must be going to win. And it's just like, actually, no, you are wrong. Like it's
I
just,
mean, some of the
it's
biggest
just,
dudes
hmm,
ever are the weakest when it comes to pain.
yeah. Yeah, because it's just like, I mean, they have to have some kind of weakness, I mean, like, I think that's basically one of the reasons why, in a way, it was important for them to lose the tag belts when they did, because if you have wrestlers who basically cannot be beaten, those kinds of wrestlers are fun for a limited time. Like, if
Hmm.
you are certain that these guys cannot be beaten whatsoever, they will get boring very, very quickly. It is so important for wrestlers to show some kind of vulnerability, at least sometimes, even if you're bigging up and like promoting them like very big, nearly like they have to be big but nearly unbeatable. You can't just say they're unbeatable, because unbeatable is boring. They have to have a weakness. They have to have some kind of vulnerability or something that, they have to work with, because, you don't want people winning too easily in wrestling, because that kind of match does get boring extremely quickly. So they need to have something about them that makes them weak in a way. And like, I think, that's another reason why, like, I mean, obviously I like to see the Saito brothers win, but it's also incredibly interesting for me when they lose, because you look at the reasons why they lost, and it's like, okay, so this is one of their weaknesses. This is a vulnerability, and it adds more depth to their performance.
Yeah, and I think if you go into a match and you know that they're not losing,
Yeah,
that's not fun. You need to have that kind of doubt
yeah,
in there. Because otherwise,
It
why would you
always needs to be
watch?
a will they, won't they sort of thing,
Yeah.
because like I mean, there's wrestling that's predictable in a satisfying way, and then there's wrestling that's predictable in a yeah, that happened, so what kind of way. It's like it needs to be predictable in the right way
It needs
sometimes.
to be
Like if it's been
predictable.
building up to a certain result, then and you can see it coming, and that's often as a result of good booking or just like, the wrestlers being particularly good at what they do, like building up to for that kind of storyline. But it's just like if it's just almost like a given, like, oh yeah, these guys are gonna win, it's not gonna be fun to watch.
No, it needs to be a case of the end result makes sense if you look at the story.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
sometimes shock is okay
Yeah.
because then the shock is the point,
Mm.
but not. Yeah, you need logic to what you're
Yeah,
doing.
absolutely. Yeah.
And I like that they're giving the fighters vulnerabilities. Like I would like if the story is they can beat you unless you get them in a certain um
Mm.
submission move, for
Yeah.
example, because they are so big that they cannot easily get out of submission moves.
Yeah.
That would be a good story.
It would be. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and this match, because it had the combination of the straight guys and then the team of Ayabe and Honda,
Mm.
was a lot of fun because I really enjoyed the dynamic of Ayabe and Honda.
Yeah.
Um, I love that they are so different, and that's what I love tag teams that are not alike,
Yeah.
and that you would go normally they would not make sense, but yet they do. Like they are
Yeah.
opposites in pretty much every way, right? Just
Yeah.
looking at them, the really tall, slender guy and the stout, bigger
Yeah.
guy.
Yeah.
Then you've got their personalities, like the biggest introvert in All Japan with the biggest extrovert in All
Yeah.
Japan, and their wrestling styles and just they shouldn't work, and
Yeah.
yet they do. And Honda managed to get Ren a bit out of his bubble, and Ren can calm Honda down. Like the thing they do now, where if Ren puts his hand on Honda and he calms down,
Uh-huh.
it's perfect. It's cute and it's perfect for them because it
Yeah.
shows that they have a positive influence on each other, and that's what I love about tag teams when you can see that they're
Mm.
influencing what the other does.
Yeah.
It's just and Ayabe just looks so much more comfortable now.
Yeah. I mean, I've loved seeing Ayabe's development since he signed with All Japan, because it was like, I mean, he did some really good matches when he was in JTO, and which I shouldn't be taken away from him, but at the same time, he didn't really get to show so much of his personality other than, hello, I'm a strong wrestler, I'm going to beat you. Okay, see you later, bye, kind of thing. Like he
I
didn't
am
really have
tall.
like
Hello.
such a strong personality, or like really he didn't have much that set him apart other than his height, basically. And of course his height is going to be one of the first things you notice when you see the guy, but it's like he's developed a lot of like kind of quirks to his personality that just make him more endearing and more interesting to watch. Because I mean, it's not so much that, I mean, his wrestling has improved, but it's like more than his wrestling, like his, like, the way he expresses himself has just improved like by leaps and bounds. Like he's just a much more relatable guy now. Like, so he's not just that guy who happens to be 2 meters tall and he does a wrestle and yeah, that's him. Like, because that's kind of what he was like really before he joined All Japan. But like he has come such a long way, and like joining Big Japan was probably like the best thing he could have done for himself. I'm really proud of the way he has developed since joining, and I'm kind of looking forward just to seeing like how he gets on like in the next couple of years, because I'm expecting like really big things from him, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's a case of him being with Honda helps,
Yeah.
because I think his biggest struggle is the character aspect
Yeah.
because he's such an introvert.
Yeah.
And when you're with Honda constantly, you
Hmm.
get not only influenced and but you're never going to be the weird one,
Yeah.
right? So you can try more things because
Yeah.
Honda is always going to overpower whatever you do. So
Yeah.
even if you do something and it doesn't work,
Hmm.
people are going to be thinking still about Honda.
Yeah.
Um, so I think this is a great combination. And in Elpida, I think this is the best combination because if you put
Mm.
Ayabe with Hayato, then you've got two quiet
Mm.
guys, right?
Yeah.
If you put Ayabe with Anzai, you've got
Mm.
two quiet guys and the other guy is more
Yeah.
popular, right? And more
Yeah.
out there and more expressive. But
I
now
mean,
you've got the
mm,
contrast between them, which
oh,
works.
absolutely, yeah. But if you had to pick a guy from Alpida to be the first guy to betray Alpida and just turn heel or something, who do you think it's going to be, and why is it Ryuki Honda?
I I don't know. I wouldn't say Honda actually.
Yeah,
I think I think it I'd go with Ayabe or Hayato.
yeah,
Mostly because they feel like they are much more in their head
yeah.
than
I
the
mean,
other two.
especially Hayato. Yeah, I mean, damn.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um, Yuma feels like the puppy, right? The
yeah,
boy next door. The unless he feels like there's a moral reason to turn on Elpida, I don't see why he would.
yeah,
And Honda
yeah,
feels to me like just all emotion.
yeah,
So if he were to betray Elpida, you would realize it ahead of time, and
yeah,
they would do something about it. Whereas Ayabe and Hayato are much more keeping their feelings to their chest.
yeah.
And I don't think Hayato does it in a mean-spirited way.
Mm,
I I I know that people see him as arrogant, and I can see that. I can see the
mm.
arrogance. But I
Okay.
don't think he
Mm.
does it because he feels superior to
Yeah,
anyone. I think he just doesn't have the energy or the care to deal with people he doesn't
yeah.
find interesting.
I mean, basically, the thing with Hayato is like he gets in his emotions a lot. I mean, like you can, he's obviously a very artistic person, and like he's a very creative guy in his own right. But the problem with a lot of creative and artistic guys is that they often have kind of like almost like an imposter syndrome or like kind of low self-esteem or something like that. And like it often comes across like, sometimes Hayato writes stuff on social media, or he'll say something in his promos or something like that. And it's like it's almost like he's putting himself down, but it's like he sticks around because he cares so much about his team members, like particularly Anzai, but like he loves everybody in his team basically. But it's like he does get a lot into his feelings, like he's just a very, very emotional person, especially when he's been drinking. I mean, like, he often talks about like how, I mean, he's mentioned a few times before how like sometimes he just wants to block out the world, so that's why he gets so drunk and everything. He hasn't done that much like kind of stuff on social media for a while. I don't know if he got told off for that or something, because some of it came off very, very serious sounding to the point where it's just like, dude, are you okay? Like, really though, But like it's just that's a kind of mindset that Hayato like sort of finds himself in sometimes. Like he almost feels like he isn't worthy of basically breathing the same air as Anzai most of the time, essentially. And it's just like it's a very interesting aspect to his character. Like he's obviously very protective of his friends, but he's less protective of himself. But yeah, he's a very interesting character.
Elpida is so interesting. I've talked
Yeah.
about this before. Yuma Anzai being the top guy and then yet needing the saving.
Mm,
And I feel like in the Hayato Anzai dynamic,
mm.
Hayato might not feel like he meets Anzai's level, right? That
Yeah.
he deserves to be there, but
Sure.
Anzai defers to Hayato all the time.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, Anzai, Hayato made this decision. Okay, we're rolling with it.
Yeah.
Hayato said yes to your challenge. Yeah, cool, fine.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people like to do the whole, oh, Anzai is the dominant one of the two. I wouldn't say that. I think if Hayato says jump,
Hayato's in one of the handcuffs.
yeah, if Hayato says jump, Anzai's jumping. Um, and that's again as the leader, right?
Yeah.
The top guy is
Mm.
so fascinating that he is I think the other three could tell him to jump, and he would,
Oh
because
yeah.
he's that type of guy. He's a puppy. He
Yeah.
seeks affirmation and affection, and
Yeah.
you translated that blog post that Anzai did a while ago, where he talked about his former tag partners and then Hayato as
Yeah.
well,
Aye.
and him talking about how privileged he feels to finally fully understand Hayato, and
Yeah.
being like, he is so interesting and he's so intelligent and he
Mm.
looks at the world so differently, and I feel privileged that I
Yeah.
understand it better now. That made that relationship click so much more for me.
Yeah. I mean,
It's Hayato doesn't fully understand the way Anzai looks at him.
yeah. Yeah. It's like, I mean, Hayato, like, he's very emotionally aware, but like, he's only really emotionally aware of his own emotions, which, I mean, I think some guys kind of neglect the emotional side of themselves sometimes, and they don't sort of face up to it, like if they're feeling bad about something or whatever. And it's like he's a very sensitive guy, but he's sensitive to the point where, like, he maybe, I don't know, like, if I'm not, I don't think it's that he doesn't notice like other people's feelings for him, but it's more like he can't bring himself to believe that that's what they're really thinking. It's like, you know, it's like when you think you understand something, but you kind of second guess yourself. I think Hayato tends to second guess himself a lot in his relationships with other people. You know, so it's
Yeah.
like I think so he always has that kind of doubt that other people actually care about him, but it matters to him that he cares about those people.
Yeah, and I think that that might be why I think the combination works, because Yuma
Yeah.
Anzai is very direct and very
Mhm.
honest in
Yeah.
his responses to his
Mm.
guides. And
Yeah.
like he's very free with hugging Hayato and telling him he's
Yeah.
awesome and stuff like that. I think that
It's
that's the
adorable.
kind of
Yeah.
it's the
Because
kind
like,
of partner you need when you're a little insecure.
yeah, I mean, it's like, I think, you know, Hayato is the type of person who needs people to be very direct about like how they feel, you know, because I mean, it is kind of a common theme with a lot of guys in Japan, just as a general thing. Japanese men do tend to be very shy and not necessarily withholding of their emotions, but they often worry about showing their true feelings to people, like even if it's someone that they really care about. So, like, you know, seeing someone like as confident as Yuma Anzai, like, I mean, it's not something you would necessarily see a lot of, like, quote unquote, in real life, you know. But I think, you know, that's part of what makes Anzai such a positive role model is that he is very direct and he's very honest about his feelings about stuff. Like, you know, he doesn't tend to hold things back so much. And I think, you know, I think that's a kind of character that's very important for people to see generally, you know, because I think, you know, it is important to express your emotions, and sometimes it is necessary to be direct to get those emotions across because, you know, like it's important to be understood.
Right. And this is the perfect bridge to
Yeah,
the main event. Like, if we're
yeah,
talking about Yuma Anzai and Rising Hayato anyway.
yeah,
The main event was All Asia Tag Belt
yeah.
Challenge.
Uh-huh,
Yuma Anzai, Rising Hayato versus Dan Tamura and Hideki Suzuki.
uh-huh.
And look, Hideki Suzuki is not always my cup of tea, but
Yeah,
he is the perfect opponent for Yuma Anzai, because
absolutely.
he tortures people beautifully, and
Yeah,
Anzai is just the best when he's suffering,
yeah,
and especially when he's suffering believably,
yeah,
because sometimes he's suffering and you're like, yeah, but you were recently the Triple Crown champion,
yeah,
like. But with Hideki Suzuki, no one doesn't believe that it hurts, because
yeah.
he is so believably terrifying.
Oh God, yeah,
You believe that he would break your knee into if he wanted to.
yeah. I
So
mean, the guy literally wrote a book about how to hurt people effectively, basically. So yeah, it's like he's the guy like you do not want to mess with him, you know? Like it's like a lot of matches against Hideki Suzuki involve basically avoiding like, you know, giving him a chance to put you in that position.
yeah, he's just perfect for the faces.
Yeah.
He's not a heel. I wouldn't say
Oh,
he's a
absolutely not.
heel
Nah.
heel,
Nah.
but he has the scary wrestler thing down
Yeah. He has
to
a
the
very
point,
direct approach.
yeah, to the point where I would actually be like not scared,
Yeah.
but I wouldn't walk up to him in real life.
I mean, it's like,
Because
it's
he has
just
like,
so weird because like in real life he's like the sweetest, happiest little bean, and it's just
I
like
know.
he's the kind of guy who you're just like, I'd really actually like to go drinking with this guy because I bet he's got some amazing stories. He's like a kind of guy, he's kind of like a sort of cheerful uncle kind of character,
Yeah,
Yeah.
he seems very different when he's out of character because
Yeah.
the stuff he does online, like I know that 99% of the day, if I go on Twitter, he's there.
Yeah.
He is doing something on Twitter. That man is obsessed with the social media
And
and his
it's so
cats,
weird
which is
because like a lot of
delightful.
Japanese guys are crap at social media. Like seriously.
But if he's in character mode,
Yeah.
he's terrifying. And
Oh yeah.
there's so much tension between Hideki Suzuki and Yuma Anzai in this match. It just
Yeah.
starts out by them posturing,
Yeah.
and just Hideki Suzuki pushes Anzai into the ring ropes and then stands there.
Yeah.
And I felt tense just watching it.
Mm.
I was like,
Oh
please,
no.
please move, please move.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the match is basically Anzai getting tortured,
Mm.
and Hayato having to save him.
Yeah.
And Hideki Suzuki and Dan Tamura trying to stop Hayato from saving Yuma
Yeah.
Anzai. And it's like you have either Dan Tamura or Hideki Suzuki stopping Hayato, and then in the background you hear Yuma Anzai screaming his head off like he's about to die,
Oh
and
god.
it's perfect. It's emotional. This is what I love about wrestling and about like tag team wrestling, because
Mm.
it's the this Rising Hayato, who in the ring isn't very emotional, right?
Yeah.
He's very calm and quiet, but
Yeah.
he's panicking because he cannot get to his partner.
Oh.
And I just love that kind of shit. I love that kind of character work. I love the kind of stories. And Dan Tamura and Hideki Suzuki are just perfect
Yeah.
against those kind of, because you believe that they
Mhm.
could hurt
Yeah.
a guy like Yuma Anzai, and you believe that they could stop Rising Hayato, who is smaller than all of the other guys in the
Oh
ring.
yeah. Yeah.
They could stop him from getting to
Mhm.
Yuma. So yeah, oh, I
Yeah.
love this match.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah. And plus what
Do you
guys
have
ended up retaining as well, so that's always nice too.
Yeah, Yuma Anzai pinned Hideki Suzuki. So
Mhm.
he got his win back, as they call it.
Hooray, got
Uh,
his revenge. You love to see it.
his knee is fucked again, but that's okay. His knee is
Yeah.
always fucked. That's the
Yeah,
constant
that's
say for
fine.
Yuma Anzai.
Yeah.
Uh, is there anything else you would like to say about this match? Or
I mean, I was just like the match itself was really great, and I also really loved like the backstage comments as well because our good friend Hokuto Omori comes rocking up and just basically going, "Look, I know you think you're really cool, and like a lot of people really like you, but I'm so much cooler than you." And it's just the entire thing comes off as like a middle school playground argument kind of thing, where it's just like you got the school bully basically who's actually kind of a dweeb, but he goes around like making threats to everyone all the time anyway, and he just sort of rocks up to guys just kind of going, look, if my team can beat you guys have to admit that I'm cooler than you, okay? Gotta make a pinky promise. And like he forces him to do like pinky and like I mean, Ansai looks like mildly annoyed about it, but the look on Hayato's face, I mean, Hayato almost turned Hokuto to stone. Like, just the way the contempt came off. It was just like, he just sort of looked like, really? You're doing this shit? Okay, you know what? Fine. And he does it, but it's like, you can tell he's just doing it just to avoid having another fight right after like such a tough battle that he just had. It was just like, he only did it just to get rid of him, basically. And it was just,
it's I love that bit because it's based on the fact that Hokuto Mori is like, I am cool and I am handsome, and I
yeah,
do not like that you are cool and handsome and
yeah,
people agree with you when
yeah,
you say you are. There are two sides of the same coin, except one is scraped because Hokuto Mori, I mean, he's not ugly. but people
he's
don't.
adorable. Like,
He's
I mean,
adorable,
when I see him, I just kind of want to grab his cheeks and go like, "Rum, rum, rum, you're so cute. Look at you," you know.
but people don't tell him he's handsome or cool.
Yeah,
People
like
tell him
nobody
the
ever tells
opposite.
him that, and it's so sad. Because like,
And then he walks up to like the coolest and the handsomest guys in the company, right? Because Yuma Anza and Rising Hayato are models. Like they
yeah,
look amazing and they are so cool in their
and they
own
literally
ways.
have their own photo book. Like, oh my,
Yeah,
that photo book is amazing, by the way. I mean, just I mean,
I know. I have it
pretty
right
head.
here on my shelf.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
I have it.
Excellent.
Um,
What's your
yes,
favorite
and
page?
oh, I would have to grab it, and it's
Yeah,
like
sorry. Yeah.
it's stuffed away under
Uh,
behind a lot of things.
but let's be real,
But
it's all good though. I mean, yikes, that's such
yeah,
a good
Yuma's
photo book.
looking at me, so
Yeah,
I can see him from here.
yeah,
Um, and then he basically says, well, if you guys lose, you can't call yourself cool and handsome anymore.
yeah,
It's like, well, other people are going to call them
yeah.
cool and handsome anyway. It doesn't matter.
And it's just,
But
it's
if
such a beautiful misunderstanding. It's just like that, not necessarily saying it, like you say, like it is other people telling him that, but
yeah,
bless Hokuto. I mean, someone
yeah,
really
but
needs to give him
Hokuto
a
is
hug.
he's so funny because he keeps putting himself in situations where he knows he's probably going to lose.
Yeah,
Like the cross-dressing thing. He joined that.
yeah,
You know you're going to lose. You're probably going to lose the wrestling bit, but you're definitely going to lose the popularity bit, and he did
oh
it
yeah,
anyway.
yeah,
And here he's just lost the last 10 challenges for the trio belts,
yeah,
right? And he's
uh,
going to challenge for the All Asia tag belts. You know you're going to lose,
yeah,
and then you add a stipulation to it for absolutely
yeah,
no reason. It's I love Hokuto for it. It's so
yeah,
funny. And
yeah,
Hayato's contempt for him, just like I am here because Anzai is here. If he hadn't been here, I would have walked off already. And then
yeah,
Anzai, because he's so genuine, right? He's like, yes, okay, I accept your challenge. I will do the pinky thing. I do
yeah,
not agree with what you're saying, but you were allowed to say it.
yeah.
And then Hayato in the background he looks just sour, and he
He
gets
looks
more and more
so
sour face
annoyed, and it's
the,
amazing.
the longer this goes on. Oh, it's like he has contempt for everything that Hokuto is,
Yeah,
which makes sense because Hayato is emotional and intelligent, and he understands himself, right,
yeah,
completely,
yeah,
whereas Hokuto Omori doesn't.
yeah,
He sees himself in ways that no one is ever going to agree with because
yeah.
he is an insecure little man,
Oh yeah,
and he projects that he isn't.
yeah.
So Hayato just has complete contempt for someone who is so fake, so
Mhm.
obviously fake, and
Yeah,
it's the best thing. It's so great character work. I love
yeah.
it.
That was good. Yeah,
Anyway, yes, love Haru on Hokuto Mori, and
yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Um, that was the end of the second show.
Hmm.
Uh, Next up is the question of the month.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I have had a couple of people on the show on the podcast, and I've done a couple of podcasts with people,
Hmm.
and I've asked them to leave me one serious question about All Japan Pro Wrestling and one silly question about All
Okay.
Japan Pro Wrestling. So
Uh-huh.
you could either get a really intelligent, deep question on the
Uh-huh.
state of All Japan Pro Wrestling in 2025, or
Hmm.
something completely ridiculous.
Okay. I
So
mean, I'm up for either of those. Honestly, let's go.
yes.
Yeah.
So far we have 8 questions. So I'm just going to ask you, choose a number between 1 and 8, and I will ask you that question. Which number would you like to choose?
Okay, well, I'm gonna go with 5. Simply because my childhood favorite boy band of the same name recently announced they are coming back after like 25 bloody years to do some kind of tour in the UK. And that's like, when I announced this, I remember thinking, holy shit, what year is it? So yeah, let's go with 5.
I love that you chose this one.
Okay, go on. Yeah, let's hear it.
It's a silly question, and it's
Great.
by far my favorite on this list.
Uh-huh.
The question is, Which wrestler from All Japan? Let's just stick to All Japan and the freelancers that show up a lot in All
Okay.
Japan. So yes, Kuma Arashi.
Uh-huh.
Maybe no on the Shuji Kondo, if that
Gotcha.
makes.
Yeah. Okay.
So which wrestler do you think would take you on the worst first date?
The worst first date.
The worst first date.
Okay, well, I'm gonna have to put some serious thought into this. I mean, because I feel like some of the guys would take me on a bad date, but it would actually make for a really hilarious story, so I really wouldn't mind that much. That is an amazing question. I actually really love that. Okay, so I'm just gonna try and think through this in a very serious and logical way and say that probably the worst first date out of all of these guys, I'm gonna say it is probably gonna be. I mean, hmm, maybe Aizawa number one. Simply because he's a very handsome guy and he's a lot of fun to be around, but he has to be the center of attention. He has to be that guy. And it's like, I know, like, if I took him to like a bar or like even a restaurant or something like that, he would immediately be the center of attention and just not really paying any attention to me. But I enjoy attention, is the thing, especially. I mean, not like I have a lot of experience with dates in general, but I kind of feel like if you're on a date with someone, you should pay a bit of attention to them. So, I mean, simply because he has to be the center of it all, I would say Isaiah number one would probably be the worst first date. But he would be fun. I mean, it would be a fun date. It just wouldn't be particularly romantic or not. It just wouldn't be very date-like. It has to be like a date.
It's
Not
funny
like a
that you
champagne
mention him.
party like he would turn it into. Not,
It's funny
I've
that
got
you
nothing
mention him
against
because
champagne parties, but not for a first date. Come on, guys. Yeah.
I I feel like I feel a bit differently about him, but this is because he is very nice to me on Twitter.
Yeah.
Um, because we've had a few interactions, and he at one point went to my account, my personal account, and liked a lot of art there.
Okay, that's nice.
And so I'm just like, I'm a bit partial to him for that simple reason that he likes art that didn't
Yeah.
involve him, Hokuto-gun, or even Old Japan. Like it was New Japan fan art. So
Yeah,
I was like,
that's
oh,
cool.
that's nice. But I
Yeah.
understand what you're saying, and I
Yeah.
think
Because
he and I would not mesh at all in a
yeah.
real life setting because I don't drink.
Yeah.
he
Yeah. I
he
mean,
clearly does.
yeah, because like I had a chance to have a bit of a chat with him like at the Octagon's event last year. Like, they had that fan event in the restaurant and like it had like I mean, we at first we thought Aizawa wasn't gonna turn up because like he had some kind of event like miles and miles and miles away. We thought he was just not gonna be able to make it. And then about an hour or so before the end of the event, he suddenly turns up. Like, and everybody just goes crazy. And he does his whole champagne call. And everybody in the place gets champagne as well, which was really cool, actually. And he went around like all the tables just like having a nice chat. And like one thing I did like about him was that he made sure he talked to everyone at least a little bit. He's a really nice guy. He's got a big heart, but he's also very, very loud and very, very boisterous, but in a nice way. You get some guys who are like super loud and it's like, it's too much. Like,
Mm.
I mean, I think some people would probably still find him a bit too much, but I found him just right. He was like the right amount of too much, if that makes sense. Like he was just a really fun guy to be around, honestly. I'd really love to see him again, like in that kind of event, just because, like he just brings joy with him. He's a nice dude.
Yeah, whenever I interact with him, he always makes time to either like my shit or reply to my shit. So
Yeah,
he takes. There's a couple of wrestlers who take the time to actually interact with everything,
yeah,
even
I
if it's
like
just
that.
to like it.
Yeah.
Um, yeah.
I
Okay. Yeah, I understand, Aizawa. I think that's
mhm,
I understand that answer. I
yeah.
have a couple of guys that I'd be like, probably we probably wouldn't mesh.
Yeah.
for various reasons. Like one of them, Kento. Look, I
Really?
love Kento. I
Uh-huh.
love Kento,
Yeah.
but he is such a personality,
Yeah.
especially in character, that as
Yeah.
someone who is such a big introvert as I am, I would probably like want to run away halfway
Yeah.
through the day. And as someone who is as comfortable and as confident as he is, he would probably take me to somewhere that I would hate to go, right?
Oh.
Because it's too public or it's too big or too grand or
Oh.
and for the similar reason, I think Hokuto Omori, as much as I love him, he would be
Hmm.
way too focused on what he wants and what
Yeah.
he likes. And he is too full of himself to consider me. So
But
guys
what if
like
he
that,
wore his maid outfit? If he volunteered to wear his maid outfit on the date, would that change your mind?
as a bisexual, I would appreciate whatever way
Excellent.
he looks.
Good, good.
He looks so pretty. It's funny because I've showed the pictures to a few guys, and some of them didn't even realize it wasn't a girl.
Oh my
They were
God.
like, "Oh, he's so pretty."
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's got really good skin. I mean, like even when he's not wearing his makeup, like I mean, man needs to drop his face care routine at some point. It's amazing.
don't tell him this. Like Yuma Ansai gave him a compliment today, and I was like, don't, no one tell Hokuto Mori this, because his head will explode and
Yeah.
we will lose him forever. He is too big for his breeches anyway. Yeah, and then the other guy I would say is Renayabe, but
Yeah.
for the pure reason that we are both so introverted
Yeah.
that nothing would happen. We would not go anywhere. We had no conversation.
Yeah.
There were no sparks at all because
Yeah.
we'd both just be sitting there being awkward. And he would possibly, like, if I were to put myself in his shoes and
Hmm.
he would have to take a stranger on a date,
Hmm.
he would probably choose to do things that he figured would fit with going on a date, like the
Yeah.
stereotypical go to a restaurant, go to a movie,
Yeah.
and we'd both be there. I didn't want to be here, but we figured this is what you do on a date,
Yeah.
and it'd be awkward.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, it's like, I mean, I can be very shy around people that either I'm not sure about or who I don't know very well, or, like if I have any kind of doubt for whatever reason, like, I can be very, very quiet around people. If I'm around someone who is, I mean, this is kind of embarrassing, honestly, because I teach English conversation for my main job, right? I mean, it's basically how I make my living here, but I'm actually really crap at starting conversations with people in real life, like even like in Japanese or in English. Like, I just do not know how to get things started. So it's like, I mean, if someone starts a conversation with me, then I can get into it, and then like I sort of start to relax or something. But I need someone who's going to start things off, if that makes sense. Like, I'm not really good at, same as you, like I'm not really good with people who are like the same kind of quiet as I am, because like we would end up both being silent, just like the way you said. But if I'm with someone who can at least start me off with like something I can talk about, or something something we can have a good discussion about, like that would be like the ideal thing, but it's like a problem with me is like I just suck at starting conversations. I need someone else to do that for me, really.
I mean, I suck at conversations to begin with. Like, unless I'm really comfortable, and you
Mm,
wouldn't be on a first date with a somewhat famous person.
yeah.
So no, I'm a mess.
Yeah.
I'd hate it probably. Even if it were a guy I'd be comfortable with, I think I would still be a mess. But
Yeah.
can I ask a second question then,
Oh yeah, sure, go
based
for
on
it. Yeah.
who do you think you would have the most chemistry with on a first date? And not doesn't have to be romantically, just
I
as
mean,
people.
there's a few guys I think I could at least have like a good conversation with. I mean, like Jun Saito for a start, because like he really loves sweet things and he loves his video games and stuff. I also enjoy sweet things in video games. We'd have plenty to talk about, And like, he's always like, he's yeah, okay, he's a sweetheart. I love him. Oh my God. Yeah, but yeah, Yeah, but I mean, that would also maybe make it slightly difficult for me because I would spend half of the date with hearts in my eyes and bubbles in the background like a shoujo manga, just thinking he's so pretty. Oh my god. Yeah, so I mean, but like I mean, I kind of feel like, I could get along really well with him. There's a few guys like, I mean, I'd actually really love, honestly, if I could like, even if it's not like a date situation and it was just like going out for drinks or something like that, I would love to go drinking with Rising Hayato, honestly, because like he has such an interesting way of thinking about things. And it's like he's just generally a very interesting person in and of himself, like, and also like he seems to be a lot like, obviously he's into like punk culture and stuff, and like, like I know a little bit about that kind of thing. Like we could talk about like Doc Martens and stuff because like I know he loves his docs and everything. We could talk about the lace code or something. I'm not sure he knows about the lace code, but that could be a fun thing to discuss with him. But like just the way that he thinks about a lot of different things is just like it's fascinating to me. So like I mean, I could listen to him talk about pretty much anything like for like a long time, and I think I'd actually have a good time doing that.
Yeah, I feel similarly. I think Rising Hayato, if he were into it,
Yeah,
because I think if he's not into it, you notice right away, and he will not.
yeah,
He
yeah.
will
Like
not.
you would have to have like somewhat of a decent sort of relationship with him already. Like he'd have to be comfortable around you. Like,
Yeah,
he'd have to be like in like a headspace where he feels like he can talk to you about this kind of stuff. Because like maybe some people wouldn't be into it, like I mean, I mentioned this before, but like, it's kind of it is a stereotype, but it's also worryingly true in a lot of situations. Like even if you're very close with like, if you have Japanese friends and you're very close with them, they still often won't discuss very emotional stuff with you. Like, a lot of people would have trouble like bearing their soul or saying how they really feel about a certain situation just because they feel like it would be opening themselves up too much and showing a vulnerability or something too much. Like a lot of Japanese people tend to be more on the stoic side of things. Whereas Hayato, you kind of get the impression like if he trusted you enough or if you were close enough with him, he would basically tell you everything he was feeling about, like, and I kind of appreciate that side of him because I know how difficult it can be, just generally as like as part of the nature of Japanese society, it is often very difficult to express yourself in such an open and honest way. And like, I actually really appreciate Hayato being the way that he is, but I think the
yeah,
difficulty would be getting that close to him in the first place, though, because I kind of get the
yeah.
impression he doesn't open up that much, but when he does, he opens up a lot.
I wouldn't necessarily want to have deep discussions. I
Yeah.
think because
Hmm.
that's for me is that's very difficult as well.
Yeah, it is
But
hard.
just
Yeah.
I would love to explore his creative side because I'm an artist. So
Yeah.
I would love to just poke at him, not literally, of course, but just to see how he sees things and what he thinks. Um,
Yeah.
Other than that, I feel like I would need I wouldn't call them sensitive guys, but guys that aren't overbearing.
Yeah.
So because I have an anxiety disorder, so I
Sure.
need someone who's gentle with me. So the guys like Atsuki and Aoyagi, Yuma Aoyagi are out. Um,
Oh.
Jiro's out. I think Yuma, like the real person Yuma, would be okay because he seems very
Yeah.
sweet and sensible, but the character, no, no,
Yeah.
it's too much. So
Yeah.
maybe someone like Musashi, maybe.
Yeah, Masashi seems like he'd be a really nice guy. He's got a really cute smile and like he seems very chipper and friendly and just generally a very
Yeah,
positive thinking kind of guy. Like I feel like he'd be really nice to spend an evening with. Yeah.
I think he wouldn't be overbearing,
Yeah.
and I've seen him talk with Kento,
Mm.
and he seemed to deal with that okay, and he didn't go along with the energy, and I
Yeah.
think that's important.
Oh.
Um, so and maybe someone like Yuma Anzai, because he seems
Mm.
very sensible and
Mm.
humble and
He's very mature. Like he's so mature for
yeah,
his age, you know. Like I mean, you can tell that just from like his columns and stuff. I mean, like I still have a couple of columns are on my translation pile, so hopefully they'll be making their way soon. But it's just like it does seem like whatever topic he's given to talk about or anything, like I mean, he does make the odd like silly joke and stuff like that, but he's not like over the top with it. Like for the most
mm,
part, he will just be very honest about how he feels and just like he expresses himself really well,
yeah.
like and
For
in a
someone
really good way.
like me, like I'm Dutch, and I
Yeah.
don't know if you know the stereotype about Dutch people,
What is the stereotype of Dutch people?
that we are blunt and
Ah,
honest. And add that my social anxiety, I would appreciate a guy who is honest and
yeah.
who's just calm and quiet about it and not
Hmm.
doesn't make a fuss about it.
Yeah.
Because someone with social anxiety often reads stuff into what people are saying or doing.
Hmm.
So you say A, but you mean B, even though
Yeah,
they
I hate
don't.
that kind of shit. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if I know that someone like Yuma is just very honest about his things, I don't
Yeah.
have to worry about that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is a very serious
It is like
discussion
it's getting in there, isn't it? Yeah.
on a very random, funny question.
Yeah.
Uh, it was fun though. I like.
That was a good question. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, next up is the New Age Chronicle show, yeah?
Yeah, the next event was on the 23rd of
Yeah.
March 2025, and
Uh-huh.
this is the only show that wasn't in the whole Old Japan Dream Power series,
Yeah.
because it's a New Age Chronicle
Yeah.
Z.
It's one of
If you
those
wanna-
shows, yeah.
New Age Chronicles, the last letter of the alphabet.
Yes.
Uh, and I love this. I love Rising Hayato. So anything that he features in prominently
Yeah.
is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I just yeah.
I mean,
Uh,
like, this is the series that gave us the gift of Rising Atsuki, including all the bootleg tattoos that he drew on himself before his match. And it's like it's one of those things where it's like the entire mental image of that and also Hayato's reaction to it, like it makes me laugh whenever I think about it. And like I can be on a train and suddenly get that mental image in my head and I'll just start giggling and it's just it's amazing.
yeah, it just if you look at the pairing of Yuma Anzai and Rising Hayato,
Mm,
Atsuki is like the hyper puppy variant of
yeah.
Yuma Anzai. He's still honest and open, but he's like on speed.
Oh yeah.
Uh, and I can imagine that Rising Hayato would be. I've not seen a lot of that pairing yet. I've gone back to 2024, and I'm making it through to 2024. And when I'm done,
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
going to go back even further.
Sure,
But
yeah.
I can imagine that those as a pairing would be hilarious, because
Oh
you've got
God,
the
yeah.
quiet, sensible, emotional guy watching the hyper puppy bounce around the ring
Yeah.
in a way of both annoyance and affection.
Yeah.
Like, you are cute, but you're so annoying and you're so loud. I really want to go back to watching those
Mm.
matches. Okay, so the first match of the show was Dan Tamara and Taishi Nagao versus Hiroyuki Suzuki and Shota Kofuji. Is that how you pronounce it?
Kofuji, yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, on
Um,
Suzuki's side, some very good news came out of him the other day. Like, apparently, he just got married.
oh,
Yay, so
that's awesome.
congratulations to him. Yay.
Congratulations. Yay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to admit I have no notes for this match.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it,
It was a
but
good
these are
match.
I don't know the Suzuki and Kofuji
Yeah,
at all.
Kofuji's quite new. Like, I mean, he has been wrestling in a promotion called OSW, and like they're sort of on the up and up. Like, they're not like super famous yet, but they're starting to like they're starting to find their feet and gain more of a following recently. And it's like like I've seen a couple of their guys before. Like I've seen Kohuji like a couple of times like in the last couple of weeks. And like, they all seem like very solid performers. I can't say I know a whole lot about them, but I do enjoy watching them generally when I see them. But
Yeah,
yeah, it was a very decent, it was a very strong opening match, like
it,
it was just like, it was a good way to introduce Kohuji and Suzuki like to everyone, because probably most of the audience maybe do not know who these guys are. Like, I mean, this is one of the things like about wrestling in Japan is like it is very, very common for people like, I mean, much like yourself, like like a lot of people are only really seriously into one, maybe two wrestling companies, and that's it. Like because it like there just aren't enough hours in the day to follow every single one. It's basically impossible to keep up with everything that's going on with wrestling in Japan. It's like it's
yeah, and
amazing that there's so much, but it's also
it's
mildly
especially
frustrating because it's like I always want to know more, but I do not have the time and or the energy or just there's just no way it is possible to keep up with every single thing going on. But I do appreciate when I do see people who are sort of outside the bubble of the wrestling I am watching, because it just goes to show that it's nice that there's such a wide variety of it around, like it gives everyone more of a selection, and it's just a very nice thing to see, generally.
yeah, I think when you're talking about people only watching one or two promotions, it's
Yeah.
especially the case if you watch like a New Japan,
Yeah.
because they have so many shows, they have so
Mhm.
much to do outside of the promotion itself
Yeah.
that there's little time to watch anything else. And I
Yeah.
had a look at my schedule for the Champion Carnival,
Yeah.
and that is madness.
I
And
know.
if
I mean, like I remember like seeing the announcements for the matches and stuff, and it was like they were just showing screen after screen after screen of all the different matchups that are going to be happening, and I was just like, "Holy crap! There's like 1,000 matches there. How is anybody going to watch all of this?"
yeah,
People, there's got to be somebody who's going to watch every single second of every single match. But as
me
much as I
except
love
for
All
one
Japan,
guy.
it's going to be really difficult for me. I'm going to have to skip at least a few, and yeah, you can probably guess which ones I'm going to skip. But yeah, um, yeah, it's like even if you're just following one company, it's too hard sometimes just to keep up with everything because there's so much.
Yeah, I had a look, right? And
Yeah,
there's in the month of April, there's
yeah,
10 Champion
hmm,
Carnival shows,
yep,
and then there's 2, 4, 6 New Japan shows.
yeah. That's got to be
And
a
I
fun month for you.
and I reviewed both.
Yeah.
So, luckily there's not too much overlap. I think there's only 2 shows that overlap
Yeah, no,
between
that's good.
New Japan and
Okay.
All Japan, which is decent enough.
Yeah.
But I'm going to be dead after
Yeah.
the Champion Carnival. If you
Yeah.
don't hear from me, that
Hey,
was the end.
just wait until it hits May because May, well, has Golden Week in it, and Golden Week
Ah,
is always just amazing for wrestling in a good way and in a bad way. It's like there's so much wrestling, but also there's so much wrestling,
yeah, maybe I should limit myself even further.
Yeah.
Only All Japan the last show of the month, and only New Japan the first show of the month, and that's it. No,
Yeah.
nothing else. 2 shows a
Yeah.
month.
Yeah.
But no.
Yeah.
Um, the only thing I wanted to say about this match, other than what we already said, is that
Yeah.
this is one of the rare occasions where Taishi Nagao is in a match and he did not take the pin.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Good for him.
congratulations, sir.
Yeah. I
Dan
guess like
Tamura.
Koji's just a little bit lower on the pecking order,
Yeah,
Bless him.
he's like, this was my first match where I did not get pinned.
Yeah.
Yay me.
Good for me. Bless him. But
Yeah, that's always cute.
mm,
Okay,
yeah, but
so the second match,
yes, the second match was so
this
good.
was probably my favorite match. I'm scrolling down to see. No, maybe the Alpina match. I this was definitely in the top 2 matches on this card. I
I loved
loved
it.
this
Yeah.
match. This match was Hokuto Omori versus Takahiro Takori. I I, I call him Bunny Boy. I'm sorry, I don't
Yeah,
remember
that's
his name
okay. I
most of
mean,
the time.
you can call him Cappy. Like Cappy's his kind of like
Yeah,
official nickname. So like you probably heard everyone calling like, "Oh, Cappy," yeah.
yeah,
But
I
he
know
is the
that's his
Bunny Boy
nickname,
of wrestling. So yeah, just call him
but
Bunny
I
Boy. It's
still
fine.
call
Yeah,
him Bunny Boy,
yeah.
because of the alliteration, because it's cute.
It's
Uh,
nice.
I was just so happy to see him because, like I said, I only watch a few promotions,
Yeah,
and he's not in any of them.
yeah.
But so I don't
It's
get to watch him a
adorable.
lot. But he is so cute, and the few times that I did, I really enjoyed him.
Yeah.
And I just knew that him versus a ridiculous person like Hokuto Mori was always going to be fun.
Yes.
And look, was this the best match ever? No, absolutely not. But was it delightful and silly? Yes. You had them fighting backstage, and somehow they came back wearing each other's gear. And then you
Yes.
had Hokuto hitting a Hokuto Gun special with the bunny's help, which is the first time I've seen that move actually work, which
And he
means
needed a stuffed bunny between his thighs. Lucky
which
bastard
means the
bunny.
bunny is clearly the superior Hokuto Gun member, and the
Yes.
others are just
Bunny needs to join,
awful.
like officially,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, and then you had Hokuto stuffing the bunny down his pants, so
And
the
then
dick
like
punch
slowly
didn't
getting
land.
it out to show Cappy, like, and then like the look on Cappy's face just sold that so well as well. He was staring directly at Hopkins' crotch as this bunny pops out,
Uh,
and he was just like,
yeah,
he was just staring at it in open mouth disbelief, and it was just like.
yeah.
Yeah, more people. If more people stared at Hokuto's crotch like that, he'd probably feel better about himself. You know?
Well, it depends how they look at it. If
Mhm.
they're like questioning
Yeah.
or making anyway, let's not talk about Hokuto's dick. And then after the match, he refuses Hokuto's handshake and hits him in the nuts anyway.
Yeah.
it's, it's just was it an epic 5-star match? No, but
Absolutely
it
not.
was the kind of stuff that Hokuto is so good at, which is
Yeah.
comedy and character work and
Yeah.
making sure that people have a good time and
Yeah.
at his expense a lot of the time.
And he
And
really
that's
suited the gown with the bunnies.
he
Like
did.
he looked really nice in that. I
It looked so
appreciate it.
cute.
Yeah.
I do want to ask them what happened backstage that they somehow managed to switch gears.
Again. Yeah.
Like what
Yeah.
the hell?
Oh dear. Yeah.
What's the logic here, boys?
Yeah.
Um, yeah,
We
no,
just
it's just
like
it
we
was
stripped each
delightful
other, and then somehow we picked up the wrong clothes. Huh?
because they are so similar.
Just absolutely
Idiots.
stellar stuff. I mean, wrestlers switching gear for no damn reason is always really funny. It's guaranteed to make you smile,
Yes,
just
but
like, why is
a
that
lot of
guy wearing that guy's jacket? That's
a
great.
lot of the time though, it's intentional. Like I remember Hokuto Omori and Yuma Oyagi switching gears recently,
Ah, yeah.
and Hokuto looked great.
He did,
I
yeah.
really loved that look on him.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah.
it happens. It's cute. It's funny. It's
Yeah, like I mean, there was an entire section of a certain DDT photo book I've got, which is just Harashima and Soma Takao. And there's a whole like section of that photo book which is just dedicated to Harashima wearing Takao's gear with like the little red shorts. And Takao wearing Harashima's gear with like the gown and the baggy trousers. And it's just like looking at that, it's just one, they both look really good, but also Harashima needs to wear shorts more often. Holy shit, But yeah, but yeah, just gear switches. Oh, I'm always going to be a fan of gear switches. It's just a great, great, beautiful thing. So, match number 3.
oh, I thought you were going to talk about the match. Sorry about that.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
match
Like,
number 3 is Ryoma. What's that called? Tsukamoto
Tsukamoto. Yeah.
versus Ryo Inoue. I know nothing about Tsukamoto. I had a
Okay.
look online, and
Hmm.
correct me if I'm wrong,
Yeah.
but is he used to wrestle in All Japan until injuries happened?
Yeah, like he was like one of our rookies for a while, and like people had like some kind of expectations of him because, well, look at him. But yeah, like basically he was he got injured, and like basically he was unable to get back to wrestling for like a really long time, and he just sort of ended up sort of drifting away from All Japan essentially. And it's like it's kind of sad because like especially when it happens with a rookie, because like you're always gonna kind of wonder what could have been, like if he hadn't been injured, like what would his position be in All Japan right now? And it's like, I mean, it's almost kind of redundant thinking that kind of way, but it's like sometimes you just kind of can't help it, like because I mean, there's so many stories like that in wrestling, like if this had happened differently, or if this guy hadn't gotten injured at this time, how would it have changed things? And I think like Tsukamoto is going to be like, he's basically one of the big what if stories of All Japan, and it's kind of a pity, but it's also really encouraging that he feels like, he can take part in All Japan shows, like even now, like after everything had happened. I think that shows like, like it shows like a very strong character, and like I think the fans appreciated seeing him, because like a lot of Old Japan fans, like, they got long memories, so there must have been some fans who remembered what happened with him like back in the day, and like everyone just welcomed him back so easily, and I kind of felt like that was a really nice touch, like, like he was going to be one of our guys, and because of reasons he couldn't be, but we're happy to see him here, and that was like, it was just a very nice thing to see. Yeah. And like, it was almost like catching up with an old friend in a way, just saying, okay, so this is what he can do now, this is what he looks like now, and he's getting on really well. Yeah, and I think like, they worked really well off each other. It was actually a very pleasant match to watch.
Yeah, I enjoyed this. This is not my style. Like
Yeah.
I can appreciate beefy dudes, and there was a lot of beef on one side of
Oh yeah.
the match. And I can appreciate the hard kicks and stuff,
Yeah.
but there's less character stuff in there because they don't have to do that
Yeah.
sometimes. So I can appreciate it, and I appreciate this match.
Hmm.
Uh, it wasn't my favorite. We'll get
Sure.
to my favorite, but
Yeah.
it was a lot of fun, and it was interesting to see him and the reaction he got, and Rio in a way getting more single stuff
Hmm.
and more opportunities is good. I really like him.
Yeah.
He almost started bleeding from the head at some point though,
He
and
did. Yeah. Yeah.
I
They
it
were
was
really getting into that. Yeah.
it was a minor thing, I
Mm.
think, but I couldn't pinpoint how it happened.
Yeah, that was
I
a weird one. Yeah, like I mean, there were people in the audience just kind of going, "Why is he bleeding? What did that?"
I
Yeah.
even
So
I went back and I was like, no, that's how?
yeah.
Because it felt like something that happens because of a sharp object or something, but
Yeah.
Inoue wasn't wearing anything sharp. I was like, nails,
Yeah.
maybe?
Yeah, a lot of people in the audience felt the same way. It was just like, like he's bleeding. Oh no, why is he bleeding? It doesn't seem that serious. Let's just
Yeah.
ignore it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and even Rio Inoue's kicks are lethal, but they
Oh yeah,
wouldn't cause
he
you to
doesn't
bleed.
cause like spontaneous bleeding or anything like that.
No.
He's not that much of a badass yet. So yeah,
So yeah, it was kind of curious. He seemed
yeah,
fine. It seems a scratch, like,
mm.
but because he's bald, it just stands out more.
Yeah,
Just, yeah, one of those things.
yeah,
Okay, so the fourth match was well, by the way, Inoue pinned Sukamoto.
yeah.
Fourth match was Atsuki Oyagi and Seigo Tachibana versus Rei Saito and Jun Saito. And I don't have who pinned who. I have Seigo
It was
Tachibana got
Junpin
pinned.
Tachibana, yeah. So
Yeah.
Junpin Sego. Oh my God. Okay, so I haven't seen like how it was shown on like All Japan TV or anything yet. So I don't know how it looked on camera, but when Aoyagi and Tachibana came out to Dochi, like Jun and Ray both corpsed super hard. And it
Yeah,
was the
yeah, you could
funniest
see
thing
it.
in the world. Because they started off just sort of face palming and just going, oh my God. But they were both laughing their asses off at it. And when they started doing the dance, like not very well, but at least they tried. Good on you, lads. But oh my God. I mean, it was the most hilarious thing. It was just because this is Atsuki Aoyagi classically being an absolute dick for just because it's funny, just for the lols. It was just it is exactly what you would expect him to do, but it was still a surprise that he did it, if that makes sense. It was just like the second we heard like the start of that song, everyone just went, "Oh my god." And it was just such an amazing moment, just. And also, yeah, Jun's really cute when he's laughing. It's really great. So yeah, I mean that entire thing, like it was an incredibly silly match. Considering the Saito brothers were in there, like, but it just became one of the silliest matches of the night, and it was great. I liked that a lot, just because of an impromptu dance break in the middle of a match. Like, guys, your dancing is crap. We're going to show you how to do it properly. They do the dance properly, and it still looks mildly ridiculous, but it's also really fun. And then Atsuki and Seiko have another go at it, and they still suck, and so they get beaten up. So just completely ridiculous, but again, just so bloody entertaining and just so much fun to watch. Like, everybody in the place went crazy for that match. They loved it. It was so good.
Yeah, I agree. It started out with the Satyrs were out there, and then Atsuki walks out, and I'm like, "Where's your theme song? Where's one of the few songs they can legally play? Where is
Yeah.
it?" And then the Satyrs song starts, and I'm like, "Oh, this is what we're doing."
Yeah.
And you can actually see them corpsing in
Oh
the
yeah, oh that's
foreground
great.
because
It's good that they
yeah,
did that, because that was
yeah,
just one of the most beautiful parts, like when they started laughing about it.
I think what they did, they zoomed in on Atsuki and Seigo initially, and then they
Yeah.
zoom out, and you can see the Satyrs just dying in the corner of the ring.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
really
because they
funny.
were trying to hide it, but not very well. Like, I mean, the
No.
Saitos know what their fans want. Like, and I think like they knew, like, okay, they had to show that how ridiculous they thought it was, but also that they secretly thought it was hilarious. It was just so much fun. Just
Yeah.
seeing that side of them, because the Saito brothers like have. They have a couple of like little things, like mildly silly things that they do in their matches, but they don't often have a chance to be very, very silly. And this was one of those matches, where they got to be very, very silly, and it was just pure fun to watch. I loved it.
Yeah, I have to be honest, I don't have a lot of memories from this match other than the silliness regarding the dancing. That just stayed with me and the rest evaporated. It was the whole thing where Atsuki and Seigo dance and then the satyrs are dying in the corner watching this.
Yeah,
And it's bad dancing. Like I could maybe spy one moment where they were in sync, and
yeah,
it was by accident.
yeah.
So it was horrid. And then
Yes.
the Saito start dancing, and they're not much better. Like
Yeah, it's still
they
ridiculous. It looks slightly more coordinated, but it still looks kind of stupid. Yeah.
they know the moves,
Yeah.
and they know roughly when they're supposed to hit the moves, but there's no timing between them. It's
Yeah.
not like they're completely in sync.
Yeah.
And then they switch again. And
Yeah.
wait, but I'm missing something. And then they're between them switching back to Aski and Seigo. The time gets cold. Like
Yeah.
5 minutes have passed, and it's the funniest thing for some reason because they're being very silly, and then this very serious 5 minutes have passed.
Yeah.
Why
I
it's
just
just
love it when the ring announcer gets a chance to throw some shade, like just completely unintentionally. It's just like, guys, you're supposed to be doing a match. Hello.
there's been 5 minutes of the bullshit now. Just get to it.
Time is
And then
passing.
yeah, and then they ignored it and they went back to the dancing. And for some reason, the Saitos were so insulted by the even worse attempt that they
Yeah.
just attacked them.
Yeah. And then some
Yeah,
wrestling actually happened. Yeah.
yeah, eventually.
Eventually.
Um, and like as much as I love serious Seigo Tachibana, I also love humor Seigo Tachibana. So this was great fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, just pure fun.
Yeah.
Um, the main event was also pure fun, but less comedy haha fun. Still
Yeah.
comedy haha fun, But
Yeah.
you know, this was the match of the show. The
Oh, of
fifth
course. Yeah.
match
Hmm.
was Rising Hayato versus Yuma Anzai versus Ren Ayabe versus Ryuku Honda. With Hayato questionably taking the pin, technically pinning
Yeah.
the other. We'll talk about that, I'm sure.
Yeah, that was
Do
controversial.
you want to talk about this match first, or shall I?
You can go first if you want. Yeah.
Okay, so this was one of like this match and the Hokuto Mori match were my favorites from this show. I
Yeah.
had so much fun with this one. It's
Mm.
four great characters.
Hmm.
The tag teams working together and then breaking apart just as quickly.
Yeah.
Yuma and Hayato working together out of, habits until
Hmm.
both of them tried to pin Honda and
Yeah.
Hayato slapping the shit out of Yuma's back. And I love that so much. I love the whole annoyed
Hmm.
slapping thing that Hayato does because
Yeah.
it hurts. You can tell
Hmm.
that it hurts.
Yeah.
And he slaps his tag partner even harder than he would his opponents. I
Yeah.
love that. Like Yuma kicks him as well, but like
Oh
he
yeah.
doesn't kick him all that hard. And then Hayato is like, well, fuck you, bitch, and he
Mhm.
like slaps him straight on the back. It's great fun. And then a very similar moment where Ayabe gets punched by Honda and he looks at him. The
Yeah.
way he looked at him, I'm not sure if you could tell if when you were there, but
Yeah.
there's this great moment where the camera zooms in on Ayabe just looking all indignant.
Yeah.
How dare you punch me?
Yeah.
And I love that Ayabe is at a point where he does that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
he the interaction, the character thing, the thinking about it, the funny haha stuff.
Yeah.
Um, and
And
then
mm,
they eventually gang up on Honda,
mhm.
and he gets them back for it, and he does the 1, 2, 3, 4 spot.
Yeah.
And then at the very end, the torment, the emotional ending of Honda thinking he's won,
And
but
even
Hayato winning.
starting his preliminary celebration as well. He
Yeah.
was gearing up to have his arm raised and everything.
And
And
then
then
Hayato winning by technicality.
yeah. And it was I mean, it was a very rare occasion where people actually kind of felt sorry for Honda for roughly 2.3 seconds, and then everyone was happy because Hayato won. And it was just, like, I kind of felt bad for Honda. I mean, like, he's obviously got his fans. He's not unpopular or anything, but Hayato's got the edge on him. So like, he was just like, wait, no, but I was on top though. I was on top. I should have won. I won, didn't I? No, it wasn't him. And he just wouldn't let it go until he just sort of made his peace with it. And then he was allowed to do his little Hon dance at the end anyway.
The
Oh, God bless
funniest
the
thing
Hon
about
dance.
that is that the camera manages to film Honda in a way where Hayato is in the background just
Just sort
completely
of watching
not
him.
into
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Just sitting there going,
Hmm.
"Oh,
Yeah.
okay." I
Yeah.
feel like Honda and Hayato as a team would have been the funniest, but
Yeah.
the most not like destructive. I think that would not have gone well.
Yeah. But
I
like,
think
mm,
I think Ayabe is an introvert, but he's not the kind of personality that Hayato is. He's a lot more mellow and easygoing.
yeah.
Whereas Hayato is opinionated
Hmm.
and he will let you know when you're being annoying. I think he would spend most of his day telling Honda to just shut up and to be less annoying.
Yeah. I yeah. But it was
What are
just,
your
it's just
thoughts
so
about this
interesting. I
match?
mean, I love any kind of matches where guys who regularly work together or guys who are in the same unit are forced into a situation where they have to fight each other for whatever reason.
Right, right,
And it
same.
was because it just shows, obviously, it shows interactions that, I mean, even just by virtue of them being in the same team, you would never usually see them fighting each other anyway. But the fact that it had like all four members basically all out to win and all out to try to be like the one who's on top. And ironically, Yuki Honda, even though he ended up figuratively and literally on top, he still lost. You know, and it was just a really fun way to explore the relationships between the members and like how they work off of each other, and like obviously they had their natural alliances, but then those alliances were broken over and over, and it was just kind of fun to see them sort of against each other instead of working together. And like, I like any kind of matches that challenges the sort of preconceived notions of anybody. And it was just nice to see, like, sort of, it was nice to see them in such a different way. Just sort of like that. It was really great. That was like a really excellent main event. Just that was a perfect way to finish that show, honestly.
Yeah, I agree about the whole I love watching wrestlers do shit they don't normally do.
Yeah.
And this is another example. And I love that they still defaulted to their basic teams, like, oh, that's my guy. But
Mm.
then they realized, wait, we can't do that
Yeah.
because I am against you. And
Hmm.
then um the real wrestler showed up, right? The competitive
Yeah.
wrestler showed up. Like I am your tag partner unless we are opponents.
Yeah.
And Rising Hayato just slapping the shit out of Yuma
Yeah.
is an example. Like, yes, I adore you and you are my partner and I will protect you and defend you
Yeah.
unless you are in the way of what I need to do.
Yeah.
And for Yuma as well, like Yuma defers to Hayato constantly,
Hmm.
but this is match Yuma, right? This
Yeah.
is champion material Yuma
Yeah.
Anzai, and he is not going to back down just because it's Rising Hayato.
Hmm.
Uh, but still, the defaulting to first working together. And the
Yeah.
same for Ayabe and Honda. And that's why Ayabe is right. Like, why are you slapping me? How
Yeah.
dare you? That's not the deal.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be on my side, which
Hmm.
makes it fun. Yeah, this was
Yeah.
a lot of fun. If you like a fun match and great wrestling, like
Mm.
we don't talk about the wrestling.
Yeah.
We haven't talked about the wrestling for this match,
Not so
but it
much.
was great.
Yeah.
Very creative moves, and they know each other so well that they like counter each other and make it interesting, and
Mm.
still teamwork
Yeah.
behind Rising Hayato and Yuma doing the whole, I don't know moves, but doing the Hayato jumps off the ropes and
Yeah.
kicks the person into a suplex from Yuma.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's called.
Oh
um
gosh. Yeah.
they did that, and it
Mm.
was like, oh yes, they did it. And then they realized, oh wait, fuck, we're not a team.
Yeah.
Let me kick you so you don't get the 3 count.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of shit
Uh,
was a lot of fun.
that was good. Yeah. I mean, like, I like all the like, all of these like new Chronicle shows. Like, they're just so. They're just like the pacing is so good. Like they're. I mean, I mean this in a positive way. Like they are very easy shows to watch because they tend to not overstay their welcome. They're just the right length, and like it gives you like a lot of variety of like different styles of matches, different types of personalities. You often see wrestlers you maybe don't have an opportunity to see so often, or you see wrestlers that you often see, but in situations you wouldn't usually see them in. And like, all of those shows are just so bloody entertaining. And like, in a way, like, I'm a little worried, mainly, I mean, we've got like a year and a half to figure out what's going to happen to these shows, really, because they are shows that are meant for guys who have been wrestling for fewer than 10 years. Rising Hayato gets to his 10th anniversary in wrestling next year. And
Right.
that's kind of bothering me because I want these shows to continue, but someone's going to have to take over from Hayato after next year because he will have aged out of that brand, basically. So I want this to continue for as long as possible, but at the same time, I kind of don't want to imagine those shows without Hayato in them because they're just so creative, and like it's nice to see like the results of Hayato's creativity in this stuff. It's just a very he does it really well. and I'd like to be able to see him do more produce shows, like even after next year. Like I want to see what else he can do.
Yeah, well, maybe there's a way to have him
Mm.
do something similar, but not under this banner, or to have him
Yeah,
be
yeah,
like
because
the booker, but to have a Yuma Anzai be the face or whatever,
could
something,
be, yeah.
or have him choose who
Mm.
succeeds him.
Yeah,
Because if he wants something similar, then he could just choose the person he thinks fits the best. I wouldn't say
yeah,
that's Yuma Anzai, to be honest,
yeah.
but
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what happens, but it is going to be a very sad day when we see the last
yeah.
of these shows, like in this particular way, you know. But I think it's definitely a kind of thing we should appreciate while it's still around, because like there's been a lot of like various like rookie brands and stuff like that in Japan, in all Japan over the years. Like I was just thinking a little while ago about the co-produced shows that All Japan used to run with Big Japan Pro Wrestling. Like they used to basically get a bunch of All Japan rookies and a bunch of Big Japan rookies, and then like I think we did alternating months. Like one month it would be Big Japan hosting the show, and then the next month it would be All Japan hosting a show, and it would just be their guys just beating a shit out of each other, and that was a lot of fun actually. Like, but that only lasted for about 1 year, I think. Yeah, so like, but it's always very interesting when All Japan sort of branch out and try something different, like away from their main brand. So I'm actually curious to see like if they do more stuff like that in the future.
Yeah, I'll be curious as well. And I like you. I wonder what they're gonna do with, which is basically Hayato's show.
Yeah,
What are they going to, how are they going to fix this? Or if
yeah,
they just ignore the rule.
they
It's like
could just ignore
everyone
the rule. Yeah,
everyone ignore that Hayato has been wrestling for more than
yeah,
10 years. We'll
yeah. Hayato will
pretend,
be 50 and still producing these things, and be like, me,
yeah,
yeah,
he
I've only
looks
been
young enough.
producing. I haven't been producing that long.
No,
Shh.
he looks young enough that you can just go, well, he's actually 19 and
Yeah,
he's only been wrestling for 3
yeah.
months. Okay, so that was the third show. That we're moving on to the fourth show, which at
Mhm.
the time of recording was yesterday, so
Yeah,
the 29th of March 2025.
yeah,
This was an interesting show
yeah,
because we had some very an important match happened at the very end there. We also got
yeah,
some news, so I figure I'll start with the news and
yeah.
then we'll get to the actual matches.
Hmm.
There was news about Musashi, who was
Hmm.
supposed to have a title match on this card, but
Hmm.
he is sick, so the title match didn't happen. It got cancelled. He wasn't in the show, and Seiko Yoshioka, who was supposed to challenge him, was moved to the first match of the card.
Hmm.
And then there was news about the Champion Carnival
Hmm.
because Cyrus, who was supposed to leave for Japan
Like,
yesterday or
yeah,
any
a
day
couple of
now.
days ago, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Um
basically, on the day he was due to fly out, like, basically something happened. Yeah, like he got
yeah.
sick or something. Like we still he hasn't gone into any detail about it, and I kind of respect that. Obviously something major happened that prevented him from being able to make it over here. So yeah, I mean it really is a pity, because I was actually really curious to see how he was going to do in the Champion Carnival this year, like because he's improved so much like over the last year or so. Like he has like his in-ring performances just improved by leaps and bounds, and like he's really really coming along. Like he looks like he belongs in a way. Like I mean, obviously that's a kind of a silly thing to say considering he's bloody signed to World Japan, but you know, like like he found his place there. And it was just such a pity that he had to pull out pretty much at the last minute almost because of whatever happened. Like I feel terrible for him, honestly.
Yeah, same here because the last thing I saw on his Twitter was him very excitedly sharing an interview that he did about the Champion Carnival and about how
Yeah.
excited he was,
Mm.
and then to get the news that he's not coming, I was actually really looking forward to seeing what he could do because I haven't had the chance to watch a lot of Single Cyrus yet.
Yeah.
And he was in a group that I think he would have worked really well with.
Hmm.
So yeah, it's a pity. We do find out who'll be replacing him in the
Yes.
Champion Carnival, but we'll talk about that when it gets revealed.
Yes.
So yeah, Musashi is not well, but it doesn't seem to be very serious because he
Yeah.
talked about it on Twitter. It seems to be a stomach bug.
Yeah.
Um, and then Cyrus, we don't know, and we hope both of them are well soon, but
Yeah.
we'll have
Of
to
course.
see.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first match on this card was Atsuki Aoyagi, Koroshi Tokyo Japan, Taishi Nagao versus Dan Tamura, Ryo Inoue, and Seiki Yoshioka.
Mhm.
And I think Jiro's the one who got added because
Yeah, they needed another
Yoshioka got
guy
added.
for the
Yeah,
tag, and like Jiro apparently had some time, so here he is.
yeah.
But it was a nice
Um,
way to open the show, though. It's just sort of like
yeah,
it's just
happy.
sort of a nice, fluffy, like six-man tag just to get everybody warmed up, kind of thing. Like in a nice way. I don't mean that like in a disparaging way or anything like that, but just sort of just to get the crowd into it. Just sort of like almost like I don't want to call it a warm-up match because that almost sounds like I'm disparaging it, but like you know what I mean. Like it got the crowd going. Everyone was kind of into it. Jiro was being Jiro, so for better or worse, but like the crowd seemed really into it, so good for them. Everyone was having a good time. There was lots of shenanigans, and yeah, it was a nice little match. Yeah,
Yeah, I love this whole thing where they came out to Jiro's music, and
yeah,
Atsuki Oyagi was very into it. He was like
he
dancing
would
along
be.
and
Yeah.
doing the shit that Jiro does. And then you've got Taishi Nagao in the ring already, just waiting there. Like,
That's
guys,
he's so
guys,
just
please,
oh.
please get into the ring, please, guys, I'm not there yet. I don't do the crowd interactions yet. It's
Oh.
cute. Uh,
Bless.
yeah, and this match was kind of sweet
Yeah.
because Yoshioka is supposed to be challenging Musashi, but he's also Musashi's tag team partner.
Yeah.
So he eventually found a Musashi towel in the crowd, and then initially he puts it on the ring post, and it's kind of meaningful in a way because he's now got Musashi in his corner,
Nah.
literally, which is cute. And then he grabs it because he gets tagged in, and he grabs it and he starts wrestling with it and doing Musashi's catchphrase and stuff. Like Musashi is there in the ring with him, and it's
No.
adorable. Look, I love
Sweet.
tag teams slash rivals being cute together because they have a history, and it's sweet. I
Yeah.
love Mutana and Seichan. They're
Yeah.
adorable. Oh, you'd be the perfect person to ask.
Uh-huh.
What does Musashi shout when he does the whole catchphrase that he has?
Oh
What does
shit.
he
Hang on.
say?
Give me a second, okay? Because damn it, like it is. Okay, this maybe is a result of the Jack Daniels thing I started drinking earlier. It has
You
completely
forgot.
fallen out of my head. I will remember this about 4 a.m. and I'll probably send you a DM on Twitter going, "This is the thing that he says." But at the minute, I'm so sorry. It's completely escaped my head. But
That's
yeah.
fine. Fine. It's just that you're the first person I've recorded with who actually speaks Japanese. So I was
Yeah.
like, well, you would know.
I would know.
Just
Usually I would
DM
know,
me.
but I am kind of impaired by the incredibly small amount of alcohol I have imbibed so far. So sorry. Yeah.
It's
For
okay.
a British person, I'm such a bloody lightweight when it comes to alcohol, I swear to God.
It's fine. Okay, so and then you've got the rest of the match. The
Mhm.
the moment where Jiro is trying to get tagged in
Yeah.
by Atsuki, and instead Taishi Nagao steals the tag and then goes all out. He just has a minute of him hitting all his moves,
Yeah.
and he's hitting them right on Dan Tamura, Ryo Inoue, and Seiki Yoshioka, and they are like, if you compare the two sides, you've got the silly boys with
Mhm.
the young boy,
Mm.
and then the serious wrestler dudes,
Mm.
and he's just destroying them. He's
Yeah.
destroying these serious wrestlers,
Yeah.
and it's the funniest shit ever. It's hilarious. I love Taishin Nagao when he goes all out, and
Yeah.
he of course he loses. Like
Yeah.
Yoshioka pins him in
Yeah.
the end, but
Oh,
it's still cute.
it
What
was
did you think
cute.
about this? Oh, you already talked about this match. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. It
Do
was.
you have
uh,
anything more to add about this match, or
No,
shall we
I
go
think
to?
we're good. Yeah, I think we're all right. Yeah, it was a very good way to open a show, I think.
It was cute. I loved it. I loved that Yoshioka just went with the tearjerker of going, Musashi, I miss you, basically.
Oh.
It was cute. The
Yeah.
the next match though.
15 seconds long.
Look,
15 seconds
people,
long. Jesus
I
Christ.
will set the stage for you. We know that we've got a Suwama versus Seigo Tachibana match, and Suwama walks out, and he walks out in his Evolution ring gear. All
Yeah.
right, so he's there to promote his promotion. Nothing linking him to All Japan all that much.
Yeah.
And then they get into the ring, and Seigo Tachibana looks really happy and confident, and he's gonna do the thing, right? And then he gets pinned in 15
Yeah.
seconds.
Yep.
And I was sad.
Yeah.
It was funny, but
It was funny. It would
I
have
was
been
looking
nice to have
forward.
seen a bit more like actual wrestling, I guess. But just
But
for the gag, like I think, like like it's just it was actually it's a very funny joke, and I appreciate the funny joke. I would like to have seen it like Tachibana last even just a little bit longer. Like I mean, even if it was less than a minute, that's still a bit more respectable than 15 bloody seconds. But you could still make it funny. But I mean, I appreciate it
yeah,
for what it was. It was obviously not ever going to be more than that. Like no, there hadn't been like any build up to it or anything like that. It wasn't. It was never going to be flagged as like the match of a century or anything like that. You know, it was just, they decided, okay, we're just going to have a very decisive match here. 15 seconds, 15 seconds. Let's do this. Backdrop, pinfall, end. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah. I was kind of sad about it. I wanted to see a Seigo Tachibana singles match against a serious heavyweight. Just
Yeah.
wanted to see it. I've been seeing so much funny haha Tachibana that I wanted to see serious Tachibana for
Yeah.
a bit
It's
there,
totally
and I was like, oh
understandable.
well,
Yeah.
a singles match is the way to get
Yeah.
some serious
Hmm.
wrestling out there,
Yeah.
and because it's Suwama as well, this is like the
Mm.
one show that Suwama is on this month,
Yeah.
and he's in there for maybe 30 seconds. He
Yeah.
walks out, and then 15 seconds of quote unquote match, and then he's
Yeah.
gone. I was like, oh well, this is the one show he's on.
He
He
still got
kills.
paid.
Yes, but I
I'd
didn't
love
get to
to get
watch him.
paid for 15 seconds of work. you know,
It just
just
felt
like,
a bit.
just walk in, do the thing. That's my job done for the month. Bye.
Because now it only ended up as a vehicle for what happened after the match, which
Yeah.
is when Bakanoji Dai walked out and
Hmm.
just tortured Tachibana until he said he joined their squad.
Yeah.
He joined by force.
Yeah.
Um,
He was
and
press
then
ganged into Bakanoji Dai.
yeah, he was
Yeah.
forced to do it. And then I go to Twitter and Suwama stating that he's left Bakanoji Dai, and it's like, well, that's all this was.
Yo, just
Is
switch places, okay?
I guess. Well, did we need a match for that? Like, couldn't you have done a very short backstage video or something
Yeah.
where he,
Well, it's wrestling, like everything basically has to happen in the ring somehow, like everything is decided in the ring. So in this case, perhaps Sumama wanted to leave back on Ojidai, but he had to find a replacement. And he did so by basically backdropping the nearest guy he could find, which was Seigo Tachibana. And then he was just like, okay, fuck this noise, I'm leaving. Here's a new member for you. Bye. you know?
I mean,
So, yeah.
I understand that logic, but at the same time, Kendo Mashino joined in a backstage promo.
Yeah. I mean,
So,
it's something to do. I mean, I'd say backstage promos, like, it's good when something happens, like, or like when it's been like, some kind of major development or something like that. Sometimes that's a good thing, but sometimes it would be like kind of nicer in a way just to see it play out in the ring or like play out as part of a match. So say if they'd done it like as a tag match, like Bakano Jidai versus Seigo and Ikemen, right? And say if Seigo and Ikemen lose the match, then Seigo has to join Bakano Jidai or something like that. That actually would have been really fun. Dang, I should book this thing. But yeah, um, yeah, like I mean, I'm totally with
Yeah,
you. It's just
that
yeah, but
or just have them wrestle for real. And
yeah,
Suwama destroys Tachibana, but it's in like 7 minutes.
yeah,
And then in the backstage, Bakanoji Dai shows up to a defeated Tachibana. It's like, well, you look like an idiot.
yeah,
Or and for the same reason, Suwama is like, well, you guys are beneath me now. I
yeah,
am done with this shit. You have
yeah,
fun being weird. Like that could have worked.
yeah. It could have, yeah,
I just saw the match before the show and I was like, oh, that looks interesting. I want to see what that looks like because I've
yeah,
never imagined a Suwama versus Tachibana match, and I was like, oh, I
yeah.
want to see
Because
what they do,
I mean,
and
one
then
of the
they did
yeah.
it.
Yeah, I think the best thing about that match for me was the fact that I was actually at work at the time, so because I couldn't attend the match yesterday because I was working, but I could actually watch this match like while I was at work because it was so short. Because it was no what I'm not allowed. And one of the fun things about the company I work for is that we are not allowed to use the Wi-Fi in the schools. Like, the teachers cannot use the school Wi-Fi for any reason. So I couldn't, it would have been difficult for me to watch a show like, or like, and many parts of it just on like my data, basically. But that match, it's only 15 seconds. I can watch that. Okay. Yeah. So that was all right for me personally. But yeah, I mean, it would be interesting to see, like, how people felt. I mean, I can imagine people. I mean, you heard the reaction of the people in the audience. Everyone was kind of shocked by that. Like especially because normally when a match is that short, you normally get like, haha, very short match. But now we're going to restart the match, and now we're going to do it seriously, kind of thing. And that just didn't happen. It just ended. So I can see how people might have been disappointed by like how like that played out.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, it
shit
is what it
happens,
is, though. It's
right?
it's
That
it's
is
done. Yeah,
that's wrestling.
yeah,
Sometimes they tease me with something really interesting and then they don't do it.
yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, third match,
Yeah.
the Saitos technically,
Hmm.
Naruki Doi and Senor Saito. I don't know if I should pronounce that in the Spanish way, Senor, or I
Yeah,
should pronounce it
yeah.
differently.
He will never hear this. It's fine. Just call him what you like.
Versus Yuko Miyamoto and Fuminori Abe.
Yeah.
This match, just lots of dick shots.
Oh yeah.
Lots and lots of dick shots. The
Big
focus
shot
was
of
on
the
the
match. Yeah.
dicks.
Yeah.
All the dicks.
Yeah.
And a lot of teamwork that worked and a lot of teamwork that didn't work.
Oh yeah.
More teamwork that didn't work than anything.
Yeah.
And in the end, Yuko Miyamoto pins Senor Saito, which
Yeah.
if I had to guess who was going to take the pin, that would definitely be the guy I would have guessed.
He seems to be the guy to take the pin for the site, like,
Yeah.
for the under Saito brothers. Like, he just seems to be like the pin eater of the group generally. He has that kind of aura about him, which is kind of sad, because well, the guy himself, he's not a bad wrestler at all. It's just like this, his role in the Saito brothers is to eat the pins if a pin needs to be eaten.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't think that's a bad thing.
Yeah,
Like if
somebody's
we're
got to
looking
lose. It's fine,
for
but
example, if I look at Champion Carnival, I feel like guys like Kuma Arashi are
hmm.
probably going to take some pins.
Oh, absolutely,
Um,
yeah,
and that's not an issue as long as
yeah,
you're happy with what you're doing and you're giving us good shit.
yeah.
It's fine. Like
I mean, yeah, because like guys like
most.
Soma Arashi, like he's big enough to present like as some kind of threat. So it's not,
Mhm.
it wouldn't be completely out of place for him to win, but if he loses, like from an All Japan fan point of view, generally, if he loses, it's not that big of a deal in a way. Like if he were signed to All Japan, it would probably be different. But like he's
But
he's basically just
even
a
then,
freelancer. Like, he's just kind of there to fill up the spaces,
but
in a
but
way.
even
So
then, I don't think it's an issue because
mm,
Hokusho Gun's story is we are lovable losers, or
Yeah.
depending on if you dislike them, we are annoying losers.
Yeah.
So the losing thing is part of the story, which is why I
Yeah.
expect Hokuto Mori to pretty much lose everything
Yeah.
uh, in the Champion Carnival.
Yeah.
Um, Talking about the Champion Carnival, do you want to go to match 4?
Yes, yeah, that's an interesting.
So,
Well, so we were just talking about like Kuma Arashi being there to eat the pins in the Champion Carnival, and guess
and
what
he
he
like
did in this match?
I saw this match, right? I saw this is a special Champion Carnival tag match. So
Yeah.
it's Shotora Ashino, Ruki Honda, Zion,
Mm,
and Maruko Kikta
yeah.
versus Kuma Arashi, Renayabe, Hideki Suzuki, and Rei Saito.
Hmm.
And I saw this match and I was like, well, Kuma Arashi is taking the pin,
Yeah.
and it's either Zion or Maruka Kikta
Hmm.
getting the pin.
Yeah.
Because by wrestling logic, because Kuma Arashi is not signed, he is the bottom of the pile here,
Hmm.
and they want to build the other two guys because they're new.
Yeah.
So,
Exactly. Yeah.
and then it happened.
Yeah. Because I mean, like, there was no way Kikuta was going to lose this because that would piss Dragon Gate off. There was
Mm,
no way Zion was going to lose this because, like, I mean, he was in WWE or something, right? So like he's a name
NXT.
TM. So like basically they wouldn't have wanted him to lose like basically in his first appearance in All Japan. So it was important to protect those guys in particular. And then like all the other guys, like I mean, Yuki Honda's basically like an underdog. Like, we don't expect him to necessarily win the Champion Carnival, but we want to see him do well. The other guys are maybe slightly more credible threats and like maybe slightly more likely to win. Kuma Arashi, and you know how much I love and fancy, etc. Kuma Arashi, but he doesn't stand a dog's chance in hell of winning Champion Carnival. I'm afraid. I'm so sorry, Kuma. I love you, but
And
no, it's not happening.
unless
Yeah,
everyone else gets sick.
yeah.
The
I mean,
stomach
this is
bug
one of
that
those
Musashi
days where I'm
had.
actually pretty grateful that Kuma doesn't speak English because he's not, like, it's unlikely he will listen to me, like, just shading him so much, but I'm doing it out of love somehow.
While telling him how big of a crush you have on him.
Yeah, because he's so cuddly. Have you seen how cuddly he is? Such a
He
cuddly
is. I
boy.
love him. He's
He's
very sweet.
great.
I agree.
But he's not winning Champion Carnival nowhere.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, and
I love
that's okay.
losers.
I don't care if he doesn't win Champion Carnival. I love him. It's okay.
Okay, this
Speaking
match.
of guys who want to win Champion Carnival, the next match, there is at least one guy we wouldn't mind seeing winning the Champion Carnival, but the other guy not so much. Unfortunately, that's the one who won. Shit.
Yeah, yeah, we'll get to that match.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Yeah.
Okay, this match, Zion walks out, right? And I'm like, oh no, he's gonna do the big mad grr
Yeah.
forearm gimmick. I loathe that gimmick. It's so annoying. I
Yeah.
don't mind it when it's like Mike DiVecchio, because he
Yeah.
puts he's personable and he's funny, but
Yeah.
he's still the big bad muscly foreigner. That's
Yeah.
fine. But Zion just looks like any guy when they come to Japan and they want to be big and tough and strong. So they do the angry face thing. And I'm like, oh, I hope you have more personality than that.
Yeah.
I'm willing to give you a chance. Like maybe it's just because it's the first time and you're nervous and
Yeah.
you don't know these guys yet and yeah.
Yeah.
And then after him shows Kuma walks out with a cute T-shirt, and I'm like, ah, the cute
Oh,
murder bear thing.
oh.
That's not what it's called, but I call
Yeah.
it the cute murder bear T-shirt.
Yeah.
Uh, it's super bear, I think it
It's something
says.
like that. Yeah, yeah. But
Anyway, it's cute.
oh, he's
Um,
very cute.
and then Zion gets paired up with Hideki Suzuki a lot.
Yeah.
Which makes sense, like the WWE connection. He speaks
Yeah.
English really well.
Yeah.
He's very comfortable, and Hideki Suzuki is one of those guys who even if you're not doing well, he can force you into it. He just
Yeah,
takes over and he
yeah,
forces his style upon you. So I think
yeah,
that's a good combination there.
yeah.
And then Honda and Kikta with their whole thing.
Hmm.
First of all, it's funny failed teamwork,
Yeah.
and then they're angry at each other. And I don't know if you saw what Honda posted. Um,
Oh.
he posted a picture of himself with Kikta, and he says, "I was so frustrated, but when you look at the picture, it looks like they're in love." It's like
Yeah. Yeah, I
it's
saw
like
that. They
the
were
most.
just gazing deep into each other's eyes kind of thing, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and
I
Honda was
remember
gazing
that
at his
one.
lips, and I'm like, that looks like very intimate. That doesn't look angry or frustrated, but you go do your thing, whatever.
Yeah.
Um, and I enjoyed Kikta.
Hmm.
I wasn't sure yet about Zion, but I'll give him a chance.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
hope he's more than just big shoulders and scowling, and
Yeah. But
we'll
like
see.
the sad thing is, it might just be enough to get him over with certain sections of the audience, because I mean, it's gonna sound like really, really sour grapes, but it's like somehow there's always one foreign wrestler who gets over simply because he's good looking and he's got like some kind of unique and pretty like appearance sort of thing going on, like the big shoulders and the tattoos and stuff. So there's going to be people who love him to pieces regardless of how good he is in the ring. um but
Yeah,
yeah, I don't
I
want to
I
judge him too harshly yet though, because I haven't seen a whole lot of him. Like, I mean, it might have just been like, early match jitters kind of thing. Like, I want to give him a chance, at least see him in a few matches, wait until he's been out here a while and like gotten used to like how things work out here and what doesn't work and stuff. And, I want to give the guy a chance at least, because I don't like judging wrestlers of like their first match appearances, because some guys improve so quickly when they get out here.
mhm.
Of course, there are guys who do not improve at all, and there's even the odd guy who gets actively worse. But a lot of guys
We'll
who
get
come out
them.
here do improve quite quickly just because they are surrounded by so many talented people who are supporting them and helping them show their best selves. So,
Yeah,
he can prove us all wrong, honestly. Yeah.
I definitely agree, and I felt similarly about Mike D when
Yeah.
I first watched the first match he
Hmm.
had with the tag league situation,
Mm.
and I wasn't super into it, and then he
Yeah.
started interacting with Makurin and it was really cute and adorable, and he showed more personality, and I was like, oh
Yeah.
yeah, no, I get it now.
Yeah.
What you said about fans falling for the big handsome foreigner.
Hmm.
I do get it because like
Mm.
sometimes there's Japanese guys I don't understand, right?
Yeah.
So I just ignore that part of it, and
Yeah.
that's all I can see is, oh, the big handsome muscly
Yeah.
dude.
Hmm.
And I'm like, oh yeah, you're handsome, you're interesting.
Yeah.
It takes a while to get to the bits
Hmm.
underneath because you don't speak the language. So
Yeah.
you don't have that. Someone like me, you obviously speak the language.
Yeah.
Um, so that's my first impression, and that's the first thing I see sometimes.
Hmm.
So I do get it when they're like, well, we don't have the backstory of him. This is all we judge him on, and
Yeah.
well, he is handsome and he has nice shoulders and nice
Yeah.
tattoos. So
But
I get it.
mm,
I don't think that's an issue per
yeah.
se.
Yeah. I mean,
Though,
as long as he proves himself to not just be a pretty boy with big shoulders, like I've got no problems with it. But
yeah.
yeah, I mean, it's just when it's just like, it doesn't happen it doesn't happen super commonly or anything like that, but there have definitely been cases in like a lot of like in some promotions that I've seen in the past where you get guys who pretty much just get by on their looks.
I
Like, I
mean,
mean, that's
mhm.
rare in All Japan. Like, I don't think All Japan is necessarily the type of company that's going to do something like that. So he must have other, like, he must be talented in some way, I would hope. But like I
Mm.
say, like, it is important to give the guys a chance and just see how they grow into the role and like just see more of what they can do, because
Yeah.
yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
I
I don't want to
understand.
not give him a chance, honestly,
I
because I think it's great that he's got this opportunity to show what he can do, and I just hope he makes the most of it, really.
Yeah, I understand what you say. I definitely agree there. I
Yeah,
also feel like the sometimes I am a bit hesitant sometimes towards the foreigners that show up
yeah,
because look, I watch New Japan, right?
yeah,
And there's a couple of foreigners in there who are real life assholes,
yeah.
abusers,
Mm-hmm.
misogynists,
Yeah,
that kind of stuff. And because the Japanese fans don't know or don't
yeah.
follow English language stuff, they don't
Mm-hmm.
know this
Yeah,
and they get really behind these guys. And so sometimes it's a bit, I wish they knew.
yeah.
Just as I'm sure there are Japanese guys that I just don't know about because
Yeah, I
I
mean,
don't
there's
speak
definitely been some
Japanese.
scandals in Japan, but like, I mean, it's just like there's a lot of stuff we're never gonna know, but it's like if we have the information available to us, I think it's okay to make judgments on them. Like if guys have very publicly been arrested for doing some really heinous shit, we can make the decision to support them or not. Like if we think
Mm,
they did it or we think, oh, they did the thing, but we still love them kind of thing. And it's like it's a very complicated thing in Japan, okay? Like the whole speaking out stuff and like Me Too and everything, because I mean, this would make like a really long podcast all by itself, but basically women are like very, very heavily discouraged from even reporting like, especially things like sexual assault or worse, like when that kind of thing happens. Like when women go to report that kind of thing, it is actually even now it's still very extremely common just to be told something like, "Are you sure you want to report this? I mean, you'll be ruining his life," kind of shit, And it's
yeah,
like,
I understand.
yeah, it's a lot of like, there's a lot of politics and stuff that goes into it, and obviously, like some of it comes down to cultural differences and everything, but you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't sit well with me sometimes the way certain guys are accepted or like people still think good things about them just because they weren't taken to court or they weren't found guilty by a court or something. Like, even if
Yoshi
they very
Otani.
obviously did the thing, like in Japan, basically, unless you actually got time for it and you actually spent time in prison, it's more or less the same as you didn't do it. Even when you very clearly did the thing, it's just like people don't like going to court for that sort of stuff because it is so unlikely that you will ever find justice, because everything is stacked against you because the poor guy might have his life ruined. Oh no. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that here, and it's like it's irritating, but we have the choice basically to watch and support or not watch and support. And yeah, I basically think, just vote with your feet or just vote with your viewing habits, essentially. Like,
Yeah, it's
yeah,
it's just a case of me being very heavily into the New Japan fandom and then
yeah,
coming across a lot of Japanese fans who love Chase Owens and being like,
yeah,
I, it's sometimes such a disconnect, even with some of the Japanese guys, like Tomoyaki Honma, for example.
yeah. Oh,
Him
yeah.
him being pictured as the fan favorite everyone is happy to see is just
It doesn't sit right, does it? It's just
no.
not a pleasant thing when you know kind of what he's like in real life, and it's just. I mean, there's a few. I mean, it's not like every guy is like that. There are some genuinely nice people, but like, like when you find out about guys being that way, it does make you see them differently, and it does affect how you want to see them, like in the ring. Like basically, there are certain guys I would, if I could wave a magic wand and never see certain people in wrestling ever again, I would be waving that
Yeah.
fucking thing every single day, you know?
This is a great segue into our next match.
Yeah. Oh, that's a bit of a
So
coincidence, isn't it?
the
Yeah. Okay, so
fifth
this next
match
match, let's
on
talk
the
about that
card
match.
was Yuma Aoyagi versus
Yes.
Davey Boy Smith Jr. And setting aside Yuma Aoyagi, who, for as far as I know, is lovely.
Yeah.
There was a certain Davy Boy Smith Jr. in there.
Yeah.
I will admit I did not watch this match.
Yeah.
I don't intend to watch any Davy Boy Smith Jr. matches during the Champion Carnival. He fucked it up with me.
Honestly,
I
fair.
talked about
Yeah.
that. Yeah, just let me rant for a second, then I'll give you the
That's right. Yeah,
the
go for it.
floor.
Yeah, absolutely.
I talked about this with Jonathan last podcast. He when he was in New Japan, he already fucked up in a way that had me going, I don't like you. Don't know if you were aware, but he did a backstage promo where he basically called best friends homosexuals in a derogatory way,
Oh,
like
Jesus.
you, yeah,
Like
you
the
bunch
F
of
bomb? Did he drop an
homosexuals.
F
No,
bomb
no,
on some?
no, no,
No.
he didn't use the F word. He
Okay.
called them homosexuals in a way that was clearly meant as an insult.
Gotcha. Yeah. Ah.
And then made a face, and
Ew.
and that was, I didn't like him from then on.
Yeah.
And
Understandable,
then
honestly. Yeah.
what he did in Old Japan just made it worse.
Mm.
The whole the racism towards Honda, the
Go back
and
to
anyway,
North.
yeah, it didn't make it any better. And he's not the type of wrestler that I enjoy.
Yeah.
So there's no redeeming qualities whatsoever about him for me. So I choose to not watch
Yeah.
and not
I
get
mean,
annoyed. I will just have a look who won for the
yeah.
sake of the podcast, but I will not be watching.
Gotcha.
Your
Yeah. I mean,
thoughts
that's
on
perfectly
the
understandable.
person that is Davey Boy Smith Jr.?
Yeah. Yeah. It's like the problem I mean, like, apart from like the other like horrible stuff he's done and promos and stuff like that, his matches do nothing for me. It's like he can do wrestling moves very well occasionally. I mean, he can do wrestling moves, but he does not, he doesn't entertain. Like I don't find him. I just can't make a connection with him. Like somehow, it's just like his matches just turn me cold somehow. Like I just can't really get into him, and it's just like a few matches that he is involved in, like usually tag matches that I enjoy despite him being in them. It's like everything good that happens in a match is nothing to do with anything that he is doing. It's to do with the other guys making him look good. And that is a repeating pattern in a lot of his matches. Like it's not like he can't wrestle, like because he can wrestle, but he can't make like just like on a personal level, I just can't connect with him. Like I can't find myself rooting for him, and I don't know if it's because he's such a dick sometimes, like in his promos or whatever, or if he's just like I don't know what it is. I just can't actively enjoy his matches. And it's like I know there's so many fans over here that feel so differently about him. Like he genuinely gets people rooting for him here. Like because he's a callback to like the glory days of wrestling. Because he's like the son of a British bulldog and all this kind of thing. Like he's got the whole like the family connections and like there's a certain kind of subset of fans that are very nostalgic about that sort of thing, and like whenever they see like like family members or something of certain like golden days wrestlers or whatever, like everyone gets really happy. I mean, like when he was announced as taking part in Champion Carnival, I was at Korakuen Hall when that announcement was made, and everyone went absolutely wild when his name was announced. Like everyone was so happy to see him in the Champion Carnival. And I was just sitting there going, nah, shit, here we go again. It's like, just, God damn it, man. It's just,
Yeah,
I,
I I feel very similarly about his wrestling, and
yeah,
I look, I don't like him as a person, so maybe
yeah,
this is biased against him. I don't know, but his
yeah,
wrestling just does nothing for me. He is a
yeah,
big guy. I'm not huge into big guy wrestling as it is,
sure,
and
yeah.
he just feels very selfish.
He
Um,
is, yeah.
the last match that I fully watched was him versus June,
Hmm.
and that match wasn't good.
No,
I look, I like June, but I don't think that was a good match. And
it really wasn't. But at
I
least Jim
most,
got the
I
belt.
most, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that was the best part,
The
you
result
know.
was
But
good. The match was not good.
absolutely,
But I mostly blame Davey Boy Smith Jr. for it
yeah,
because I feel like he wrestled that match as if he were the face, as
yeah,
as if he were the good guy who needed to beat the evil heel.
yeah,
And that wasn't that match. June was more popular. You would have known that if you paid much attention to All Japan.
yeah,
You would have known that the Saito brothers are just the most popular guys in the company, pretty much.
yeah,
So you're not going to get, especially in front of a Japanese crowd, who are going to will on their guy to get the first Triple Crown
mhm,
title in his career. You're not going to be the face. So you should have
yeah,
pivoted. You should have
exactly,
changed,
yeah.
but he didn't.
No,
And it created a match where June needed him to be the overbearing asshole, and
yeah,
Davey Boy Smith Jr. was wrestling it as if he wanted to be the heroic star who everyone cried about because he lost, and
yeah.
just wasn't going to happen. It
No,
wasn't.
I mean, it does. It definitely comes across that way. I mean, it's like, I mean, I mentioned earlier about how I really appreciate wrestlers who can make the other guy look good, but he doesn't seem to be interested in making his opponents look good. He just he seems more like he's trying to get himself over. He wants to be the guy, basically. And it's like it's it just sort of turns me off. It's just like I get what he's trying to do. I get it, but I'm just like emotionally and like on a personal level as well, I just can't with him,
I
honestly.
mean,
It's just, yeah.
the tag league, right? How can you be in a tag team with Kento Miyahara and have boring tag matches? I spent that
It's
entire tag league just scrolling through the match, waiting to see Kento get tagged back in.
yeah.
And then I would start watching again. I was like,
Yeah.
there's nothing interesting here. You're learning nothing from the guy you're wrestling with. How
Yeah.
can you be next to Kento Miyahara the entire fucking tag league and not learn anything?
It was terrible. I mean, like, especially with the way Kento is. I mean, Kento was doing the most to put Smith over, like the entire time. Like he was constantly encouraging the audience to cheer for him and constantly saying, "Look, this guy's really great. We should all support him. Let's cheer for him. Hooray, hooray!" kind of thing. And like that's because that's the kind of guy Kento is. Like he likes it when people support his partners. Like I mean, and it's just and obviously Kento is all about All Japan being in a successful position, so it's obviously important to him that anyone he works with like that, like he wants people to enjoy them and enjoy them being there. And it's just, I don't know, like, I just can't be doing with him that much, to be honest. Yeah, it's just, and
Uh,
I don't know, just,
there's nothing to him that I like.
yeah,
And there's a couple of guys that I just don't like, but I can still see some sort of interest in them. I will give
yeah,
an example from New Japan. TJP. I
yeah.
think he's openly misogynistic on his Twitter. He's posted transphobic shit on his
Has he? Oh,
Twitter.
fuck that guy.
Yeah.
Yikes. Yeah.
But I can at least say, well, he's a decent wrestler.
Yeah.
If you forced me to watch a match with TJP in it, I wouldn't do it. I would do it against my will, but I wouldn't be bored out of my skull,
Yeah.
right? But he doesn't. Davey Boy Smith Jr. doesn't even have that. Like, there's just nothing that his wrestling doesn't interest me. He doesn't do character work. I'm
Yeah,
convinced
he
this is just
doesn't.
who he is.
The man is a charisma vacuum.
I
It's
compare
like
him to a
even with
box turtle.
Kento Miyahara bloody bigging him up, like I just cannot get into him, It's like, and it does seem that any kind of support that he gets, it's not because of what he is or what he does, it's because of what he represents. And that's just basically, it's off a sense of nostalgia, which isn't even his. It's because a lot of old Japan fans were also fans of the British Bulldog back in the day. That's what they're cheering, I hope. It's just like, as he is as a wrestler and basically as a person, like, I'm on the same boat as you. Like I just can't see it, honestly. It's just yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's because we understand what he says as well,
Yeah,
and we know that the the promos he's doing are boring
yeah.
and basic, and I'm going to get you, I'm stronger and I'm bigger, and we're gonna show you that we are the
And now I'm
strongest
going
and the
to say
biggest.
something racist because I think it makes me sound strong. you
Yeah.
know?
Then maybe I'll give an homophobic quote, or I'll applaud a serial abuser.
Yeah,
And oh, by the way, I'm gonna call it the triple crown.
yeah.
Like what?
It's embarrassing, yeah. It's just, like, I mean,
Anyway,
yeah. The match itself, it was, I mean, let me just double check this. Okay. So that match went for 20 minutes and 14 seconds, which is about 20 minutes too long. I mean, honest to God, like, it's just, but here's the thing, like, the feedback that I saw from Japanese fans on Twitter, a lot of people actually really appreciated that match, and a lot of people were calling it one of the best bouts of the show, which, from what I've seen of the match, and like, I barely made I was skipping through parts of it. I didn't watch the entire thing, but like, I watched enough of it to form an opinion of it, and it was just, I mean, if Yuma hadn't been in that match, I probably wouldn't have watched it at all. It
yeah,
was just, yeah.
Yuma is my favorite wrestler, and I chose not to watch it anyway. Like
Yeah,
I am that disinterested.
yeah.
Unless
You're
they
right to
give
be
me
disinterested. It was not good. Yeah.
unless they give me a version which is zoomed in on Yuma Aoyagi's face,
Yeah.
I will never be watching that match. I think that
Yeah.
that's the only thing that could save it, if you just
Yeah.
zoom in on Yuma and
Yeah.
ignore the other guy in the match.
Yeah. Yeah. He just, like, for whatever his qualities are, he just doesn't do it for me. And for whatever reason, I don't really know why. He follows me on Twitter. I don't know. Yeah, this is gonna make me look so bad if he ever actually listens to this. Davy Boy Smith, I just want you to know, just from the bottom of my heart, I'm not sorry. Go fuck yourself.
I mean, I used to have Michael Elgin follow me, and he was in my DMs for a bit,
Oh
so
my
I
god.
understand the struggle. Oh yeah.
Yeah, back
Um.
in the day, like, Joey Ryan followed me for a while.
Ooh.
That was, I mean, he didn't send me any dodgy DMs or anything like that, but basically, like, the day all the stuff came out about him, I unfollowed his ass, like, with the quickness. And then I guess he must have noticed that I unfollowed him because he unfollowed me too. And I fucking celebrated, like, Joey Ryan unfollowed me with like, it was a RuPaul's Drag Race gif of, like, was a Detox going yay.
Yes. If you're part of the wrestling community for a bit, and especially if you're outspoken
Yeah,
about things, like, I don't know if you know, but I used to run the wrestling sexism account.
yeah, yeah.
So
I remember that. That was a good account.
I was very active in those circles, and the scumbags would
Mm,
find me to tell
yeah.
me that they weren't scumbags. So I had Michael Elgin in there, Sammy
Oh,
Callahan.
oh my God.
He followed me for a bit, and he was in my DMs explaining why he had a New Japan tag league tour with Juice Robinson,
Uh-huh.
where his gimmick was forcing kisses on their opponents.
Grim. That's
Yeah,
that's not good optics. Oh my God, yikes.
no, and I was like, I mean, as much as I'm sure the guys were fine with it, I am not huge on a face, because he was supposed to be a face,
Yeah.
doing this kind of gimmick,
Mm.
as in basically gay panic, right? Oh,
Yeah.
I'm kissing them, they panic because this is gay and it's bad, blah.
Hmm.
And then he pins them. And I was like, oh, I'm not huge into that whole thing. And so he shows
Gotcha.
up
Yeah.
in my DMs defending himself. Oh, the guys think it's fine, and the Japanese fans think it's funny. And I'm like, okay, they are not me. I am not a
Yeah.
Japanese wrestler, and I am not a Japanese fan. So I'm not sure who you're talking about. That's not relevant to how I feel about it. Um, so yeah, those were some times.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't miss those days.
Mhm.
Uh,
Yeah.
anyway, we should talk
Anyway.
about better things.
Oh yeah, because the next two
The
matches were great, actually. Yeah.
the highlight of the show for me was the next match,
Yeah.
which was the sixth match on the card. Yuma Anzai and Rising Hayato versus Takashi Yoshida and Hokuto Omori, with
Hmm.
Yuma Anzai pinning Hokuto Omori, because who
Yeah.
else is going to take the pin
Of course. Yeah.
except Hokuto Omori? This match basically hinged on the fact that Hokuto thinks he is cool and handsome, and Yuma should stop calling himself handsome and cool. And Yuma basically going hell no in response, like, I do not think you're cool and handsome. Though after the match he did, he agreed and he gave Hokuto compliments. So
Yeah.
I would save that. I would bookmark that tweet, Hokuto,
Sure. Okay.
for future reference.
Yes.
And this match was just a whole lot of fun. It started out with Hayato basically looking exhausted at the idea of having to wrestle these guys,
Yeah.
which follows the backstage promo where he looked like he wanted to murder Hokuto because he
Yeah.
was already so over this whole thing. And then Hokuto Omori outright fondling Anzai's face for an
Yeah.
extent there, just looking at him, tracing his face. I'm like, I get it. He's
Oh
handsome,
my
but
God.
is this the time to be doing this? Or at the very beginning, before the match even started, Wada just ordering Hayato to get down, and
Mm.
Hayato looking at him like refusing,
Yeah.
um, until he's basically ordered to get down, otherwise there's consequences.
Yeah.
And what I'm noticing, there's the piece of trash in Anzai's hair, and very discreetly taking it out.
Yeah.
I noticed that during the match. I was like, there's something in Anzai's hair. There's something in Anzai's hair. And it was really distracting for some
Oh
reason,
no. Yeah.
until luckily the referee saw it and
Yeah.
just grabbed it and took it out. And
Yeah.
the Hokuto Gun special actually worked this
Yay.
time. This
Like,
was,
obviously, the
um,
practice with a bunny rabbit
yeah,
helped.
I was like, maybe the bunny showed them the way, and
Yeah.
this is it changed Hokuto Gun, but no, they still lost.
Yeah.
Um, and
As
I
they
I
should.
do want I do want to talk about Hokuto's Champion Carnival, because my theory is he loses pretty much every match except maybe the one against Yuma Aoyagi, because then
Yeah.
they can challenge for the trio matches again.
He's going to win at least one match, and it's going to be the most
Somewhere.
amazing thing ever.
Yeah, I am actually, unironically, very much looking forward to Hokuto Omori versus Yuma Aoyagi,
Oh, that's
because
going to be great because they're just going to be dicks to each other the entire match.
yeah, because
Yeah.
they have the exact same type of humor,
Yeah.
and they are both guys who enjoy looking pathetic and like losers, and they get into that, and they enjoy exploring that. I am looking, people are going to hate that match because they're
Yeah.
going to be silly, and they're going to be like, well, Yuma Yagi needs to be a serious wrestler. But
He is, it's just like he's not like that all the time. He'd be boring if he were 100% serious all the time.
yeah,
I mean, if you're exactly the same every single match, is barely even any point watching. It's good to mix things up sometimes.
yeah, I mean, there's different wrestlers. If you want serious, just
Mm,
go be a Dan Tamura fan. It's just
bless him.
there are options. There
Yeah,
are options here. Just
yeah, yeah.
anyway,
Anyway,
that's personal grievance with the fact that everywhere I go, people apparently only want serious badass
yeah,
wrestlers, and I'm like, that's no fun.
yeah,
Give me the losers. Give me anyway.
yeah,
Um, and then I think after the match, Takashi Yoshida offered to take Cyrus's place, and
yeah,
it eventually got confirmed.
yeah,
For the longest time, I was like, does this mean he's joining though? Because everything that I saw and every tweet that I got translated said he
mm,
appealed or he offered
yeah,
to, and I'm like,
yeah.
yeah, but did Hokuto accept? Just give me
Yeah.
an
Well,
actual
because he had
answer.
to make the request to Hokuto as the leader of Hokuto Gun,
Yeah.
because he was replacing another member. And
Hmm.
but Hokuto was I mean, I don't want to say it was uncharacteristically nice of him, but I really appreciated that he said he was gonna protect Cyrus's place in Hokdogun and just wait for him to come back and everything. I really
Aw.
liked that he acknowledged him in that way because it's like you don't often see that kind of soft side of Hokdo where he shows he actually cares about his minions, because in that moment, like Cyrus wasn't a minion to him, Cyrus was his mate, and he was just saying, look, like, I really like Cyrus, I care about him a lot, and we're going to be keeping his place open until he comes back. We're not planning, like, basically saying like, we're not just going to replace him just because he couldn't make it this time. We are waiting for him to come back to Japan. And I was just like,
That was
mate.
so sweet though, and like the whole Hokuto-gun reaction to Cyrus, Jack Kennedy was really nice, and Kumarashi responded, and Hokuto responded, and
Mm,
Aizawa #1. I remember that tweet the most. I'm scrolling through my Twitter to quote it because he wrote in English
yeah.
saying, "I am waiting for you forever. Let's fight
Oh,
together. Let's drink beer, liquor together. You are the best friend. My thoughts are with you." And I'm like, "Oh, you
yeah.
guys are so sweet."
I
That's
love how supportive they all are because it's just like, I mean, it's always fun to see them like kind of ganging up on Hokuto and like telling him he's pathetic and just generally being a bunch of losers, but they do genuinely care about each other when it comes to
yeah.
like,
It's like
that
he's
sort of
our
stuff.
loser.
There
He's
are
our
losers.
loser.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that
Anyway,
was just so sweet. God bless
what
Hokuto. He's
what
a
did
sweetheart.
you think about this whole
Mm.
match?
Oh, it was a good one, like, I mean, you really can't go far wrong with that kind of matchup, especially like with the story leading into it and everything. Like, I mean, one of the criticisms that I saw of this show as a whole was that there wasn't a load of build up to a lot of the stuff that happened on it. Like, a lot of it just sort of, there seemed to be a lot of matches that were there just for the sake of being a match. So like some people were saying that there wasn't enough of like a storyline build up for like a lot of these matches, like probably apart from the main event, like, but I kind of felt like, I mean, this match didn't have like a ton of build up, but it had enough that it was meaningful. And like even if it was kind of a stupid meaning, like, just Hokuto like attempting to prove that he's the coolest guy in Big Japan, and like we know he's not, kind of thing. Like it's but it ended like even though the circumstances weren't ideal, like it ended up being actually, but I think things worked out very differently from what they expected, but they worked with it and they created like actually a very heartwarming moment at the end there. And also like the other two like very popular guys got to keep their belts for a bit longer, so everyone's happy. Everyone's happy at that match. I think there's really nothing we can really complain about there. That was it
Yeah,
was very well done.
I saw people say that they hated this match because they thought it
Why?
was a lot of nothingness, and I was like, well, it was a lot of fun.
It
I
was
thought Hokuto
fun.
Amori
Yeah,
looked very strong here,
yeah, I liked
and
it. Yeah.
had especially toward the later half of the match.
Mm,
Hokuto was very strong, and Hokuto usually plays pathetic. So I was
mm,
like, "What? Why are you complaining? He looked great. He
mm.
gave you an actual wrestling match. Isn't
Yeah.
that what you're supposed to want?" But I don't know. I don't know why people didn't like it. I
Mm. Yeah. Just
yeah,
wrestling fans on the internet. Wow.
yeah. It's just it's a lot of focus. I mean, I'm a Shota Umino fan. Let's
Oh
talk about
God,
the
yeah. Oh
negativity on
no.
the
Yeah,
internet.
oh, dang.
The,
Because I mean, I
the,
don't even know that much about Shota Umno, but I've heard about like just the waves of hate that guy's getting recently. Is it that
yeah,
bad?
it's horrible. He got death threats and
Death
people
threat.
sending him death threats like,
Seriously?
oh, someone should shoot him, and they're tweeting this at him. And he directly referenced it because he said, I hope none of you get the kind of reactions that I have to deal
That's
with," or something
terrible.
like that. Yeah, it's horrible, and it's all because they don't like the way he wrestles.
Oh
Like
damn. Yikes. I mean,
that's the
that's
extent.
it. That's not even
they
it. Oh my God.
yeah, well, it's a lot. They think he's a nepo baby who gets pushed unfairly, and they don't like the way he wrestles. So he doesn't deserve this, and that means he's bad, and that's why.
I mean, if you
Yeah.
want to pick on wrestling nepo babies, I mean, as I can think of at least one guy who, well, I wouldn't say he deserves hate, but a little bit wouldn't hurt, you know. But
The
yeah,
funniest, you know what the funniest thing is about this is that
yeah,
he had the final of the New Japan Cup, right, is Shota Umino versus David Finlay, and
yeah.
people were all on David Finlay's side as if he isn't a huge nepo baby.
Oh, that's
What the
amazing. Oh
hell?
my God.
It's
But
there's no, yeah.
this is
Anyway, this is not a
twist
New Japan
themselves
podcast.
into knots, like justifying a shitty behavior. Like, it's okay for me to tell this guy to go shoot himself because, wrestling isn't real kind of thing. It's like, you're
Yeah,
still sending these messages to a real person, like, how are guys
yeah.
get in the net?
I mean, people were saying, "Oh, we should end this failed experiment." I'm like, "Experiment? He's a person. What the hell are you
My God.
talking about?"
Oh
Oh, I mean,
God.
if I'm not into a guy, like apart from the guys like Chase Owens or whatever, I
Mhm.
think I'm justified in hating on them. But if
Yeah.
I'm just not into a wrestler, I just don't talk about them. I
Yeah.
certainly don't add them with
Yeah.
my negative takes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's anyway,
I
bullshit.
just hit the block button and move on, honestly,
Yeah,
because it's just life's too short to think about things you don't like,
focus on the
like
guys you love.
yeah,
Focus, put the
yeah, people
tweet
we
New
love,
Japan about
people I
how
love.
much you
Yeah,
love Yota Tsuji, and they
yeah,
will see that and maybe push him more than the
yeah,
guy you don't like. It's
yeah,
it's so talking about him doesn't help you any because it just makes the company think that there's interest in him. So
yeah,
just ignore him.
yeah.
Anyway,
Hmm.
ironically, and this is probably gonna disagree with you, I wasn't a huge fan of this match, the main
I
event.
mean, I think it did what it had to do, but at the same time, although I'm a very big fan of Jun Saito, I do like him very much. And also he follows me on Twitter. Hello, Jun. I love you. But anyway, so I mean, I'm a really big fan of his. I fully expected him to lose. It seemed like it was heading that way. And like when it didn't, I mean, like I was just kind of like, okay, I wonder why they didn't, in a way. Because I mean, I know it's like I know Kento's been the Triple Crown champion quite a lot, and like wrestling fans being wrestling fans, like even if he'd won, like I think people would have bitched about the result anyway, you know, because it would just be oh put the belt on someone else, make things more interesting sort of thing. But it's just like at the same time, like I fully expected Kento to walk out with that belt, and he didn't, and it's just like obviously they need like a certain type of opponent who to be able to take down Jun Saito, but it's like I'm very curious as to where they're going to go from here. I mean, obviously it's like the Champion Carnival is going to decide a lot of things and everything, but I just can't imagine who would beat them in a way. If Kento can't do the job, I mean, how where? It's
I have
just
my theories.
yeah,
I I kind of figured June would win.
yeah,
Because I think what they're doing right now is quickly building him to the same levels of a Yuma Anzai, of a Yuma Oyagi, and
okay,
getting close to a level of Kento Miyahara. And how do you
gotcha,
do that? You have him beat the ace and the aces in waiting, right?
yeah,
Kento the ace, Yuma Oyagi and Yuma Anzai, projected future aces of
yeah,
All Japan.
yeah,
Um, and who do you have him beat? Well, the story has been Ray Saito isn't worthy yet. He needs to show that he is a
yeah,
worthy singles wrestler before
yeah,
June will allow him to challenge.
yeah.
And what is a better way than showing that you're a competent singles wrestler than winning Champion Carnival?
That would make perfect sense, honestly. Yeah, because it's like, I mean, they have their annual singles match anyway, and it's like, I think they're like on equal footing in terms of like wins and defeats and stuff, because I think like Jun beat Ray once and then Ray beat Jun once or something like that. I'd have to check the results again, but like they have a history of facing each other in singles matches just to see who is the stronger brother. And like, that is obviously an ongoing thing, and it's something that people expect to see every year. Why not add actual stakes to it this time? It makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Yeah, and there was a moment after this match
Hmm.
when Jun called Ray to the ring, and there was a
Yeah.
gasp in the crowd. They were like,
Yeah.
is this the moment he is going to say, Ray, you can be my next challenger? And then he got Ray to put the title on, on him. It was funny. But that does show that there's an interest in
Yeah.
Ray versus June for the title. And I think if you want to build both Saitos as
Mm,
credible main event stars
mm.
when they're already super popular, right?
Yeah.
Then having June defeat all the aces in All Japan,
Yeah.
and then losing to Ray builds both
Yeah.
of them because you've got Ray. June beats Anzai Aoyagi and Miyahara, and then
Hmm.
Ray beat the guy who beat Anzai Aoyagi
Yeah.
and Miyahara in
Yeah.
the same ring.
Yeah. I like
So
the way you think. Yeah, this is,
thank
I
you.
mean, this is actually a very credible way of doing it. I kind of hope they go that way because, like, I mean, like we discussed this earlier, there are certain people we would perhaps rather not see as Triple Crown champion again. If they even think about going in that direction, I'm going to slap someone. But I actually wouldn't mind seeing Ray do the job.
Yeah, the only thing about Davey Boy Smith Jr. winning is Kento loves him some big white dudes,
Yeah,
and Kento loves him some dudes he can play the Hulk Hogan
yeah,
role against. And
yeah,
people were expecting there to be a Davey Boy Smith Jr. versus Kento match. That's why they never expected June to win, right? Because they
yeah,
expected Kento to be the one to beat him for the
yeah.
title
Mm,
because they were the tag team and they had the whole the drama and then so that's the only reason why I could see Davey
mm,
Boy Smith Jr. winning that
yeah.
title again if they
'Cause,
still wanted to run
mm,
the Kento Miyahara bit.
they
But
could still go that way, honestly, because I mean, like I say, like for whatever reason, David Boy Smith is over like Rover with the Japanese fans. Like they love this guy for whatever godforsaken reason, but like I mean, obviously not everyone feels the same way, but it's like there is a rather large set of All Japan fans who probably wouldn't mind seeing him with the belt again. However, we don't. He doesn't need it. Okay, like it doesn't necessarily benefit All Japan. Like even though David Boy Smith is popular, it doesn't necessarily benefit All Japan to have him as a champion because like he's not in Japan full time. Like I mean, he has to go back to like his home country like every so often, and like he can't be here full time. So it doesn't really make sense for someone who can't be here all the time to be the champion like that, because like it's too predictable in a way that he's gonna lose the belt and then, oh, by the way, guys, I'm going back home next week. Bye bye. See you in a few months. It's just, we've seen that
yeah,
play out
no,
already. We don't really need that happening again.
no, I don't think it'll happen. I don't hope it'll happen. But if I'm
Mm.
playing devil's advocate and just thinking about the reasoning why it might
Yeah.
happen,
Yeah.
if you want Kento to be the champion this year,
Mm.
that is a ready-made story that they still
Yeah.
haven't explored,
It
right?
would be the
And
easy way out, basically, wouldn't it? Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
so I hope it's not the case. I hope it's Ray. I think Ray is the most storyline wise, and that's what I look for. That's the most logical,
Yeah.
uh, because that's something they've set up. Like they've
Yeah, they've been
specifically
building it up
talked
for
about.
years, like as a potential
Yeah,
thing. Yeah.
yeah, and June going out of his way to say you are not ready to challenge me. You need to have some serious singles victories before you challenge me.
Yeah.
That's just so it
Yeah,
suggests
it
a
does
lot.
seem to be foreshadowing something. I really hope they do something with that, because it does seem like kind of like a wasted potential thing, like if they don't do anything with that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they've actively made Ray worse. Like
Yeah.
the show that had Yuma Oyage challenging June,
Yeah.
they had Ray losing to Atsuki.
Yeah.
he lost to a junior.
Yeah.
Why did they do that? I think because they wanted Ray to look worse,
Hmm.
and they wanted Ray to not be a credible challenger after
Right. They need
Aoyagi.
to build him up, so
Yeah,
like, yeah. Yeah, that would make sense, honestly. Or it's like, even if it's not just that, it could just be something like he's getting worse because he's losing his confidence because he keeps getting beaten, but then like he kind of like he needs to find his confidence again to like become stronger. Yeah,
yeah.
like I mean that would make sense as well. Yeah, so
And what's the best moment to do that than in the biggest tournament of the year?
yeah,
And you're guaranteed a title shot. June can't say no
yeah,
if you win Champion Carnival.
yes. Yeah, I really
And
hope
that would have,
that's what they do, honestly,
yeah,
because I mean, I feel like that would be like you say, it does seem like the most logical path forward, and like it's something that will draw like ridiculous amounts, like especially with how popular the Saito brothers are. Like, I mean, those guys can do no wrong right now, and I really hope that quote doesn't come to bite me in the ass at some point in the future. But
yeah. I could well be wrong. I could
yeah,
very much be wrong. There could be another option that is just obvious
mhm.
or whatever.
Yeah,
But
because I
I'm
mean, it's
looking
just
at it.
yeah.
If you look at All Japan and you go, who are the most credible guys to
Yeah.
defeat June for that title? It would be Kento Miyahara, Yuma
Hmm.
Aoyagi, and Yuma Anzai, and
Yeah.
you've just had him beat those. So it needs to be someone other than them. And
Yeah.
who else, except for Ray and those three guys who
Yeah.
he already challenged, is a credible
Yeah.
winner of the Champion Carnival and challenger? Not
Yes.
really anyone. It's not going to be one of the outsiders.
I hope
So
not. I really hope not. Yeah.
I hope not. Well, I'm not. Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
Davy Boy Smith Jr. I'd say is the only outsider I could see. I don't think it's gonna be Kengo Mashimo.
Nah,
I
like I mean,
he,
Kengo's very good, but he's not triple crown champion good in a way. I mean, it's just
I think he could be, but you
he
need to
could
give him
be,
more
but he
time in
needs
Old Japan.
more. Yeah.
Right.
But I do enjoy Kengo Mashimo though. He's a very
I
fun
enjoy him a
guy to
lot.
watch.
This is not me putting him down. I
Oh,
just
of
don't
course. Yeah, yeah.
see it. I just don't see it happening. I don't see Zion happening. I don't see Kicked happening.
Yeah.
I don't see Aigle Blanc happening
Nah.
because they are all outsiders.
Yeah.
Hokusho Mori is not happening. Kumarashi is not happening. Rookie
No.
Honda, I don't think is happening.
Yeah.
Um,
And we've seen Ryuki Honda challenge for the Triple Crown before anyway. So, but it's not that it will never happen for him, but I don't think it's happening for him this year.
yeah. So
Mm.
then you get to the guys who could possibly challenge,
Yeah,
like Hideki Suzuki, Ashino, Renayabe. I
yeah,
guess you could make an argument for them, but I
yeah,
don't think they are as likely as a Ray Saito.
yeah,
And that's all the people in the Champion Carnival. That's all of
yeah.
them.
Excellent. Yeah.
So
Uh,
if I had to put money on it, I'd say Ray Saito. But I could very well be wrong. I mean, I've been watching All Japan for 5 months.
yeah.
I'm probably wrong. I'm
No, I
probably
mean,
way
I
too
think you
focused
put
on
forward a good
storylines.
argument for it though, because I mean, it does make sense. You know what I mean? I definitely recommend like watching Ray and Jun's singles matches together because like I mean, it could be like just like a very slow burn, sort of long, like, they're playing the long game with those guys. Like, eventually, they are going to have some kind of match with higher stakes than their usual, like, annual singles matches against each other. And I feel like a Triple Crown challenge could be the thing to do that with, like, and it would be good for it to happen this year, like, especially when the guys are as popular as they are. I think, I mean, it makes sense to do it that way.
Yeah, and if you're not going to give Kento the belt,
Yeah.
then there needs to be a better option, and there aren't too many
No,
better
there
options than
really
Kento
aren't
Miyahara.
really at the moment, are there? Yeah.
So yeah. Anyway, we're taking very long again.
We are, yeah.
I will make a comment quickly about the match, then I'll let you talk about what you loved about the match more
Okay,
if you
yeah.
want to. Um, my main issue with this match is that I liked June's other matches against both Yumas more,
Mm.
especially
Yeah.
against Yuma Anzai. I
Mhm.
loved that match. I thought it was a really good match.
Yeah.
I think the match against Yuma Aoyagi might have been hindered a little because June seemed injured.
Yeah.
Um, but this just, I had a lot of expectations, and maybe that's a part of it.
Mm.
And I don't have the investment in both June and Kento that I have right now with both
Yeah, that's
Yumas.
fair enough.
So I
Yeah.
mean, that's it. I just wasn't feeling it as much as I liked the other two matches.
I totally agree. I mean, it's like this match was very, very good. It was not on the same level as the previous challenges, like you say. I mean, I feel like it could have been more than it was. And it was like you were expecting it to go like a certain you were expecting it to go further than it did, and then it kind of didn't quite get there. It was by no means a bad match. I actually did enjoy watching it, but I kind of felt like it could have been more than it was, more or less, But I appreciate what they did with it, and I kind of appreciate in a way, I kind of appreciate, that my expectations of a result were subverted the way that they were, because I genuinely thought, I mean, like, okay, this is it, like this is June's third defense. Like, I mean, it's not a super long run with the belt, but it's a decent amount. He's had like a good few months with it. This could be where he loses it, and then it wasn't, and I was just like, okay, then. And it's like the match itself was not as interesting as the possibility of what's going to happen next. Like, I kind of felt like it could, it just, like you say, it didn't really live up to expectations, but it wasn't a bad match. I did enjoy it a lot, but I felt like they could have gone a bit further with it.
Yeah, I think for me, it might have also been that I haven't gotten to watch Kenzo Miyahara be Kenzo Miyahara yet.
Yeah.
What the last 5 6 months that I've been watching, he's been in a tag team with David Boy Smith Jr.
Yeah.
And he's basically not and not as a disparaging
Mhm.
anything, but he's played the mentor role to in a way and
Mm.
to Taishin and all those guys. He's not
Yeah.
really been big match wrestler Kento.
Yeah. Like,
So maybe
Big
I was
Match Kento was
expecting,
amazing. Like, put
yeah,
the
maybe I was
belt on
expecting too
Kento, and
much.
like amazing things happen with him. Just yeah, absolutely. Like, when you have a chance to, and I'm sure like you're planning on doing this anyway, but definitely go back and watch some like previous matches of like Kento's previous Triple Crown runs, because like he is like the main event guy.
Yeah,
Like, I mean, it's
and
part of the
I
reason
know
I was
that.
so shocked that he lost this time, just because, like it definitely seemed like they were setting up for like a certain type of result, and then it just didn't happen. Yeah, so
Maybe that was intentional,
it
and we're
probably
getting
was. Yeah.
like he didn't want to overshadow June or whatever because he knew it was going to not really lose.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's I'm definitely doing that. I'm right now, like I said, going through 2024, and once I've reached the point where I started watching, I will
Yeah.
go back and start 2023.
Yeah.
That's how I usually do it,
Okay,
until
that's good.
I'm exhausted and
Yeah,
I'm
you've got
done.
a lot of good stuff coming your way, though. I mean, I think you're really going to appreciate like a lot of what you see. So like I'm actually really looking forward to hearing what you feel like about those years, because I mean, like, All Japan's come a long way in the last few years. Like, they were in a position like a few years ago where things like they were still popular, like people still knew about them and stuff, but people didn't quite care so much. But
Hmm.
if you basically just think of Kento Miyahara more or less as the guy who saved all Japan, right? Things were not great for them for a while, but when Kento came into his own and started being the Kento that we kind of know now, like that's when Old Japan's fortunes, like in the modern era, really started to turn around. Because things were very precarious for them for a few years. Like they had a few years where they were just not drawing anywhere near the crowds that he needed to. They were having like business troubles and everything, and it's like things have really turned around. And especially with Kento being the way he is, and more recently with the Saito brothers just being the surprise hit of the century, basically. They've done a lot of really great stuff in the last few years, and I really can't wait for you to see like how things develop, because there's so much good stuff that came out about those years.
I mean, I just got to the point where Hokuto Mori wrestles in a horse head. So
The
I
whole
am
side era,
definitely
yeah.
I'm definitely reaching the highlights of
Oh yeah.
2024. But yeah, I'm just so that means I've reached Yuma Anzai as a champion, which is fun.
That's good. Yeah.
I really wanted to do this because I wanted to see the birth of both Elpida and Hokuto-gun.
Okay, yeah. Oh well.
So that's step number one, and
Yeah.
then 2023 and
Yeah. I think you're
possibly 2022.
yeah. Sorry, yeah. I think you're going to be very pleasantly surprised by how Hokuto was previously. Like, when you get to Hokuto's Total Eclipse matches, I think you're going to be kind of surprised at the way he presents himself. Like, there's a lot of stuff that he does, like, in those matches where it's very similar to what he does now, but it's sort of a different flavor, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, but I think you'll appreciate it. Yeah.
I probably will.
Yeah.
I tend to appreciate.
Yeah.
Okay, so did you want to say anything else about the main event?
Not so much. Yeah, I think
Okay,
I'm all right with it. Yeah.
then that concludes all the shows. And I was so we're not done yet, and
We're
it's
not
been
done
four
yet.
and a half hours.
Yeah.
Are you okay with doing the wrestler wheels?
Yeah, sure, let's go for it. Yeah.
Okay, so the first one is the main one, which is the one I plan to use for every show
Hmm.
whenever it's not Champion Carnival.
Yeah.
Um, so I will share the screen with you. This is the guys that I say frequent All Japan enough that I feel comfortable talking about them.
Okay.
Let me just see if I can figure out how to share my screen again.
Yeah.
Uh, Share screen. That's probably the way.
Okay, let's see.
And then, oh, I hope I think it's this one. Share?
Oh,
No, that's the other one.
oh, something's happened. As something
Yeah,
has.
but it's
There it
the
is. I
wrong
see it. Okay,
screen.
good, good. Yeah.
It's the wrong screen. So I'll
Ah,
switch screen or window. This one maybe? Yes, this is the one. Okay, so these are.
excellent.
I hope we don't land on Dave Boy Smith Jr. If we land on him, I'm spinning again. I do
That's
not
perfectly
care.
fine. Yeah. Absolutely.
Uh,
Oh,
I'm
oh.
going to spin the wheel, and the idea is that we just briefly talk about what we like about them, what we like to see for them in the future,
Hmm.
that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Okay,
If
you
we
ready?
land on Kuma Arashi, I won't be responsible for my actions.
Oh, well, the funniest thing is that when
Oh.
I did this with Jonathan, I did the Champion Carnival one, and
Uh-huh.
we just talked about how much we didn't like Davey Boy Smith Jr., and it landed on Davey Boy Smith
Whoops.
Jr.
Oh no.
Uh, I will send you the video for that because I clipped that, but it was really funny and really sad. I'm sorry, Jonathan. Okay, are you ready?
Yeah, let's go for it. Oh.
Oh,
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 oh. Dazzle Tamara.
Dan
Yay.
Tamada. I think it was almost Rising High as well. I think we've talked about him
Almost. You dodged a bullet,
quite
though. Yeah,
enough.
because
Yeah.
I'm at least one drink in, and I can't be responsible for anything I say about him right now. But yeah, Dan Tamara, he seems like a good guy to talk about when I'm slightly drunk. Let's go.
What was your first impression of him when you got introduced to him?
I mean, like, I like him, like, I mean, it's like he's one of those guys where everybody always wants to cheer for, like, because I think people just like to pick up what he's putting down. Like, he's definitely one of those guys who's spent a lot of time working on the fundamentals and like working on the basics and stuff like that. So he's not the flashiest wrestler in the world, but the things that he does do, he does very well. And I feel like, I mean, it's too easy to say something like, he doesn't. It's not that he doesn't have much personality. It's just that he's very stoic. Like the way he presents himself is as like even though he's still quite young. I mean, he's still in his 20s, but he's presenting himself as like being very, very serious about what he does, like 99.9% of the time, and like, but not in like a condescending way. I think people sort of just appreciate like his passion for what he's doing, because he seems very committed to improving himself, and like just everyone like always goes crazy like for him, like like whenever he's in the ring, like you can hear like the audience just be like, oh, Dan, like people go absolutely wild for this guy, just because he is a very good wrestler and people want to see more of him, so he gets like he can improve more and more, and he's obviously very talented, and I can't really say anything bad about the guy, like he's a very, very solid worker, and he always brings like, very good quality wrestling. So yeah, I like Dan. He's a dude. He's all right.
Yeah, I like him as well.
Mm,
The only issue for me is that I am a character person, and
yeah.
his character is I
Hello,
am
I'm a
stoic and
wrestler.
I
Nice to
will.
meet you.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
am wrestling dude. This is the same issue I used to have with Shibata.
Yeah.
Is that the your character just being I am a wrestler is
Mm,
not enough for me.
yeah.
Um, but I like Dan, and I think him with Hideki Suzuki is a good shout. Like they're
Mm,
teaming up more and more, and they had their whole we are bonding through kicking each other's ass
yeah.
thing that they had going. Because I feel like Hideki Suzuki is what I would like Dan to be,
Right.
because
Yeah.
Suzuki is no nonsense wrestler dude
Yeah.
with personality,
Yeah.
right? He has certain things to his character that make him interesting and able to be in any sort of match, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Versus the straight laced Dantamura mold right now.
Yeah.
Um, which doesn't mean he has to do that. I'm just
Oh, of
saying
course.
if he were to speak to me directly, and try to win me over, that would be the way, which obviously means he doesn't have to do it. This is good enough, and he definitely has a share of fans. I remember starting my GIF account and people asking me where are the Dan Samurai gifts. I'm like,
Yeah.
give me a second. Uh, so, but I do enjoy that there is this straight lace thing from him, because
Yeah.
you've got so many over the top young guys, right?
Yeah.
In all Japan right now, that the no nonsense, I will punch you in the face if you're too over the top guy
Sure.
would work.
Yeah. Okay, just slightly off topic. I was just going through like the All Japan Fan Club photo album just to see like if there are any like cute or funny pictures of Dan in there. Haven't seen any so far. Like they all seem kind of like any pics of Dan just seem kind of normal. However, I did find a rather lovely picture of Taishin Nagao wearing a woman's wig.
Of course,
Yeah.
that seems to be a thing.
I must have missed it because it's like I don't always have time to keep up with like all the fan club updates and stuff, but yeah, like the fan club like photo, like the fan club photo album always delivers, like there's always something fun to look at, and like yeah, okay, so Nagao actually looks kind of cute as a girl, honestly. Is he wearing a dress? It looks like he's wearing a dress. Okay, but yeah, there aren't any pictures of Dan Tamara like that, but then that's not really his personality as of now, so I'm not really surprised to not see that, but I'm discovering all other kinds of things I've missed over the last couple of weeks. Oh my.
Yeah, I like Dan with Hideki Suzuki. I would
Yeah.
also not mind if he's with someone ridiculous,
Yeah.
because that would be really fun. Like they're forced to work together. They don't like each other, and they slowly grow together,
Yeah.
right? They slowly learn to understand each other, and
Hmm.
Dan learns to appreciate uh the other person.
Yeah.
I always like the forced to be together until they eventually recognize
Yeah.
what the other is about, and learn to understand and appreciate them.
Yeah.
dynamics, which is also why I feel like Humanza and Rising High is always so interesting to me, because that's
Yeah.
you wouldn't see that working,
Nah.
but it does.
It
And
does. Yeah.
they have learned to appreciate the other, which is nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
It's great.
yeah. Okay, so that's the first wheel. And
Okay.
then I have a second wheel for you,
Yes.
which is basically, you don't have to join in, but I offer it to my guests anyway,
Yeah.
is the Champion Carnival wheel.
Oh.
Um, and I with my guests so far, I've offered to spin the wheel.
Mm-hmm.
I give you one of whoever it lands on,
Mm-hmm.
and then whoever gets closest to winning, I will draw art for as a
Oh, okay.
prize.
Oh, sweet.
So far, I think James got Ashino,
Uh-huh.
Jessica got Renayabe,
Uh-huh.
Jonathan got Davy Boy Smith Jr. Uh, and I got Cyrus, which is why I will be spinning again
Oh,
once you are done.
gotcha. Yeah. Okay.
Um, but first of all, can you see the screen? Can you see
I can see it. Yeah, I've got
the
you.
other wheel? Okay,
Yes, I've
so
got it.
I will spin you a name,
Okay.
and if you get closest to winning, doesn't have to be winning, but whoever gets
Sure.
closest,
Okay.
uh, you can have me draw a
I
picture
hope
for
it's
you.
someone I like or fancy or at least don't hate. Okay, let's go.
I hope it's not David Boy Smith Jr. Let's go.
Oh, Christ. Oh, 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 oh,
Oh Jesus, I
oh.
I flipped
Hey!
earlier.
Okay,
I
right.
it's
Give
Hokuto
us a slight
Mori.
chance of winning, but yeah.
He's never winning,
He's
so I
absolutely not
think,
bloody winning,
yeah,
but yeah,
I
yeah,
don't think
I'm
I'm
okay
drawing
with like
anything
choosing him. Yeah, that's nice.
for
It
you, but it could have been worse, right?
absolutely could have been, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like I am working on something of Hokuto Omori at the minute because I do like my cross stitching and stuff
Yeah,
sometimes. Yeah,
I voted
yeah,
it.
yes, because yeah,
Once you
Hokuto
told me
won
which
last.
option was
Oh,
which, I was like,
yes, yeah. So I mean, I'm like he's not difficult so far, but I am kind of dreading getting to that, like the part of his jacket with all like the yellow ropey bits, like because it's just a case of like knowing how to do those effectively and
mm,
cross stitch. Like bloody Renayabe's gown is gorgeous, but a massive pain in the ass to do as a cross stitch pattern. I swear to God. So yeah,
well, I draw, right, and
yeah,
the thing about Hokuto Mori that scares me to hell is the
yeah,
hair, because
yeah,
curls is
yes,
just such a struggle. So,
yeah. I mean, at
yeah.
least with the type of cross stitching I'm currently doing, like, I mean, I don't have to be so precious about the details, but it does need to at least have a passing resemblance to him. It's like when I
Mm.
did the cross stitch of Ray Saito, like his hair was the most fun part, honestly, because it was just like I'll put this little square here randomly, and this one here, and this one here. I basically started off with like a very smooth head version of him, and then I just went right random squares for the kills, do, until it looked messy enough.
Yeah, the problem with what I do is I use watercolors, watercolor
Oh,
paints, and you
yeah,
don't have a lot of control over them sometimes,
yeah,
but you do need a shade every strand of
yes.
hair, or at least big
Ah,
strands.
yeah.
And the curls are just a mess
Oh
to do
God,
with
yeah, I can
watercolor
imagine.
paints.
Yeah, that's gonna be rough.
So I people haven't asked me yet. I want to draw him, but maybe I'll zoom in on his face really tightly or something. I don't know. Okay. Anyway, I should spin the wheel for myself.
Yeah,
So
let's do that. Yeah.
it used to be Cyrus. Let's see who it
I hope
is
it's someone
now.
nice. Good luck.
Thank you. Oh, oh.
Oh, oh, oh!
It's Nicole. You you are proof that I didn't do anything to
Yeah.
get this result. This was completely legal
Yes.
and fair. Oh God. I remember
Excellent.
James is going to judge me because one of the last times we did this for a New Japan tournament, I got Zack Sabre Jr., who ended up winning.
Hey.
And
Oh wow, nice.
so Yeah, but James is gonna hate me. If what I think is happening, I will have to draw nothing for anyone. So that
Yeah,
sounds good.
yeah.
Uh, sounds boring, but
But
maybe I'll draw something for the second person.
you got someone nice, though, at the very
I
least.
did,
Yeah, he's
and he
very nice and
actually has a
lovely, and
chance
he
at
looks like a
winning.
Totoro. Who doesn't love that?
Yeah, I'm just
He
I'm
looks like
just
someone to
laughing.
hug.
Out of all the options, of course, it's Ray's side.
Yeah.
Anyway, anyway, I think that might be the end of the show. It's been
Okay.
roughly 4 hours and 45 minutes of us
Do you want
talking.
to make it around 5 hours? Like, can you think of any random bullshit you'd like me to talk about while
Mm,
being slightly tipsy for the next, like, 11 minutes?
I am not tipsy. I will never be tipsy, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
I am sometimes
Um,
tipsy, but I don't like getting drunk. You know, like being properly drunk is really not my kind of thing, but I do like drinking just enough to make the corners round, you know, like, but I'll never be like a sloppy drunk or anything. Like, I'm more like, but doesn't shut the fuck up kind of drunk. So, like, I'm being right now.
yeah, I'm too much of an anxious person to lose control. So any kind
Yeah,
of alcohol, and
yeah.
that's not even talking about the family history with
Oh God,
alcoholism
yeah.
and
I
stuff.
mean,
So
it's like I know my limits now, but it's like as I know my limits to a point where I know where I'm approaching the bad limit. And it's just like, I never go past that point because I mean, I will probably make a spectacular tit on myself. And it's like, it's just embarrassing at my grand old age of how old? Oh God, I'm 41. How did that happen? Jesus Christ.
we're old. It's
Very
bad.
old. I'm too
It's
old for the
sometimes so
internet.
bad that that when I see wrestlers and I'm actively attracted to them, I have
It's the
to be
worst, isn't
how
it?
old is he?
Yeah,
How old? Just oh yeah, he's 25. That's fine.
yeah. I know it's
That's
terrible.
decent.
It's just like sometimes I'll look at some guys and go, "Hey, he's cute. When's his birthday? 2000 and no." It's just as soon as I see that too, it's
Fashionable.
just like I am looking respectfully. He is a very handsome boy. However, I'm not attracted to him. Definitely not. Nope, nope, nope.
No, it's a case of where I watch a lot of like Chinese dramas.
Yeah.
And I can tell I'm getting old by the fact that instead of the main character, I am attracted to their uncle or their father.
Excellent.
I'm like, oh, he's handsome.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when you know you're getting old.
Yeah, it's like I mean, I'm playing quite a lot of video games in my free time as well. Like, and one of the series I really like is Rune Factory. And in Rune Factory 4 and 5, you can play as a girl and like you basically have the option of marrying one of the guys who lives in the village that is like the game is based in. And it's like I really enjoy these games, but like in both of those games, half the available bachelors look far too bloody young. And it's like the only guy who is even vaguely attractive often isn't marriageable because he's like the blacksmith who like makes your swords or something like that. And he's supposed to be super old. And then when you check the character info, he's like 39 or something.
It's
It was just like,
like
guys,
in these
don't
shows
do this
where
to
it's like
me.
in these shows where it's like, yeah, the old guy is here. How old is he? 32. I'm like, what?
Yeah. Because like Final Fantasy is the worst for this shit, okay? Because like Final Fantasy X has this rugged war veteran who's still really got it going on looks wise, right? And it's like he's got like proper grey streaks in his hair, and he just looks like an like mature badass. And he's like, okay, it's like, okay, how old is this guy? Okay, I need to remind myself that this thing is actually true. So the character's name is Auron. He is a very popular character because, he's very handsome. However, the rugged war veteran, he is 35 years old with proper, like, lines in his face and gray streaks in his hair. And it's like he looks like at least 20 years older than 30 bloody five. But come, it's
Oh,
amazing.
look.
He looks like a grandfather. It's insane.
No, but you know what I hated the most is when I found out that I am quite a bit older than Kenzo Miyahara.
Yeah.
I'm like, what do you mean? The
Yeah.
ace of the company is younger than I am.
Yeah.
I was so sad when I heard that. Oh,
Oh dear.
anyway.
Anyway,
I think this is where we should end the
we
show,
should
and we'll
probably
talk
end
a bit.
this now because
We'll
I'm
talk
getting into
after we're done.
dangerous territories with my suggested conversation topics.
Yeah.
It's probably unwise to continue.
Oh, at least openly where
Yeah.
people can listen to it. Michelle, thank you so much for joining me for this very long but
Thank
very
you. Yeah,
fun
I had a good
podcast.
time.
You're more than welcome to come back anytime.
Thank you so much. Sorry for talking over you so much. I'm just really bad at reading social cues.
It's okay. I usually interrupt James as well, so I think this is payback. So it's fine.
Oh, bless.
Um, so thank you very much. I just want to give you a last chance to let us know where we can find you online, where we can we get your book,
Yeah,
that kind of
I've
stuff.
got that book and everything. Okay, so you can find me online. So I'm on Twitter and Blue Sky as ProRes A Kaiwa. You will often, I mean, I don't post on Blue Sky as often as I could, to be honest, but like I post quite a lot on Twitter, like mostly photos from shows or like things on my blog, like translations and what have you, or just random cross stitches that I suddenly decided to do, and I don't understand how I managed to get into that, but I'm actually quite happy I did. You can see me just posting random nonsense on Twitter and on my blog, which is often linked to on my Twitter. My book, Dramatic Dreams and Those Who Have Them, is an illustrated history of like a bunch of like the most important titles in DDT Pro Wrestling, and it's kind of like a primer to the company. So it's like if you don't already know like a lot about like the history of DDT, like if I do say so myself, that's a pretty good jumping off point. There may or may not be a sequel to that at some point. I would like to write another one, but God knows what is going to happen, you know? But anyway, that book, Dramatic Dreams and Those Who Have Them, that is available on Amazon. It is available in most territories in paperback, but as I understand it, I think if you're in certain parts of Europe or America, you can even get a shiny hardback version. Hooray. So yeah, seems a bit weird to be plugging a DDT book at the end of an All Japan podcast, but here we all are. Woo. But
I am more than fine with it. I talk about
thank you
New
so
Japan enough
much.
on this show, so
Uh,
well, thanks again for joining me.
yeah,
It was a lot of fun.
that was
I
great.
will
Yeah.
I will be back with a new podcast for the next month. We'll be
Mm.
doing it a little differently because of Champion Carnival.
Yeah.
So normally I would talk about every show that month, but because of the
M-
amount of shows,
My God. Yeah,
um,
that would be an
I,
undertaking. Yeah.
I I have decided that we will split it into two Champion Carnivals.
Oh,
So we'll be doing
okay.
the first 6 or 7 shows
Yeah.
in an abbreviated form
Yeah.
during the April month,
Mhm.
and then
Yeah.
the rest of Champion Carnival
Yeah.
during the month after.
Aye.
Uh, so wish us luck, because
Yeah. Oh
there's a
gosh,
lot
yeah.
of shows.
It's ambitious, but you can do it. It'll be fine. But I'll wish you luck
Yeah,
anyway. Yeah, good luck.
I mean,
I'm
if I can do the G1, I can do the Champion Carnival.
sure you'll be absolutely fine.
It'll be fine. So thank you once again. I hoped everyone really enjoyed this very long, in-depth talk about All Japan Pro Wrestling. Uh, Please leave any sort of comments if you want to. You can find me at Smark Infested on Twitter and Blue Sky, and you can find the show at All About All Japan, so All About AJPW on both Twitter and Blue Sky. I do also have an All Japan GIF account if you would like to follow, which is AJPW GIFs, and I love to see anyone there talking to me about All Japan. Thank you very much, and have a good evening, everyone.
Okay, bye.
All About All Japan is made in association with the Troopany Show podcast channel. You can find the channel on SoundCloud, Spotify, YouTube, and all the places you get great podcasts from. You can also contact the channel at Troopany Show on Twitter, Blue Sky and Instagram, as well as The Troopany Show on Facebook and on Patreon.